advance for the procedural justice, ensuring that our participation and our voices are heard.
There is an inception of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and it hasn't been brought into force still. So what are we like now that we are having this session on PACJA that is tackling climate justice? Are we trying to incorporate that agenda in the free trade area that is being enacted now?
In Zimbabwe, I think a couple of months ago, we had to pass a wetlands bill, which strictly prohibited any kind of construction or development on wetlands, because we were dealing with what I would like to call politics of the stomach, where the politicians were just parceling out this land to anyone who's got money, and they would build on these particular places, and the houses would be flooded. You know, when it's raining, you know, you find your wardrobe is floating on water. You know, it was just a pure mess. So it's those kind of discussions where now we need to amplify them higher, but we build the capacities as CSOs, as those that are here in these particular rooms. We have to advocate and be able to capacitate and stand for those that may not have the ability to speak the language of power.
Once you know your purpose in life, you will be able to do something that will cause a change in your community. I keep telling people, for those of you who went to Makerere, the motto of Makerere is we build for the future. I've told myself I'm not building a future, I am now building a legacy. So that those who come and mourn when I die have reason to mourn. Not in the process of mourning, they say, at least we have rested, this one has died. So that is the challenge I leave with you as young people.
The effect of climate change on the continental free trade. This is becoming a challenge, and I want to really bring that, being that the climate change aspect is what we are having today as the talk of each and every country. The problem is becoming like, how are we revolutionizing the concepts of this climate change, and how are our nations and countries adapting or having mitigation measures? Equally, we are not looking at the political ideology that is going to bring us together as an Africa that we want. When someone brings an aspect that we need to talk about Africa as a business, then people start to change minds. And this is where now the problem is coming. And in real sense, the biggest issue that will never be solved is the issue of fossil fuels. By the time we get it right and the script gets to be very well put and innovations be put into that, look at whatever Ukraine is doing. Look at whatever Russia is doing. These developing countries that have developed through the use of these fossil fuels are coming up all through this process. When Africa, we get this concept right, then we're going to be at a safe place.
This summer school is very properly timed because it's taking place in a year when the International Climate Change Conference will be taking place in Africa. And it is at this conference that the major decisions that shape global responses to the climate crisis are taken. And as an organization, our aim is that the African voice would be heard, and that the issues that affect Africa in a unique way will be at the center of the discussions.
PACJA has really been of assistance to us because they have built capacity for most of our volunteers and staff. I've seen the successes of the Nairobi Summer School through community sensitization back in the villages. Relooking at how the program has been made, or the 2-week period of training is structured, is a bit tech. It goes in depth into climate change issues, especially climate-induced conflicts that we are working in areas like Isiolo and borders of Laikipia and Isiolo.
Everybody should be part of the climate justice or the climate walks in general, because you know it's literally impacting everyone. It's impacting us as youth. It's going to be impacting the future generation, our kids, and it's literally affecting every aspect of our life. Like in Egypt, we have different challenges in different areas. Like of course we will suffer from sea level rise in Alexandria, but in different parts we're suffering from corpse deterioration. As last year, the mango corp was a disastrous.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with variable contribution of the young people of this continent. We believe that investing in youthful generation is a sure bet in achieving low carbon, ecologically just, sustainable development in the continent.
I join my voice with the Pakja audience to welcome you all to the second Nairobi Summer School. This has become a global movement, especially for building resilience and adaptation, mitigation towards climate change. It's basically putting in place building blocks for our youths in order to address climate change. Last year, first Nairobi Summer School on climate justice was excellent, but this year we want to build on the building blocks we have established and moving towards implementation, moving towards practicals, getting the youth to be involved hands-on on how we can collectively address the issues of climate change. This is significant because Pakjal is not just building a movement, we are relying on the youths to cause the change in our generation.
I'm an environmental engineer from Egypt, and I'm here as a representative of Yes Love Egypt, YLE. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to be in this summer school. It's a great opportunity for African youth, and to be chosen to attend this summer school, it's a super great opportunity. My overview of summer school so far, I think today we have engaged with most of the stakeholders of the issue, and it makes me super proud to see all of those African youth interacting together from all of those African nations, and they are very progressed and very developed, and they have the knowledge and they have the power and they have the experience, and it makes me more proud to be from this continent and to know more about their work and the work of my brothers and colleagues.
Climate Justice School is actually an avenue to capacity build young persons, to build their understanding of the UNFCCC processes. And for me as an alumni, one of the things I've been able to do is to actively engage in the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, having gained the necessary knowledge from the first session in 2021. I'm happy to see the caliber of resource persons that Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA, have been able to bring for this year's edition. And I'm very certain that with the caliber of young climate activists that we have, COP27 is going to be an African COP.
From Summer School 1, we formed a network of youth from all over Africa that are representing us at the COP, at the Conference of Parties. Last year was at Glasgow, and this year we are looking to go to Egypt. We are trying to enhance the capacity of the youths so that they might understand the UNFCCC process. They might be able to very well advocate climate change, because climate change is a science and we need facts. So that is why Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, together with other partners like CIDA, decided that they need to bring youths together to enhance their capacity, so that when we go to COP, we have facts and we know what we are really advocating for, because the negotiation process is a continuous process.
Our greediness, our corrupt mind, our carelessness, we destroy anything and everything that you birth planet Earth. Some of our ways of farming, causing soil erosion, the pesticides we use killing off the productive bees. The earth is the motherland that gives us life. Let's protect our motherland. So as the commander-in-chief, I will charter and fight like a brave knight in a starless night with all my might. I charter for a green future. So, what do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now. What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now.
What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now.
As the world leaders continue dragging their feet in seeking lasting solution to the existential threat to mankind, Africa continues to sink deeper in devastating impacts of climate change. The IPCC data has laid it bare the sad reality that the situation is getting worse year after year. In fact, according to the last report released in February, it's actually indicating that warming projections at the medium scenarios indicate that extensive areas of Africa will actually exceed 2 degrees temperature rise by the last 2 decades of this century, relative to the late 20th century mean annual temperature, and all of Africa at high emission scenarios. The report further indicates that it is likely that the temperature over Africa will rise faster than the global average, particularly in the more arid areas, and that the rate of increase in minimum temperature will actually exceed that of the maximum temperatures. Now, this unabated temperature rise can only mean more frequent drought occurrences, erratic rainfall patterns, which translates to famine and loss of life. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with variable contribution of the young people of this continent. PACTURE has been the front line in mobilizing civil society fraternity and especially the youth to actually agitate for climate justice in the continent. We initiated the Young Digital Activist Program a few months ago from last year, which is incredibly transformational indeed. Young digital activists across 12 countries in Africa have been instrumental in digital advocacy in the continent. Our goal, of course, is to upscale this model across 51 countries where PACTURE has active presence. Now, PACTURE remains very much committed to working with the African youths and to mentor them to become the leaders of today and tomorrow. Last month, like I mentioned, we partnered with WRI and Sustainable Energy for All to sponsor over 20 youths to attend a workshop on just transition in Kigali. And I want to mention that they went through rigorous training, including one of the trainers who was actually the former president of Ireland, and that is Mary Robinson. She was actually one of the high dignitaries that trained our young people. But again, last week, we supported tens of youths to hold a unique conference at the sidelines of Chogam, like I mentioned earlier, and they came up with a statement, and this statement really has received a lot of attention across the world.
We are determined to contribute meeting national and international climate and environmental goals. By far, our greatest climate and environmental impact is indirect through the initiatives that we are implement our partners like PACTURE in this case. SIDA is increasing its ambition and changing its administration in order to prevent and counter the effects of the three interconnected crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It is apparent that subsequent financial and technical support from SIDA since 2012 has provided the needed leverage not only for programmatic work, but also for PACTURE's own institutional development, including the increasing number of designated national platforms, now more than 10, who primarily work with evolving climate policies and putting such policies into practice.
Here I have a written message from...
Perfect. I think we all look very energized. It looks like as the days go by, we're becoming stronger and stronger, or people losing their energy already. We're not yet ready to go back home, are we? No, okay. So today we are going to have, there's some echo. I don't know if it's the position of the speakers. Okay, that seems to have been fixed. So today, we're just hoping that we can stay true to the agenda that we have. And for that to happen, we all have to cooperate, especially when we come to the Q&A sessions. To keep, as usual, our questions short and straight to the point. There's very little we can do with the presenters, especially those who are joining us remotely. But within the room, we can manage the time well and be able to leave here at the time that we're supposed to leave. So the program for today is quite straightforward. In the afternoon, we're going to have a very interesting conversation with some introductions to issues of transitional justice, which we have not seen so far. So there's going to be a slight change in the content of this afternoon with regards to that. But this morning, the program is what it is. But before we go to our first speaker of the day, let's just try to do a recap of yesterday. Quick recap of yesterday. And this is how we're going to do it. Someone is just going to raise their hand and tell us the most important takeaway from yesterday. I'll start with this row, 2, 3 rows. Most important takeaway from yesterday, this row. If there are no volunteers, I'm going to appoint a volunteer. So, most important, someone who is not looking at me is likely going to be called up. So, there's no escape. Someone who seems to be very busy reading, I don't know what, is going to tell us. No, I'm coming this way. Let's get one from here. We want 3. So if we ended yesterday, if the summer school was only yesterday, what will you be going back with? Should I volunteer the volunteer? All right, there is a volunteer. Someone has saved the day. And also there's some invited flies.
Good morning. I will speak in Portuguese.
Of course. We should know by now.
Bom dia. Bem, todos já meteram os fones? I can? Ok, can I? Bem, a coisa mais importante que aprendi ontem, ou seja, aquilo que eu fixei, foi o que tem a ver com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Portanto, pude perceber que os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável é uma agenda bastante interessante que os governos assumiram para fazer face às alterações climáticas. Portanto, é uma maneira que os governos, sobretudo aqueles países, os governos daqueles países mais vulneráveis, podem facilmente adotar para fazer face às alterações climáticas numa agenda bastante ambiciosa que vai até 2030. Obrigado.
Thank you. All right. I'm not going to make any comment because I didn't hear anything. So let's go to this group. What important takeaway from yesterday? Quick. Yes, we already had a hand here. Leather jacket up front.
Thank you very much. You could say 2 things. One was for me. Oh, thank you. Around 2 things. One is about the nexus between gender and climate justice. The realization, for instance, that once again, vulnerable women get hit hardest by climate injustice, by climate disasters. For example, it complicates their access to water, their ability to gather firewood, their ability to take care of children, and that's really very sad. And the other nugget was about sustainable development, explained by the former alumni through the lens of SDGs. So we're able to go through them and connect them with the climate justice, and to know that without climate justice, without fairness, orchestrated, for example, by the global north to the global south, ensuring that the guys in the global north who are primarily responsible for the emissions that came from industrialization should also shoulder the largest burden of cleaning up the atmosphere, shoulder the responsibility of mitigation, shoulder the biggest burden of financing adaptation measures and dealing with loss and damage and so on and so forth. There can be no climate justice. Without climate justice, there will be no sustainable development. So that's the biggest thing.
Thank you. So let's go to the last, well, it's not really the last, the third group. I'm just calling you groups, but it's just the fact that you're sitting together. The group by the wall. One takeaway from yesterday. We'll do the same thing. We may appoint a volunteer. Pick someone, I'll give you discretion. Oh, there's a hand. I was going to say that you should just pick someone and give them the microphone and see how they won't speak.
Bonjour à tous, portez vos casques s'il vous plaît. Je vais parler en français. Vous m'entendez?
Est-ce que le micro, ça marche? Allez-y, allez-y.
Alors, hier, on a commencé d'abord par la politique, l'économie de développement et des énergies renouvelables en Afrique. On a commencé par parler d'abord des richesses que possède le sous-sol africain et des potentialités que nous avons. Également, nous avons eu à parler de l'énergie renouvelable, des opportunités de l'utilisation des énergies renouvelables et également de leurs opportunités pour la création des emplois verts pour la jeunesse africaine qui est en majorité au chômage.
Merci.
Ouais.
Merci beaucoup. Okay. I think that gives us at least a reminder of some of the things that were said yesterday, and that should help create a transition to this morning. And we want to start immediately. And we're going to look at something. If you notice, right? If you notice, as we wind down, we are getting towards more and more of what we can do. We started off by defining the problem, and then we looked at the challenges that are involved in solving the problem, and then we looked at some solutions that are possible, whether for practice or for policy. And as the days go by, we are looking at engagement, how we can mobilize ourselves to be part of the solution. So you notice that the modules are structured in a way that we leave here with a clear idea of what we can do, either as individuals or as a collective of civil society organizations and young activist movements. So today we want to start by looking at the notion of movement building, if it's not already very clear to us, but also to remind ourselves that the climate justice movement is nestled within the broader movement of environmentalism, right? So there's a difference between an environmentalist and an environmental scientist. Who can guess? Environmentalists are more activists than scientists. So environmentalism talks more about the movements to advocate for cleaner environments. And it's not just about the science of the environment and the knowledge of the relationship between man and his environment. I'm going to be lynched for that. It's okay. But it's also that you have all of these movements of people who, realizing that our relationship with nature was flawed in one way or the other, and begin to demand remedial action from individuals, but also from policies, and so on and so forth. So we're looking at environmentalism in that sense, and climate justice movements, and also alliance building. So there are three things we're looking at. We're looking at movements, what movements are, but also alliance building is a more practical way of building movements, particularly in the context of the transition to low carbon futures. Again, remember our discussion, the way it was structured. We started off by saying we're responsible for all of these greenhouse gases, and the way we solve that problem is to transition. So today we are looking at how do we build movements? How do we build alliances? How does environmentalism help us to transition to this low carbon future? And to lead us through this discussion, I just want to confirm, first of all, that Professor Satish Kumar is online. Yes, to lead us through this discussion, I'm glad to invite Professor Satish Kumar, who's going to spend the next hour or so with us. And Prof, if you're online, I would also like to invite you to start off by telling us a bit about yourself and your work before you get into the substance of your presentation. And if you could go for, say, 30 minutes to allow us enough time for discussions, that will be helpful. Good morning. It's
Good
possibly
morning.
very late in the afternoon where you are.
Yes. Good morning, Eugene. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. We can
Yes. Good
see
morning.
you, we can hear you.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't switch on my video because being in a rural area, I think the network is not that strong enough. So myself, I am Satish Kumar Bilitatan. I have a PhD in environmental sciences. And recently I worked with Addis Ababa University for nearly 18 years. But I have been associated with PACCHA since 2009. And I had been sort of an activist within the university environment, and I have also set up a couple of institutions that work on environmental issues at a regional level. So it's a great honor to be with you, with all of you again. I was really inspired by meeting all of you and also listening to your presentation and also engaging with the young climate justice advocates. So I think Eugene rightly put it. The framing was excellent, Eugene, because you said that okay, we have looked into the problems and and the solutions for the problems that we face, and I think we are stepping into the arena of engagement. And so my job today will be to actually give you a glimpse of, and to give you some examples of the climate justice movements or the environmental movements. And I think you will have a presentation this afternoon, which will actually will give you more intense information of how to build an environmental movement and what are the key aspects and everything. And that will also again flow into tomorrow, where you will be given more tools and techniques that you can succeed. So let me ask the communication team to put up the presentation, or shall I do it by myself? So let me share the screen then. Okay, let me share.
Yep. Can we put up the presentation? I think we'll do it from here, Prof.
Okay.
It's coming.
So while the slides are being put up, I just want us to. Okay. So the next slide, please. So I think Eugene put it rightly. Eugene, you already defined what environmentalism. So let me read through what's in the text here. So environmentalism is used as a general term to refer to concern for the environment and particularly actions or advocacy to limit negative human impacts on the environment. That's exactly what Eugene mentioned. And while on this definition, I want us to also think about the definition of environment itself. Yesterday, one of our colleague gave a good definition when Dr. Doreen Orito was giving a presentation. And I think we all understand, we all are fully aware that 70% of our continent's population depends on agriculture, yeah? So for many of, Westerners or the northern, northern part, I think environment is sort of an isolated thing because it's a pillar for them. It's a park or somewhere that you go during weekends and then come back. But for us, I think environment is the base upon which our societies are built, right? So I would normally, when I teach, I always say that, you take up the definition as given by a farmer, right? Because 70% of our population also depends on farming. So, how would a farmer define environment? He would say that it is his land, it is his homestead, it is his water resource, it's the cattle, it's the seeds, it's the whole gamut of resources upon which his livelihood depends, and those resources that he manages sustainably, right? So I would like us to take that broader view when we talk about environment. And again, when it comes to just transition, I would not again dwell on those subjects because we have had excellent presentations and detailed, detailed explanations from both Eugene as well as from Professor Dorcas. Next slide, please. The next thing I want you all to also keep in mind is, the timeline or the history of environmentalism in our continent. I think, when we talk about modern environmentalism, I have given you a brief presentation last week, and yesterday also, Julius also discussed a lot about sustainable development and the history of sustainable development. So, when we talk about modern environmentalism, we usually come up with text which says, okay, Silent Spring, Rachel Carlson, 1970s, 1972, Stockholm Conference. But I think for us, environment, I would bring you to the presentation of Professor Bond last week when he talked about the political economy of Africa, So we would take a broader view. We would not actually restrict ourselves to the Eurocentric view of environmentalism and the environmental history that's being spoken about in many of the texts. So we know that we had struggled against imperialism, and we had movements that arose against the oppression and the resource exploitation for the past several centuries. So our environmentalism, when we are fighting against resource exploitation, or what many would call as ecological imperialism, so our environmentalism started quite long ago. And I think one of the assignments that I would like all of you to do is that when you get back to your respective countries, please go and look at the environmental history and the environmentalism in your respective countries, and write them down, write them the timelines, those events and activities that has defined, the the movement against the ecological imperialism, and write them down, and that will be your history of environmentalism. That will be the history of sustainable development in your own respective countries. I think as academics, we have failed to write enough and to research enough on our own history. So I would like you to also keep in mind that when you talk about environmental history, environmentalism in Africa, and sustainable development in Africa, the timeline and the history is different for many of us than what is in the regular text now. So I would also suggest and strongly urge you to download certain and to buy those books written by Professor Bond and others and read them through so that you will get a good understanding. Yeah. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do is to take you through 3 or 4 environmental movements that actually and how they were established and what are the lessons that we could learn, so that you get a glimpse of what is necessary in order to run a big movement. And I think I wouldn't do justice if I do not pick the Green Belt movement, because we are in Nairobi where the movement was born. And to the right of your screen, you see that there is a book, The Green Belt Movement, Sharing the Approach and Experience. It's written by our Nobel laureate Wangari Maathai herself. So I would suggest that you also, I read through this whole book and I was more inspired than ever before. So some of the slides that are going to follow this particular slide is, most of them are taken from this book and from her own memoir. So I would suggest that you please read through these books. Next slide. Yeah, and she got Nobel Prize in 2004 for her contribution to sustainable development, democracy, and peace. So, when we talk about climate justice, when we talk about sustainable development, it is also about, environmental democracy. It's also about peace building. And on the left side, I put a picture of younger self of our Mama Wangari Maathai, because I think most of the youngsters, we tend to believe. One of my students, he brought this to my attention. He said, Doctor, whenever we talk about our hero Nelson Mandela or Wangari Maathai, we have, or for that matter Mahatma Gandhi, we have a picture where, when they are an elder statesman, when they are in their 60s, when they are in their 70s. But I want you to understand that they started the movement, they started the initial thought process when they were young, like all of you in this hall, this is the time that they started. So keep in mind that for all the pictures, for everything that you see, for the environmental heroes in Africa, they started when they were young. So I wanted you to understand that. So, this is the time that you start. As Eugene mentioned, you're going to be empowered with the tools and techniques, and we hope that within this hall, we will have several Nobel laureates in the future. Next slide, please. So let me give you a glimpse of her career, which has a big bearing on how she established the Green Belt movement. Wangari Maathai had an education BAc in College of Atkinson in Kansas on biology, and then she went on to do her master's in specializing in anatomy in the University of Pittsburgh. And in 1966 she joined University of Nairobi as a researcher, and then she left in 1982. She left the University of Nairobi in 1982 and to engage in civic activities. But below the University of Nairobi, you will see she volunteered with number of organizations, which included the Academic Union in University of Nairobi, Kenya Association of University, the Women Association of University Women, then Red Cross in Kenya, the League of Friends of Kenyatta Hospital, then Environmental Liaison and International, and then Nairobi Women's Association, and then most importantly, the National Council of Women of Kenya, where she was for 20 years, she was associated with the National Council of Women of Kenya, both as an executive committee member and as a chairwoman. And you can see that when you read through the books, you will understand that it is the volunteer experiences that she gained by being associated with a number of organizations that actually helped her to catapult her vision into reality in Kenya. Next slide, please. And when it comes to the establishment of Green Belt movement, it's a very, very, very interesting story. She was inspired. She was inspired from the Men of the Trees, community reforestry program that was happening at that time in Kenya. She was also inspired from the UNEP's establishment, and which was headquartered in Nairobi, because UNEP also discussed a little bit about afforestation programs. Then primarily she was also interested in afforestation reforestation program because he was associated with the Environmental Liaison and Center, which is now called Environmental Liaison Center International, because that's the network of network organizations. So she was associated with them. And then in 1974, she got herself involved in afforestation reforestation program, and then she went on to establish a private limited company, EnviroCare Limited, which she assumed that as a private company it would be able to actually generate the necessary income and also do the activities that she envisioned to have a green Africa, to have a green Kenya. And then she also got inspired from an international show in Nairobi, where she was able to network with a number of people especially on afforestation and reforestation program, and subsequently she traveled to Canada. And then in 1977, she got the breakthrough because, as I said, that she was associated with the National Council for Women in Kenya. And when she was asked to be part of the Standing Committee on Environment and Habitat, because she just came back from Canada, where she attended the Habitat 1 conference, she was able to convince the executive committee member, she herself was a member, to take up tree planting project. And the National Council for Women in Kenya, they took up the tree planting program with the motto of Save the Land, Harambe. Harambe, as you know, it literally means that let us all pull together. And in 1977, she planted the first 7 trees in order to honor the heroes of the freedom struggle. And in 1977 again, that was called the first green belt, because the belt is, so she was initially pushed to plant trees or support planting trees as a belt within the farming as an agroforestry project. So that's where the name green belt comes. So the first 7 trees, from the first 7 trees, I think she went on to have more than 6,000 tree nurseries in more than 26 districts in 1999. That was the phenomenal growth. Next slide, please. Okay, now I think, when we talk about climate justice and, climate change activities, I think yesterday we discussed about empowerment, and today morning also in the recap, some of our colleagues clearly mentioned that if we do not involve, women in climate change activities because they are the most affected, then we are not going to actually address climate change to the fullest extent. So I think the tree planting campaign was done as a movement to empower women and to make their life easy and to also give them, a sort of a small income which will help their livelihood. So, the Green Belt movement also, as you would see in the slide, they empowered women. They have also ensured food security and water harvesting at household level. But when we talk about food security, it was also organic farming, it was indigenous crops, and it was also water resource management. And then the movement also ensured that there was civic education in human and environmental rights. So we talk about human rights and climate change and climate justice now. Then there was an advocacy program. Again, it's about empowering the communities to understand about the environmental and human right abuses, as well as to empower them to understand and to stop the land grabbing that was happening at that time. So there was an element of business also through the Green Belt safaris. It's through the ecotourism packages, and there were also networking and Pan-Africanism through Pan-African training workshops, because the movement has to be taken across the continent. So you would see, I think, Professor Godwin and others had been, hammering down the three pillars, adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage. You will see in all of these GBM projects, these three key pillars of climate change, like adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, were integrated and mainstreamed. Next slide, please. So there are a number of achievements because the range of projects were very, very many. So obviously the achievements are also very many. So rural forestation and reforestation program, communities were mobilized. It was an inspiration for the women, the youth, and it raised awareness to protect local biological diversity of plants and food crops, because remember that indigenous crops were used for food security, and also it was organic farming. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some pictures of the young Wangari Maathai at work. Next slide. And one thing, Eugene also discussed about alliance building. I was really impressed, and I was in awe with the partnerships and the alliances that the Green Belt movement has built, not only for funding but also for activities, to take up the activities. So you see a list of partnerships that the Green Belt movement has established. And I will not go into them in detail, but I think it was established for a range of issues. One, for the activities themselves, planting trees, but also for agriculture purposes. Some of them for training purposes. Say, for example, UNEP was an alliance and a partner for Green Belt movement to run training at a continental level, and UNEP supported 2 or 3 years to run trainings on, on afforestation program at continental level. There were some who were willing to build infrastructures, and some on activities, and some on community empowerment. So the alliance building was a big thing for Green Belt movement in their which has led to their success. So what are the inspiration that I personally took from? And I think there are many. I know that I'm not doing justice, though I read through all the 3 books in the last week to understand fully, and the lessons learned. So, the unwavering commitment. So, that's a very important thing that we have to keep in mind, unless and otherwise we are committed fully, unless and otherwise we have we have in our mind what we want to do, the vision and objectives. That's what you are going to do in the next 2 days, unless and otherwise that's fully coalesced, and then unless and otherwise you have a commitment. So remember that our Nobel laureate Wangari Maathai, she shed blood, yeah, in the Karura forest fight in 1999, as well as her fight to keep the Uhuru Park. I think many of you posted many pictures last Sunday. You were going around the city. I'm sure that you have passed through the Uhuru Park in Nairobi city, and but for Wangari Maathai, we would not have had that Uhuru Park until now. So our unwavering commitment to go to any extent to ensure that things are done based on our vision and the objectives of our organization. I think that's something that we have to learn from her. Second, I think developing knowledge, education, and skill sets. And I'm happy that you are here for the past almost 2 weeks, actually taking in more information, knowledge, discussing, and educating yourself. Because I think as Eugene rightly put it in the presentations on the first week at the beginning, when he gave an explanation of why climate justice and what is it and what are the, and Professor Godwin and others, so I think developing knowledge is very, very important. You need to read, you need to understand, you need to build skill sets. The third lessons that I think is very important in the success of the Green Belt movement is the establishment of partnerships and alliance building. That comes with a lot of characters of the organization. One is the trust. Second one is the unwavering commitment. Third one is the the knowledge base, like like UNEP, which has the knowledge base on environment to actually provide policy outputs. Likewise, the knowledge base, say for a for example, if you say afforestation program, then we can always straightforward say that it is the Green Belt movement that has the sufficient knowledge because they have experimented. Then experience from working with other organizations. Personally, I think Wangari Maathai has enriched herself by working with other organizations, because remember her volunteer experience that I have showed you like in 4 or 5 slides before. That experience really helped her. So, because it's running an organization, the administrative issues, the leadership issues, the financial issues, and the transparency issues, how to keep up the commitment, whether can we give the report to the donor on the set time or the development partner on the set time, what are the issues. So she was able to do all those things because she was working with other organizations based on the experience. So I think many of you are also volunteering with PACJA. I think you will have a head start to actually make a successful movement in the future. Then the next one is learning by doing. So sometimes as they say that perfection is the enemy of the good. So sometimes we try to do things only when we think and when we are sure that 100% sure that we can do things. No, that's not how it is done, because we are in an existential crisis now, so we need to jump into the action. So sometimes we can learn by doing. So there are 10 steps that Green Belt movement gives you in order to establish a tree nursery and to have an afforestation program. And these 10 steps were not done in overnight. Over the period of several years, they were able to fine tune the 10 steps. And I think one last important lessons that I think is important for all of us is also, she was also a member of parliament and a minister with the government of Kenya, an environmental minister with the government of Kenya. And what she says about that is that she felt that after working so many years outside the government, producing results but not enough to change the government, so she said that she ran for the member of parliament to be part of the government, to change the government from within. For which she also says that you need to change the modus operandi. So if you are an advocate outside the government, then you operate differently. But when you are an advocate inside the government, then you are supposed to be also quite, patient enough to make things happen, because governments move in a very they not necessarily they move to the speed that people may want it to move. So I think this is the last slide with respect to the Green Belt movement. I think what this is a quote, direct quote from Wangari Maathai herself. I think it sums up what was the success factor for our for Green Belt movement. So she says that once you work in civil society, you know, I am very conscious of the fact that you can't do it alone. It's teamwork. When you do it alone, you run the risk that when you are no longer there, nobody else will do it. So basically, she talks about institutionalization of your ideas and building a movement. So I think I will not explain this more, but I think the title says that it's always we. So, you know, I would ask you ask some questions. I would ask you to introspect yourself. You know, many of you have have started some movements, and you have actually struggled in your own countries as a youth to do something. So I would ask you, who are your partners? Who are your, have you built alliances? Who are the team members that you have? If you do not have one, but then, you know, I think this slide here, what Wangari Maathai has told will give you it's a wake-up call. And while I am on this slide, I would also urge you to discuss with Dr. Tenia. And many of you, you know, Dr. Tenia was with us the whole of last week and also early this week. I think he is a board member of Green Belt Movement. So I would also urge you to utilize the opportunity to talk to the scientists and you know, the movement builders with whom you are in the hall. Yeah, next slide, please. So you were brought to number of, I was asking you to jot down the words, number of terminologies that you need to go back and pick up, right? So it was, you know, carrying capacity, planetary boundaries, extinction, and so many other you know, other terminologies that were mentioned by many of the speakers. I think you are now Googling and learning more about them. But I wanted to bring this one particular slide. Professor Stephen and his colleagues, they have published this in 2015. So it's called Great Acceleration. So the authors chose the indicators that capture the major features. So say, for example, on the left side of your screen, you have socio-economic trends. On the right side, you have the Earth system trends, 12 each. So they chose major features of contemporary society. Say, for example, they chose the combination of foreign direct investment, international tourism, and telecommunication, which can give some sense of rapidly increasing degree of globalization and connectivity. And they also used primary energy use as a key indicator that relates directly to the human imprint on functioning of the Earth system and is a central feature of the contemporary society. So what I would like you to take away from this particular slide is that go to, say, for example, if you go to the Earth system trends, on the first left corner, you have carbon dioxide, right? So you have an hockey stick. The image of the increase in carbon dioxide, you relate it with an hockey stick, yeah? So the hockey stick diagram was brought out by Professor Michael Mann from University of Pennsylvania, who works with Pennsylvania State University. So most of the indicators are resembling hockey sticks. So there is an increase in the Earth system trends and in the socio-economic trends that gives us, and there is a great acceleration. So next slide. This great acceleration has also brought us into this, in this epoch of Anthropocene. I think this word of Anthropocene has been mentioned several times by several speakers. So what is an Anthropocene? An Anthropocene epoch is an unofficial unit of geological time used to describe the most recent period in Earth's history when human activity started to have a significant impact on the planet's climate and ecosystem. So the word Anthropocene is derived from the Greek words anthropo for man and scene for new, coined and made popular by biologist Eugene and chemist Paul. So this Anthropocene, as you know, it is an unofficial unit. So some says that it is from 10,000 years ago, some say that it's 5,000 years ago, and some say that it's from 1880. You have on the left side the graph as mentioned by Professor Lewis and others in their article in Nature. But whichever way it is now an Anthropocene epoch. even if the years differ. It's an Anthropocene scene epoch rather than a Holocene, because we ourselves have led to this because it's man-made. Next slide. And we are entering into the 6th extinction period, and the plants and animal extinctions are occurring at least 1,000 times faster than the time before humans. In the last 100 years, almost 400 vertebrate species went extinct. In normal course of evolution, such extinctions would have taken up to 10,000 years. Next slide. This brings us to the next. So I'm going to give you a glimpse of 4 environmental movements. And so you saw one green belt movement, an institutionalized afforestation, reforestation program addressing climate change issues, climate justice issues on the 3 pillars that takes activities on the ground. As of course they do advocacy, but at the same time they do activities. But here we have Extinction Rebellion. I think many of you would have known who they are, and maybe possibly you have associated with them. So this was established by 3 founders. You have Gail Bradbrook, Roger Hallam, and Claire Farrell. Next slide. So it's a non-violent direct action civil disobedience movement. This is from their own slide. They aim to elicit governmental and corporate action on climate and ecological crisis. So I think we have had good understanding that next slide, climate change is it's a wicked problem, right? It's a wicked problem because it's associated with a number of other problems. So I think, what Extinction Rebellion is trying to do is that they are clubbing the climate change issues together with that of the ecological crisis that we are in. As you would know that we have the great acceleration, we are into an Anthropocene epoch, and then we are also into the 6th mass extinction period. We are in a crisis they tried to do too. So their establishment in 2017, Hallam, one of the founders, he initiated one small movement which is called Stop Killing Londoners. It's it was against the air pollution in the city of London, and he says that it was a road test to civil disobedience. So, and again, he established another movement which is called Rising Up, which is a network of activities committed to peaceful civil disobedience. But in 2018, they met together in his home, which is famously called a Stroud meeting, and the Extinction Rebellion was born. There were 15 people at the beginning. So again, think about the we, which Wangari Maathai mentioned. So the Extinction Rebellion was also born based on the partnerships or based on the alliances that they have built with the 15 long-time campaigners. Next slide. Okay, so what did they do? On October 31st, 2018, that's the day that Extinction Rebellion was born, because they actually they declared a rebellion against UK government. This is based in UK, and thousands of them converged on London to block 5 major bridges. So remember that this is a civil disobedience movement, and they were also inspired from the civil rights movement from the US, as well as the civil disobedience movement, independence movement of Mahatma Gandhi, and also the Occupy Wall Street movement. So they were inspired from several movements. So I think one of the lessons that we also learn is that we have to keep our eyes open so that we get inspired. There can be a spark in us when we look around and look into several movements. So in 2018, when they did this civil disobedience, also planting trees in the middle of Parliament Square, so their mode of operations is completely different than the rest. Next slide. And to the left is the, on October 13, 2018, because the initial founding members thought that they will have only hundreds or 200 of people, but there were more than 5,000, 6,000 people who turned up, because people really want to take care of their life. And because as I said, it's an existential threat, climate change. Yeah? On the right, you will see Greta Thunberg also speaking to this crowd. Next slide. So what are their demands? One is tell the truth. Governments must tell the truth by declaring a climate and ecological emergency, working with other institutions to communicate the urgency for change. I think, I have not given you given any slide about Pakcha, but I think you have heard enough from Eugene and the rest of the team on the very first day how Pakcha, and also from Professor Bond. We are a group of people who speak the truth to the power. I think one of the demands from the Extinction Rebellion is the same as ours. We speak truth to the power as well as to the communities. Second is act now. Governments must act now to halt biodiversity loss and reduce greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2025. So when you establish a movement, I think it's important that you have your own demands, your own vision, your own objectives. And the third one, the Extinction Rebellion asked is they wanted to go beyond politics. And this is something that actually, this demand is something that is putting them into trouble, because they said governments must create and be led by decisions of citizens' assembly on climate and ecological justice, because they assume that we are in an extinction, so we need to act fast through civil disobedience, and they are clubbing both the, as I said, both the climate and ecological crisis. They both are interrelated, as we know from our own actions. Next slide. Next slide also. So this is their statement. So what they say is that we have already locked into a certain amount of warming and biodiversity loss, but there is still time to change this story. So they are also hopeful. Next slide. And so I went, so they have a handbook. So this movement, they are very good because they have clear handbooks for every type of actions that you would like to take. So they have one handbook on the right side. I would suggest you to download and read through them, even if you may not be able to accept or agree on all what they say, but I think it's good to read them. This is not a drill. That's the book that's available free for download. So they gave number of justifications why we should rebel. I think, the bolder ones, I will read them. So what they say is nothing is impossible. We can still write the story we want, and we will. So as a youth, I think this positivity is very, very important, because with your involvement, we can do that. And the last one, they also say that we will do this together, transform the world, create lasting change, and build a better future for all. Next slide. So what are their achievements? I think there are a number of achievements. They brought after 2019, when they were born, so when this movement was born, the UK Parliament and scores of councils around the country declared a climate emergency. At least, even if it is not implemented, it's a step in the right direction when they were, when they declared a climate emergency. But their actions do not reflect this declaration. But that's another other thing. But at least this movement was able to push the government to declare a climate emergency. And one of the achievements, after reading through their books, I have read a couple of articles and and books about them. I think their way of decentralized leadership, which has led to several local Extinction Rebellion groups. So they are now in 84 countries with more than 1,200 groups operating on their own. So the local group can operate on their own. And of course, that will bring several issues, several, say, disadvantages or unwanted issues to them. And so sometimes there is a crisis, but I think it was one of their achievements to take the initiative forward to several countries. And I think, the third point is when they demanded the net zero carbon by 2025, it was widely criticized as unrealistic. But I think, the pandemic proved them wrong, because proved the critics wrong, because that several trillions of dollars were just immediately arranged to actually address the pandemic, and and the economy was also shut down. So those are the things that they were asking, and it was considered an outlandish way, but it was now it is being done. And I think one of their achievements is their identification that they have identified an intersection of global crisis, including climate breakdown, COVID-19, racial injustice, and economic inequality as symptoms of toxic economic systems propped up by corrupt politicians that is driving us to extinction. So the Extinction Rebellion group, since they were a civil disobedience group, they usually ask their followers to go and get arrested. And that's when they understood that there is a racial injustice, because when you go to police in the UK, a white person getting arrested is different from a black person getting arrested, and they face a lot of troubles and hurdles. So they understood there is a racial injustice. They have acknowledged this, and then they included it into their movement. Next slide. So what are the lessons? I think, all their achievements are also some lessons that we can learn from, but I picked a couple of them. One is, connecting the rebellion and safeguarding the rebellion, because this is a rebellion. They as you would see, that they have got methodologies to do the civil disobedience. So this is basically a rebellion, and they also said that why we should rebel. So technology plays a major part. So when I tried to download some of their documents, it clearly asks me, would you like to do it securely? Would you like to directly take it to this folder? And so they have ensured that they have kept the even the what you call the the internet security or the cyber security in their mind, so that all their followers can operate without being disturbed by many governments. Because recently, end of last year, one young activist in India was arrested because they said that she used a toolkit for protest that was given to her from the Fridays for Future, Greta Thunberg's initiative. But she was doing climate strike, but she was arrested on false pretext that she was actually trying to go against the government activity. So I think it becomes a bit difficult when you are in Extinction Rebellion and other protest movement, because depending on which country you are, the danger increases. So they do it in a safer manner. You can go to their website and have a look at it, how they do it. Second, I think they are very good in media management, and they publicize the rebellion. And I think many of you would have heard about all the rebellions that were happening in UK and elsewhere, even in the US. So their media teams have become integrated parts of actions, content and fundraising, expanding reach and impact in all directions. And I'm sure that our media team is doing a very, very excellent job, because the Twitter feeds of Pakja and the young advocates who are in the room, I think it's just flooding the Twitter space. But still, I am not happy that some of our young advocates do not have a Twitter account, or even if they have a Twitter account, they are not tweeting. I think you need to tweet, and you need to publicize what we are doing. And I think the third important lesson that I would take from them is a balance between radical and pragmatic view. So what happened is, a couple of years ago, they tried to stop the subway, the London tube, what they call the subway, and then they were actually, then the general public, the commuters were against this group. Then again, they wanted to stop the London Heathrow airport by running into the runway and other kind of things, and they wanted to do it in a radical manner. But I think the young people within the group, they rebelled against the older rebels, to say that they need to go in a moderate, pragmatic manner, which will bring results rather than acting against the community interest. So they acknowledge and they do an adaptive management as they move forward. I think it's one of the lessons that we will learn. And the next one is decentralized leadership. Again, it brings us to the issue of we that Wangari Maathai asks us to take care of. So, their growth is their growth, and to some extent, some of their problems are also due to the decentralized leadership. When they are given clear instruction, the decentralized leaders, they do good. But when they are not given clear instructions, they do activities which may bring bad reputation to the organization itself. So this is one lesson that I think we have to learn. Next slide. I hope I'm keeping time, Eugene. I'm trying to be well within 30 minutes so that we can have we can have enough time for discussions. I think, this is the statement from Brad Brook, one of the founder. I can't think of anything else I would rather do with my life. It is such an honor to try. What else can we all do? So this is her statement. So that boils back to what I mentioned earlier. It is the commitment that we have. I have been a close observant and then a partner and an alliance with Pakcha, and I know that how difficult it was in 2009 for Mithika and Augustine and other founders. They were on the streets protesting. It was sort of a militarized zone with a lot of police. They risked everything to bring the voice of climate justice from Africa. I think that's the kind of commitment that we need to have. Next slide, please. The third, I'm going to go a little bit fast so that I can finish quick. The third one, I think most of the youngsters are fully aware of. I think this brings us to the point that individuals have extraordinary power if they have the conviction. So we have the Fridays for Future. So a young 15-year-old Greta Thunberg, that's the picture of her, sitting in front of the Swedish Parliament in 2018. And she was doing a climate striking for climate or climate strike. Next slide. Next slide. Hello. Yes. So to the right is the event that she organized in 2019. So you will see from 1 to millions how the movement grew. Next slide. I'm not going to go into details because this is a contemporary movement that many of our youngsters are associated with. But you should understand that she has the power to influence policy because she met with the Pope, she sparred, and she was in direct confrontation with the President of the United States. And she inspired more than 4 million people to join the global climate strike on September 2019, which was in what was the largest climate demonstration in human history. So the power of mobilization. Next slide. The Fridays for Future also partners with many other environmental and climate justice organizations, including the Extinction Rebellion. Here also in Fridays for Future, you have decentralized leadership. You have country leads who actually do a lot of the work inside the country. So you have a number of young people protesting across the world. Next slide. Next slide. So there are a number of outputs or number of achievements which which we can attribute to the Fridays for Future. We have our own Vanessa Natake from Uganda who also initiated a climate strike in Uganda, and she is now in the UN panel on young climate activists, and she actually now ended up also establishing a new initiative which is called the Rise Up Initiative to amplify the voices of activists across Africa. Next slide. Next slide, please. And this is her statement. Let me read through those statements so you can see how powerful they are. Communities cannot adapt to extinction. Communities cannot adapt to starvation. The climate crisis is pushing so many people in places where they cannot adapt anymore. That's what we saw last week in the presentations that we have. But she was able to amplify the voice from Africa in many international fora because she has a very high, she has an ability to take the messages across to the power. Next slide. But what more I am inspired from her actions is that she is battling for diversity and environmental activism. I think some of you may be aware of these incidents. This was a picture from Associated Press on the top. So I think this was a meeting in Davos or some other European country. So they cropped Vanessa out and they published that picture saying that young climate activists are showing the environmental activism, but she fought and made the Associated Press apologize and then again reprint the picture together with her. So these are her statements. So she says that environmental activism has been framed as Europe influencing the world, not the other way around. We have become used to our perspectives being excluded. So I'm really inspired by her fight to ensure that there is diversity in environmental activism when you go to the global scale. So what are the achievements? And as I said, the Fridays for Future has inspired a number of people. Vanessa Natake is one example, but there are many, many. Even Siddha Ravi, one in India, who actually, whom I also mentioned, that was also threatened by police. So there are a number of policy influences across the globe. There is a greater pressure on the policymakers. But since since they are also online and in social media, their influence amongst younger people are very high, and it's an international movement. So they say that they tell us, they tell the older generation how we have made them to suffer, and that's called a Greta effect. So there is no definitive research output or indications of how that Greta effect has affected the policy making process, but definitely everybody agrees that there is a very big influence in the global, amongst the global policymakers. Next slide.
Prof, if we must have time for discussion, please kindly make it to the end.
Okay, so how many minutes are we left with?
We've exhausted your time already.
Okay, so this is the last moment that I'm going to talk about. I'll take 5 minutes and I'll finish. So this is 350.org. I think we all know that 350 ppm is the next slide. 350 ppm is the next slide. Is the most important number in the world because that's the level in atmosphere that we can have an environment that's compatible with the civilization that has been developed. So Bill McKibben, together with his friends, established 350.org. Next slide. And they also run, it's 10 years since, almost more than 10 years since they have established. They have done a lot of things, many successes. They were able to stop an oil pipeline in Canada in 2017. Next slide. And they were able to, and please download this book, Oil and Honey, and he gives you a clear overview of how, the subtitle is The Education of an Unlikely Activist, how the activism, the path that he took and what he did. And again, here also he partnered with many people, the Sierra Club, Natural Resource Defense Council, and the League of Conservation Waters. Next slide. The lessons learned here also, 350.org has a unique way of doing things because they themselves send their staff to other organizations to do an externship to learn from the activities of different movements. So, the cross-pollination happens, and there is also sustainable partnerships and alliance building, which Eugene has talked about. Next slide. So I have left with maybe just 3 slides. I think there are also other movements that are just online who do not take activities. They are not. They don't take their activities to the ground. Like for the Climate Action Tracker is one such. I would call it a movement because information is power. It gives us information. So you can go to their website and check the information that you get, which you can use in order to influence policy. Next slide. So I really appreciate the young advocates who met with, from Tanzania, who met with His Excellency Dr. John, because that's how you build alliances. That's how you influence policy. That's how you build movement. And I think today morning I saw in the WhatsApp group there were a number of questions that were put out so that they can give an interview. And I think those are the questions that are going to give you answers. in the next 2 days, that you should be able to get answers for those questions from your own self, so that you can go and develop your movement. Next slide. So I have some questions for you. So let me read them. This is very important. This is my last slide. So you are in the room with many of the founders of PACCHA. Now you have Mr. Augustine, you have Mama Fatia, you also have Eugene and others who have been with PACCHA right from the beginning, and you have Professor Godwin and others. So I wanted to ask you, you have come here to also become climate advocates, climate justice advocates, to build movements. So did you ask the founders of PACCHA some key inputs for your activities, movement? Then the next question I want to ask you is, did you visit the Green Belt movement? Because that's one of the foremost movements in Africa, or the UNEP office, or Environmental Liaison Center International, or your own respective embassies, to tell your ambassadors that you have come here to build your capacity so that they can put a word tomorrow when, say, for example, when you need an accreditation to attend an important event. So only 4 people went to their respective embassy. Then, for example, did you talk to Mr. Ayele Kebbede from SIDA about possible support from Swedish government? Because he was there with us for 1 week, and I'm not sure how many of you reached out to him, because not every developmental partner is as good as the Swedish developmental partners, because they sat there with us, gave their inputs. So then, when it comes to building your skill sets, did you visit the International Relations Office of Kenyatta University to check for online distance education opportunities and or to discuss with Dr. Duncan on these issues? Because Dr. Duncan sat there for the whole 2 weeks with us, so you had the opportunity to go and meet them. But if you have not done it until now, just do it today and tomorrow. Then, did you share your calendar of events and seek some guidance from PACCHA? I think these are some of the questions that you will ponder over in the next 2 days and try to catch up and do things. And my last slide, thanking you. Last slide, next slide. So I leave it here, and I think, I just wanted to reiterate what I have said earlier, is that most of our freedom fighters, our heroes, started when they were young, when they were in your age. So this is the time that, of course, I thank PACCHA for bringing all of you here and, empowering you with all the knowledge and the tools and techniques. And I think the world is big, and it requires your efforts to become climate activists, to become environmentalists, and to ensure that, we get justice to our activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what we are going to do is we're going to take a loan from the break time of 10 minutes. And if there are any pressing questions, I think this in my view is one of the presentations that should raise a lot of questions. So if there are any, let's take 10 minutes from our break time, which means we'll only go for coffee for 20 minutes, but let's take 10 minutes and stay with Prof and clarify some of the issues he has raised.
And I think I'm also available full time. I'm following online, so they can also chat with me.
So we'll be referring to you in the course of the day as some of the questions come up. But there are a number here. Let's start with 3. 1 here, 2, and 3. And then we'll take another set of 3. We start with the gentleman in blue.
Bonjour, je vais m'exprimer en français, donc portez vos casques.
Prof, do you have interpretation online?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. Je suis Aka de la Côte d'Ivoire. Bon, ma question c'est en fait comment mener en fait, la lutte contre le changement climatique, comment être un vrai environnementaliste alors que nous-mêmes dans nos pays il y a des instabilités politiques en fait. Avec tout ça en fait, comment vraiment mener bien la lutte pour ne pas vraiment se confondre dans la politique et avoir se créer des problèmes dont on ne veut pas s'en sortir.
Très bien, merci. Deuxième question.
Voilà, merci. Donc moi je suis du Sénégal. Professeur, j'ai bien écouté votre présentation. J'ai vu que vous avez parlé beaucoup de l'activisme. Je voulais savoir par quel moyen on peut valoriser les efforts de tous ces activistes qui sont dans le monde, surtout les jeunes qui sont ici. Je remercie par exemple de nous avoir regroupés. Merci.
Merci. Oui. Dernière question et on va donner la possibilité au prof.
Voilà, bonjour à tout le monde. Moi, c'est Vainga Dozo de la Guinée. J'ai une question pour le professeur. En matière d'activisme, vraiment, cela cause assez de problèmes par rapport au regroupement des personnes. Au départ, quand vous commencez des activités, il n'y a pas d'argent et puis il n'y a pas assez de détermination au niveau des gens. Et à travers de l'activisme, comment nous pouvons pérenniser les gens pour que le mouvement puisse s'inscrire vraiment dans la durée? C'est ça mon souci. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Prof, can you go through the first three questions? Just be patient, we're coming back. Prof?
Thank you, Eugene. I think let me club all of them and give a comprehensive, give an overview. I think number one, I think, if you have to be effective and not have the disturbances from the government, I think we have to make them a partner and we have to build alliances, because that's an answer to the first question. Because when you go and explain them, it's very difficult. One of our colleague, I just forgot his name, who was mentioning to us last week that when he went to the government agencies, they threw him out, and then after 2 years he went to the COP meeting, and now the same director asks him to sit and talk and give advice. So I think you build alliances and you need to explain things. It's a bit cumbersome. It's like, as we say in Ethiopia, before you get into a horse, you decorate it, right? You put the saddle, you put this one and that one. So before you start big activities, you need to do those preparatory work. I think you make the government as your partner, because you are fighting for our community, you are fighting for our continent. So we are in the same page. So maybe the actions within the country, sometimes, I'm sorry to say this, sometimes some actions are taken by government because of ignorance of some officials. They are not educated. But when they come to know that it is these actions that they take affects their own communities, they change course of action. So I think, one, build alliance, build partnership with government, explain to them. Possibly, I think if you are in a different city, then it becomes difficult. But if you are in the capital city, try to visit them at least every 2 weeks and just say hello, have a coffee, and keep explaining them your work, because then they are not surprised by some of the actions that you take. And at the same time, build their capacity, give them information, give them the booklets from Pakcha, give them the book of things what are happening at the international level, link them also, educate them, and then part of your problem is solved. Then the issue of sustainability, I think the sustainability comes when you are working in groups to begin with. Number one, I think, as Wangari Maathai said, the issue of we. So have your friends agree, or you partner with friends who agree to your vision and the objectives. Then at the same time, you need to, when it comes to funds, I think that's what I asked the question. Did you meet with Mr. Ayele? So if you reach out, I'm sure it's not an easy task. I'm sure that Pakcha leaders can give you a good idea of how big a struggle is to get funding, how big it struggle to get you all here, with huge cost, but they do the work at the background, So you need to work and approach several donors, some of them not necessarily for funding, but some of them for support. Suppose, if you want to say, link up with, say, Fridays for Future, I'm sure SIDA could help you to do that. So I think in order for sustainability, again, it's related with the previous answer. One, you partner and you work as a group. Second, you empower your group. And third, you work with the partners and explain them and keep them informed of their of your activities, so that even if not this year, you will be able to get funds next year. So that again brings me to the slide where I put the lessons learned when I talked about Green Belt movement, because you need to have unwavering commitment. So sometimes it happens, you go to a partner and you ask for resources, they don't give you this year, but if you go next year, they will be very, very, very happy to support you, because they'll say, okay, this particular youth, who he had been keeping this idea burning and this agenda, hot for more than a year. Let us explore how to support him. So even if they couldn't support him, they will ask their friends or their co-development partners to support you. So I stop here, but we can continue to discuss more. But please reach out to me through WhatsApp.
All right, we'll take the last series of 3 questions. We'll start from this side this time. 1, 2, 3. So we have 3 last questions. 1, 2, 3. Late. Some hands came up pretty late. Exceptionally 4. So 3 here and 1 there.
Ok, je suis Quadio de la Côte d'Ivoire. Moi, c'est un commentaire que je voudrais apporter par rapport à sa présentation. Il a cité il a donné des exemples d'activistes et j'ai quand même été surpris qu'il n'ait pas cité Elisabeth Watuti, qui est une célèbre activiste, qui est kenyane d'ailleurs, et elle a vraiment un impact au niveau du climat parce que lors de la récente COP26, elle a eu à donner un célèbre discours qui est appelé Open Your Heart, ouvrez vos cœurs, et elle est la fondatrice de Green Generation que je suis, ses pages Facebook. Donc c'est ce que je voudrais apporter comme commentaire.
Merci, merci. Mais vous savez que c'est impossible de citer tout le monde, n'est-ce pas? C'est pas faisable. Donc, ça veut pas dire que son travail n'est pas important, mais seulement que c'est pas faisable de citer tout le monde. Parce que s'il faut seulement passer le temps à citer, on va passer toute la journée à citer ceux qui font beaucoup de choses. Mais on constate quand même que son travail...
Comme elle est kenyane, c'est pourquoi je dis...
C'est pas un critère. C'est pas un critère. C'est pas parce qu'elle est kenyane qu'elle doit être citée. Il faut aussi comprendre, n'est-ce pas? Ça va, j'ai compris. Allons-y. Deuxième question, s'il vous plaît. Second question.
Okay, thanks. My name is Sandra from Zimbabwe. I wanted to know, do we have climate justice fund which protect environmental human rights activists in cases of insecurity within their own countries?
Good question. Yes, at the back, and then we'll come here. There's some hand somewhere here. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Helen from Ethiopia. So I'm just wondering if there any way that we can institutionalize this different movements, different organizations with binding agreements, because it would help for the consistency. Like we said, a movement would be started, someone will inspire that, and then after a while, when that someone, for example, is dying, or happens something for them, the movement would stop right there. So is there any way that we can bring this whole movement, this whole organization in one huge roof with a binding rule protocols, and then make them fight for a long time, like the United States, United Nations? Or
Perfect.
Thank you.
Last question.
Good morning, all. My question is, my name is Mohamed Jallo from Sierra Leone, sorry. My question is, I want Prof to please help us, and maybe it will be some guide, like Sierra Leone, and we have challenge with political system. In the sense, you are not safe advocating for the right of the most vulnerable. We are having that opportunity way back when we are having our president who was named by President Ahmed Jagaba. But for now, it is very challenging. And even if you are advocating, you mention like red, or you have a color and that symbolizes red, you are a threat, and they will see you like you are part of the other party. And if you do something like green, they will see you like you are with the other party as well. So it becomes a challenge. So they will run after you, and you will become an enemy of the state. So I want Prof to help us, maybe guide us how we can cope with such system in our country.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'll let you respond to those questions. But before you do that, our friend here is not very happy with me because of the response I gave him with respect to, and I was trying to explain, I'm going to explain this in English so that it doesn't cause any problem beyond this, that it's not feasible that Prof knows everyone. He's not a god. You know her. It would have been more productive if you said, in that long list of activists, there's also this lady who's doing a great job, rather than try to challenge the fact that she was not cited, because it's not possible, again, to cite everyone. So we apologize that one of your heroes was not cited, but it was not to undermine the work that she's doing. Prof?
Yeah, thank you, Eugene. I think, thank you for the clarification. I think, that's what I raised the issue of, have you talked to your colleagues? So even, for example, I have not mentioned about PACSA, which is in the forefront, and it is one of the premier global organizations that actually fights for climate justice, because it is understood that, or I will demand that we should have known about PACSA by now, because we are under the umbrella of PACSA. It's the same with our Kenyan colleague. And I'm sorry that I didn't mention her name, but I think, what I picked up is the movements that have been institutionalized. So, I wanted you to have an example of certain movements which eventually become institutions and run by, say, executive director and many staffs, and have a big thing. But I think thank you, Eugene, for that clarification. And when it comes to the funding for climate justice, I think we have to be innovative in using the existing funds to work on climate justice issues, because climate change, as you would know, had the presentation from our senior High Court lawyer last week. It is a wicked problem. So you don't have to have a fund in the name of climate justice, but anything on agriculture, you empower on organic farming and women empowerment and those kind of things, and you will touch the climate justice issues. But one thing, the world has woken up to the issues or the dangers that our, environmental defenders are facing. And I think you should be able to go to website, and we have now a special rapporteur on climate change, which was with the mandate, Ambassador Ian Fry, and he was appointed by the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commission. And I think one of his tasks is to identify, the linkages between human rights concerns in policy making, as well as, the protection of human rights defenders. And when we talk about climate change, climate justice, I think, Ambassador Ian Fry's job will be of big use to us to provide a protection. But I think every finance is now a climate justice finance, so we need to tap into it. So it's how you package it. So there are ways and means how you package the proposal to convince the developmental partner. So you need to put the climate justice issues into those packages. We can discuss separately. I can give you more tips from my own personal experience on that issue. And I think when Mohammed from Sierra Leone, I think thank you very much for reaching out to me, because he is one of the activists who has already reached out to me. And I would say that we need to be smart and work through the system, because we are in this for long run. So I think let's have a separate chart. I can give you all those information. I think the main thing is that we need to work with the government. We need to convince them, because this is a global fight. We are fighting for the continent, so we need to educate them, saying that you are fighting on behalf of the communities together with them, so in partnership with them. And the last one, Helen, I think that's what PACSA is already doing. So, that's why you have the alumni, many of them in this hall, to give you experiences. The WhatsApp group that you have will stay there continuously, possibly in perpetuity, because you're going to share experiences. And I think one thing that all the young activists should know is that we have, PACSA is a network organization. It has a network of networks. So we have, for example, Helen comes from Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, we have the Consortium for Climate Change Ethiopia, which is a consortium of 60 organizations, which is a member of PACJA. So, you know, your work can be associated with the consortium in Ethiopia. You will be empowered continuously through the WhatsApp group. You're going to get information. And I think, you know, most of your concerns are addressed already because that's what PACJA is doing, and that's how the previous group of you know, cohort of the first cohort have been empowered through the WhatsApp group and through other means. Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you very much. I think we want to stop here now. Let's break for tea, and it's 10:20. So if we took 20 minutes, when are we coming back? 10:40. So let's come back at 10:40 in 20 minutes. So what we should do is grab your tea and, if possible, come back with it into the room. We can always have tea as we discuss. There are a few things. We're going, don't worry. There's a number that Prof cited, 350. I want you to think about how significant that number is. He passed over it without quite telling us what it is, but think about it, and if possible, Google it. We'll start with that, and then we'll invite Prof. Chinedum to continue the rest of the discussion. I think it's a very important number. All right, see you shortly.
Yes, after it. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Previous slide. So this is your presentation. When you click, see what happens. You just continue. That's with the right one. Yeah, the right one. Thank you. When it comes to your interactive session, I just put on something on the screen. What's your name now? Nicholas. Easy. Nick. You're welcome.
Adonis Linus, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. We know. Bagja, we are here now, resolving climate crisis. We wake up every morning, facing climate changes. Here we get that it is too hot. Let's hook up everybody. Together we can fight it. We can fight it. Just remember, your actions are survival. We're rising up the new plans, reinforcing all the main point. We're building fame new strategies. Oh yes, we can do it. Oh yes, if we mean it. It starts with you and me. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Climate change is everywhere. I'm still not used to that. Carbon warm the atmosphere. I cannot breathe it all. Is my future still secure? With the nature that we got, the green land I strive for, said I'm worried. Burning everywhere, trash is all along the street. We want it every day to make this world a better place. Garbage rolling, global warming, bet we can fight this, make the world a better place. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. It's the Green World War. We are fighting for the plants, we are fighting for the trees and the air that we breathe. Climate change is a global problem. Fighting for ourselves is the best resolution. We can only win if we get our heads together. We are good fighters, no matter how the weather. Stop burning bushes, stop falling trees. Plant more greening, no more dumping along riverbanks. Come on, people, you know we can do this. It's BDCP with biodiversity. We conserve the energy, togetherness is family. Tell me how you want it. Fresh lands, fresh light, cool time, green side. This is what we do. Solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, ecosystem services, etc. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh green, oh green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Exchange, I'm sure, Boston. Adonis Linus, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. We know. Bagja, we are here now, resolving climate crisis. We wake up every morning, facing climate changes, yeah, we get that. It is too hard. Let's hook up everybody. Together we can fight it. We can fight it. Just remember, your actions are survival. We rising up the new plans, reinforcing all the main point. We're building fame new strategies. Oh yes, we can do it. Oh yes, if we mean it, it starts with you and me. I know, you know, if we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green. Oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green. Oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Climate change is everywhere. I'm still not used to that. Carbon warm the atmosphere. I cannot breathe it out. Is my future still secure? With the nature that we got, the green land I strive for, said I'm worried. Burning every trash is all along the street. We worry every day to make this world a better place. We can fight this, make the world a better place. I know, you know, if we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green. Oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green. Oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Green war, we are fighting for the plants, we are fighting for the trees and the air that we breathe. Climate change is a global problem. Fighting for ourselves is the best resolution. We can only win if we get our hands together. We are good fighters, no matter how the weather. Stop burning bushes, stop falling trees. Plant more greening, no more dumping along riverbanks. Come on, people, you know we can do this. It's BDCP with all diversity. Tell me how you want it. Fresh lands, fresh light, full time, green side. This is what we do. Solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, ecosystem services, etc. I know, you know, if we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green. Oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Exchange, I'm sure Ghosting. Adonis Linus, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. You know, Roger, we are here now, resolving climate crisis. We wake up every morning, facing climate changes. Here we get that it is too hard. Let's hook up everybody. Together we can fight it. We can fight it. Just remember your action survival. We rising up the new plan. Reinforcing all the main point, rebuilding fame new strategies. Oh yes, we can do it. Oh yes, if we mean it, it starts with you and me. I know, you know, if we get together, we can make the world green. Get together, we can make the world green. Climate change is everywhere. I'm still not used to that. Carbon warm the atmosphere. I cannot breathe it out. Is my future still secure? With the nature that we got, the green land has strive for said I worry. Burning everywhere, trash is all along the street. We want it every day to make this world a better place. Garbage running, global warming, bet we can fight this, make the world a better place. I know, you know, if we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green, oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green, oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. It's the green world war. We are fighting for the plants, we are fighting for the trees and the air that we breathe. Climate change is a global problem. Fighting for ourselves is the best resolution. We can only win if we get our heads together. We are good fighters, no matter how the weather. Stop burning bushes, stop falling trees. Plant more greening, no more dumping along riverbanks. Come on, people, you know we can do this. It's BDCP with biodiversity. We conserve the energy, togetherness is family. Tell me how you want it. Fresh lands, fresh light, cool time, green side. This is what we do. Solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, ecosystem services, etc. I know, you know, if we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green, oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Oh, green, oh, green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Exchange, I'm sure Augustine.
All right, we're going to have that dance shortly. So I hope everyone learned the down steps and the moves, because we're going to have it at some point, and we might be giving out prizes. Might. Now let's, we're 10 minutes late, and I hope that we can loan that from Prof's 2.5 hours. And so if you can stay within 2 hours so that we are able to break for lunch when we should, that would be good. So this morning we started off by having a sense of what climate justice movements might look like and how we can organize ourselves to achieve them. And we saw a few champions of climate justice and environmentalism movement on the continent. And as you may guess, there are many, many more examples of incredible work that people are doing. And I think that the list of questions that we were left with are incredibly important if you want to make the best of your time here. So if you haven't, try to catch up on some of those issues. In the room, there are lots of people with different experiences and knowledge. So don't shy away from talking to people and trying to find ways of connecting and advancing your work beyond our few weeks here. The next session, I can guarantee, is going to be a very interesting one, particularly because of who is facilitating it. And we are glad that Professor Chinedum was able to join us here physically. So we're going to continue the same conversation, all right? We're going to look at participatory alternatives and technical solutions. That is clear enough for me. But fusions of the future, I'm really eager to find out what that is. And I'm sure that in the next 2 hours, I will be able to build on what we've had up to this point with Prof's intervention. So without taking a lot of his time, which we are actually already on borrowed time, let me invite him to the podium to lead us through the session. And Prof, again, just like I did in the morning, please start by saying a little bit more about yourself in the way you feel most comfortable doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eugene. Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. Jambo. Okay. My name is Chinedu Mwajuba. I come from Nigeria. Professor, studied resource and environmental economics, the PhD from the University of Hohenheim, Germany. I've been a vice chancellor. I left office early last year. I chair the board of NEST. NEST is 35 years old. Headed a team that produced Nigeria's National Adaptation Strategy and Plan of Action for Climate Change. Currently also at the National Universities Commission, that's the body charged with quality assurance for the Nigerian university system. I was here last year because NEST is a partner of PACJA, and I'm again here this year. So thank you. It's a delight and good to see faces that don't yet have wrinkles like ours. Thank you. So 2 hours to talk about participatory alternatives, technical solutions, and features for the future. Please listen carefully. I have a reputation for my students saying I some point that they get missing. They're not sure whether what I say is what you find on the title. But if you listen very carefully, you'll be able to find that out. So, we'll get to business. I hope this works. Nick? Yeah, no. I don't want next slide. I want to control the pace. Yeah. No. Okay, no. Okay, so thank you. I start with words of appreciation. Pakcha for this initiative and for the prospects of its sustenance. I also like to appreciate all the youths gathered here from across the African continent. You are truly the future of Africa. And I want you to take that responsibility seriously, that you are truly the future of Africa. The theme, as you would have heard, very important, but also bear in mind, looking forward to the COP that we hold in Africa. An opportunity to call your attention to kinetize your potentials. The previous presenter said that clearly, that you need to kinetize your potential. So we move on. Why? Okay, maybe do from there if it's not responding here. Okay, a little bit of what we did last year. Last year we had mostly a different cohort of participants, and there were lots of lessons on the science of climate change, those who were here last year, as well as the political economy and the social issues of climate change, and the historics of how we got to where we are. A lot of emphasis was on that last year. The Nairobi Summer School, apart from imparting knowledge, is a platform for a new generation to network and come together. And is a platform also to create mentorship between you and some of the people Dr. John I would describe as Mzes. I need to call attention to the fact that this year's COP in Egypt will essentially be about reporting what has been done since 2015, Paris COP, and therefore we should be preparing to demonstrate actions that have been taken since then, not just the words. What have we been able to do since the Paris COP? Nick? Okay. So our emphasis here will be to hopefully stimulate you, a new generation of young Africans, to action. It's time for action. Last year, I ended my presentations by calling the attention of your generation that the generation that got independence for Africa in the 60s were essentially young people. People like Nyerere. And the professor who talked earlier today talked about that too. Mostly young people led that struggle. And so, remind us that Africa will also have to be developed by Africans. The more developed countries do not owe us that. And I think it's something we need to start appreciating more and more. Their business is not us. Their interest is themselves. And the responsibility to develop the African continent is ours, not theirs. Okay. Now, we have to come to a certain reality. And that is, the rich world will not do much. The expectation that there will be some $100 billion put down every year is not likely to happen. There's an unwillingness to do that. If you think about the fact that with the economic challenges of last 2 years, the same people we expect to provide this, who have the historical responsibility, having been the people who in the course of their development created what mess we're in, were able to mobilize 14 trillion, but are unable to put down 100 billion, tells you there's an unwillingness, not a lack of capacity to do that. And we need to start appreciating that more and more. The other is that technological innovations will not come free. Historically, in the relationship with the more developed countries, aid and support of every type have always been skewed in order to sell their products. And rarely do those come free. Okay. Now, look at that. What do you see? What do you see? The moon. And I want you to appreciate this. In many of the places we'll come from, it's very common to find people sit out at night to enjoy the cool air of the night, evenings. Is that right? And people look at the moon and they see certain things. Where I come from, when we sit out at night and look at the moon, people claim to see all kinds of things. Is that the same with you? Huh? What do they say in your place? Because in where I come from, someone says, I see a man with an axe splitting firewood. Is that the same with you? Some say, I see a woman with a baby tied to the back. You hear that? So we see, Dr. Joe is seeing the woman. So we sit in our various communities at night, enjoying the cool breeze, watching the moon, and seeing either a man with an axe splitting firewood or a woman with a baby tied to the back. Is there any other you see where you come from? Anyone sees anything different? Yeah, what do you see? What do you see? You see a watermelon. Any other? Which country is that? Egypt sees watermelon when they look at the moon. You see what? That's what you see. Any other? Oh, what do you see in your country? The what? I didn't hear that. Pumpkins. That's what you see. A woman doing laundry. Wonderful. That's Senegal. Okay. Any other? So while we sit as Africans every night admiring the moon and seeing the woman peeling melons and all that, some people actually made an effort to go to the moon. Do you understand that? The Americans in 1969, the Apollo 2 with Armstrong landed and stepped on the moon. Do you get the message? Huh? Get up, stand up, get up, stand up. Stop sitting down and looking at the moon and seeing a woman doing laundry. Are you laughing? It's no joke. 1969. Okay. That's when Armstrong did that. Okay. So, something we always talk about every time. What's that? What do you see there? Huh? A box. The brain in the box. Okay. Come on. Think out of the box. Or as they say, think without a box. Don't allow yourself to be tied by certain limits. You are young, you have energy. Huh? Those quotes, Kenyan Patrice Lumumba, very, very articulate guy. It should be an era to think out of the box or without the box. Or the other one by Marx, we cannot become what we want by remaining what we are. Unleash your energy as youth for action. Don't have to wait for anyone. Some people have done crazy things in the world in the past. Let's start with Egypt. How many years ago? Before Christ, right? Some crazy people did that. Most likely, young people. 2560 before Christ. Built by the Egyptians. Only one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world still standing. 481 feet. Some people did that. What are we doing? Let's see another one. Some crazy Chinese did that. The year I got to that wall, I couldn't climb halfway. You know, anyone been there? To the China Great Wall? Did you get to the top and to get that certificate? You did? Yeah, great. I never did, I couldn't. Well, too old. Some crazy people did that. Over 4,000 miles long, constructed 1500 AD. Built by the Chinese to ward off invaders. You know, today, millions of tourists go there, earns a whole lot of money. Not what it was envisaged for. But that's a great thing done by some crazy people. I suppose Trump never was able to build a wall with the border with Mexico. Maybe in many years to come, the Americans will get any money from that. Let's see another one. The Eiffel Tower in Paris. If you're familiar with the history of this, in many ways it looks silly. Some competition won by a certain German called Eiffel. And people build that. Today, people assemble there in their thousands and millions. And you pay to ride there. Anybody been there? Never been. We're not there? You never went to the Eiffel Tower? Okay. 1889. 915 feet. Crazy things people have done, eventually turning out to serve purposes that were not envisaged when they were built. Okay. The Israelis greening the forest, the desert. Turn the desert green. It's been done. You can search that on the YouTube link is there. An area that was 60% desert turned green, producing crops also for export. Desert turned green. Yeah, you want to say something? At the end. Crazy, crazy things, not the easy way out. People have done things historically. Well, these are a few. Okay, another one. The English Channel. You know, some years ago, I was in Durban in South Africa, by the coastline, looking at the Indian Ocean. Where I come from, we have no rivers. My village has no river. So when I get close to water, I'm a bit scared. I said, you mean people crossed this years ago? With what kind of boats? How sophisticated were those things? But you know, some crazy people thought about this. They were not satisfied going with the boats between France and England. So they put a tunnel under the seas. And vehicles and trains run. This one is very recent. But they actually started working on this, thinking about this, 1802. Crazy things people have thought up in the world and crazy things people have done. Things you do with your youth, things you do when you have energy. Okay. Let's go back to what Dr. Eugene has asked me to talk about. For those who will want to take some things home, for your work, for your assignments, for your task, I provide a few in the context of the topic I've been assigned. 1, as you do your work, either as civil society, my first note is accommodate the opinions of the grassroots communities. Bottom up. Now, this draws from practical activities that are happening at the community levels. And specifically, we should know what and why the local communities have been doing about climate justice and resilience. What's going on? There are possibly things that the local communities and people know and are doing. Analyze the basis and justification of what people and communities do. It is a possible scientific justifications for this. Don't just write off the local efforts. People may not be as educated as we are, having not gone through formal education in school the way we have. But usually, there are bases for what they do. A lot of these have come from long experiences and histories living in the environment. Don't write them off. Identify the possible weaknesses, and then you can think of solutions on how to improve and build on what they have. Now, so in this context, for the activists, those who are engaged with creating awareness, look at possible change of attitudes at the grassroots and community levels as something you can be engaged with and something you can work. Then find possible best ways of accommodating what science comes up with the local efforts and local activities. Number 2, can consider blending science with what the local people have. And in your advocacy, find a way to make the local people own it, to make a difference. Now, for those who embark on research, examine the level of science in relation to climate change, adaptation and mitigation that are available globally, and chances of adoption and extension to communities. The other has to do with communication. Communicating climate change and communicating change and in your advocacy in local languages. So, you could consider focusing on translating the concept of climate change and climate justice to local communities across space and across generations. Communication. Number 3. Think of the future. For you to be able to anticipate the future, equip yourself with an understanding of the past and the present, which means consider indigenous mentorship. Identify local people, older people who are knowledgeable and experienced to get some knowledge of the past and try to find how you can build on this for the future. So, focus on filling in the intergenerational gap in climate justice by appreciating what was and what is, and then being able to prognose what will be. Number 4, the challenge of the issue of political ecology in Africa is widespread and requires some attention and some understanding. It seems that politicians across the continent are engaged and are interested not so much in what we are interested in, and so may not share and appreciate the extent of our worries and concerns. And so you have a few examples. Dr. Joe here is engaged with the issue of the oil sector in Nigeria, the continuous gas flaring, the spoliation of environment. And it looks like the political class does not quite appreciate the damage that has been done and why people like Dr. Joe feels as worried as he is, or that they seem so alienated from the reality of the living conditions in these oil-bearing communities and the disaster that they have become. And you can find examples in other African countries. The Kenyans like to talk about the Mao complex. And as we know, a lot of the conflicts in Africa have to do with resource issues. I take my brother from Egypt and the Ethiopians and all those living along the Nile. They're handling that very well. The ROC, the Lake Chad region, everywhere seem to be conflicts arising from resources and environment. So it's important to engage, as has been said earlier today, engage with the political class. That's the reality. You cannot turn your back on the political class. Enlightenment, people may genuinely be ignorant. And people may just be interested or maybe have a philosophy of in the long run, we shall all be dead anyway. So why bother? So, focus on explaining the politics behind the deteriorating ecosystems, understanding the dangers of climate injustice, and getting to think deeply through this and then propose feasible solutions. Number 5, the future of research and knowledge for those who are engaged with research. Quite some research have been done on climate change issues, but it seems obvious that not much of the research findings are being used. There's a gap there and an opportunity of being able to have research findings transmitted into action. Some of you can consider filling that gap. The subject of climate injustice is yet under-researched and yet not well understood and not widely understood. There's an opportunity for you there. So, focus on appreciating and analyzing the impacts on research on climate justice and understanding how the already existing research outcomes can be used to make a difference in climate justice and resilience. Number 6. The future of climate justice as a taught course in the universities. Last year at the Nairobi Summer School 1, we had a session on this, and we tried to develop university level curriculum, hoping that universities in Africa can adopt this locally synthesized curriculum for universities on climate justice. So, we need to build on that. And you should be able to access, and I think it's available, the report of the Nairobi Summer School of last year. And then you can consider focusing on appreciating and contributing to new concepts of climate justice, climate economy, and climate politics, ecofeminism, and eco-hermeneutics. Appreciate climate justice curriculum and course contents, and find a way to encourage, through advocacy, for universities in Africa to commence programs in climate justice. We agreed on that last year, but I'm not sure much of the marketing of that has happened with our universities. Finally, number 7, I think, the future of health and climate change. Besides the drying ecosystems, cultures, and physical health of people, the deteriorating psychosocial impacts of climate change may be more serious than what is perceived. And that's something that requires some action, whether it's research, whether advocacy, and other actions in this regard. This intangible entity is resulting in loss of lives than any other. There's opportunity for you, either as CSOs, activists, researchers, to do something about this. So, you need to appreciate the intangible impacts of climate injustices, psychosocial health impacts of the menace, understand the possible future hope for both humanity and biodiversity as they suffer health complications alike. Those are 7 things I've been able to tease out in the context of the title as given, which I would like to leave with you for possible consideration as you leave here for your work. I move on again to some other thing. the Great Green Wall. Big initiative. Okay. People are happy with that. You can watch something on that in YouTube. The link is there. Are we doing well? Are we doing well? Are you sure? Debatable. Are we doing well? But great, truly great initiative. Okay. An ambition to grow 8,000 kilometers, 8,000 kilometers of trees to cut the spread of the Sahara. Eleven African countries, from Senegal to Djibouti. When you go to that YouTube link I gave there, you see some efforts, some activities by some advocates to promote this, using music and art across those countries, trying to encourage people, promoting the idea of the Great Green Wall. When you also look at that YouTube link, to play it here, but not necessary, there are all kinds of very positive impressions. People think it's a great idea. So, there are lessons from that link. Idea of fruit trees being planted. There's a section, small clip section there by the Senegalese on activities they're doing. Appreciating the values of trees and the need to plant trees. And all that lesson there. So art, beyond the science, everyone has a space, a role, the humanities. And I like this, I saw somewhere. In fact, we once had a competition in the university where I was vice chancellor on art and climate change. And I selected this. How can we undo it? How can we undo the damage? Our lackadaisical attitude towards nature that gave us so much. We have no planet B but Earth. Tomorrow may be too late a time. And the change starts with all of us. For Africa, we look forward to, yes, we can, only if we work together. Say yes to climate literacy. Who has planted a tree here in the last 1 year? No, truly. Who has not planted a tree in the last 1 year? Sincerely. Who has cut down a tree in the last 1 year? Truly. You don't want to own up. If you have cut down a tree in the last 1 year, only one sincere person. Okay. Now, the power of personal example. An urgent call to action. The power of personal example and an urgent call to action. We must have to think and act as if we will not get any external help. I've already said that. Don't sit back thinking there's nothing you can do if you don't have somebody funding you. It's not true. You can do things on your own. The power of a group must be appreciated in action. The professor who spoke earlier talked about the we. We. When you get back home, let's have some action, no matter how small. The power of personal example. I show you, or I stop here and give you an assignment. We saw all those pictures. The Egyptians, many years ago, or several years ago, centuries, the Chinese, the French, the British. So, now here we are. Let's think of some crazy ideas. Ideas out of the box. Not minimalist ideas. Things that look crazy. So, Nick is going to give us a link now. And I'm going to stop for 10 minutes. And I want you to whisper to each other. And think of some out of this world ideas. At the end, I will give you mine. Some crazy ideas I have that are truly, truly crazy. Nick, can we have the link? Whisper for 10 minutes. Think out something crazy that can be done in the context of the environment and climate justice. Some things that don't look like what we have been doing. Some things as crazy as putting a tunnel under the sea. Something as crazy as the China wall. Something crazy. Something that sounds unreal. That really you can propose anywhere in Africa. Do we have the link? Do you have it? Where can we send to Nick? You have it? Hello, Nick? Can you send where everyone? Because at the end of this, we're going to see what people have sent. Okay. We're going to see your ideas.
So log on to menti.com.
Make it bigger.
Go to your browser, type www.menti.com. www.menti.com.
When you write, you put your names.
Then there
Let's
is
see who has the craziest idea.
Input this code 55965933. For the code, input 55965933.
Did you get it? Yeah. So whisper, agree on something truly, truly crazy. Things out of this world. Think out of the box or without the box. Send it, put your name, and let us see what we bring, what we have here now. And you have 10 minutes to do that. Thank you.
The code is 55965933. 33. 55, 96, 59, 33. www.menti.com. Code is 55965933. 55, 96, 59, 33. Please remember to write your names and your country. Hello? Hello? Please put your names and countries. Hello? Dear colleagues, please remember to put your names and countries. S'il vous plaît, n'oubliez pas ajouter vos noms.
Okay, if you're not comfortable putting your name and country, you can leave that. If you're not comfortable with that, you can leave it out. Is that all? Not yet?
So far you have 50. 50 of you.
So can we stop now?
Yes, we have 63.
So we stop now. Okay, thank you very much. Nick, let's look at the. Let's go to the beginning of the ideas. Okay, this is actually not a joke. It's not a joke. It's supposed to be some kind of very serious exercise, thinking deeply of the challenge of our environment and the devastating impact of climate change and the challenge of climate justice, and some bold initiatives that people can think about. Well, stop laughing now. When someone says cooperating with alien water engineers, I don't understand what that means and what problem it's going to solve. So I suppose that was a joke, right? Okay. So, Nick, maybe you just throw that one away. Things that are not on the earth. Let's deal with this. We can deal with the aliens when we get there. So, make edible plates, cups, straws. What does that mean? Yeah. Edible plates? Please explain that. Give her the microphone. How does it work? In Egypt? Is there a microphone for her, please? Oh, really? Okay. Go ahead, you start.
Yes. Okay, I'm Mariam from Egypt. We have edible cups. Sometimes it looks like more luxurious. It's made from biscuits, and you drink your coffee or tea in it, and then you just eat it. So
it's real.
Yeah.
So it can be promoted.
Yeah, of course.
It's one of those opportunities for investment.
Yeah, but
it's an opportunity.
Yes, but in Egypt, it's viewed as some sort of luxury.
It's luxury.
Yeah.
But when mass produced, the unit cost can come down, and it can be something that can go down to the middle class.
Yes.
Then it's an opportunity for people to set up businesses producing that.
Perhaps.
I like that idea. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next one. Pumping fresh water to asal countries of Kenya, from freshwater lakes in Kenya to green those asal areas. It may be expensive in the short term, but has long-term benefit. Crazy. Good idea. Who said that? You want to talk about it? Whose idea is that? Can you explain that a little bit? Jasper, explain that. Like pumping fresh water from the Congo River to Lake Chad. We're waiting for that. Who is Jasper? Come on, don't be shy. Jasper. Very good idea. Where is he? Okay, he's shy. Very good. But I think I like the idea. Sounds good? Okay, the next one. From Roots and Faith, excellent. Create African own atmosphere and green wall so as to prevent it from adverse effects of climate change, since it's a transboundary global issue. What does that mean? What does it mean?
Ruth and Faith. You want to talk about it? Yes. How do you do that?
For creating the African atmosphere, since the West are responsible for climate change. So when you create our own atmosphere, we can reduce. It's really crazy. It's a crazy idea.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what we are trying to say is that we come up with our own ways, our indigenous ways to reduce, to cut down the emissions, so that we have green solutions for environment. Yeah.
Well, I think the climatologists and geographers tell us something different. The air system is all mixed. You can't have the European air and the American air and so on. It's just one global system, which is yes, it's not. I don't think there's science to that. I think that's a good material for a fiction novel. You know, something very imaginative, but I'm not sure science is able to do a thing like that. So let's see the next one.
Jasper is back.
Which one? Making all buildings green by 2030. Who has that? Beautiful idea. Whose idea? Who wrote that? Who wants to talk about that? When is a building green, by the way? When you say building is green, what specifications will you see in a building and you say this building is a green building? Or give the lady there. When is a building green? What will you see and you say this building is a green building?
Okay, a building is said to be green when there are no ACs being used in the building. During the day, people don't have to use electricity, you use light from the sun.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is there an architect here? Anyone is an architect? Any builder? No one. So when you design a building, or when you work for the government, or when you want to get the government to adopt this, that you want all buildings to be green, what are the kind of things you are going to be asking for the designers to have in the design? Things like what? So that, like you said, you don't have to use an AC. You can have light in the day. You don't have to switch on the bulbs. What should be in the design of the building? Come here in front. Hello. Like big windows. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We should have the solar system for lighting during the night, mm-hmm. And for hot water, we should have solar heaters, mm-hmm. And for cooking, we should also have biogas.
Is this room green?
Somehow.
Why? Why is it green to some extent?
It has big windows.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Come to the lady somehow. Here.
I want to add, for a building to be green, the materials it's made from must be like eco-friendly. So not cement or like in Egypt we also have eco-friendly place where it's all from the soil. It's in Aswan. So it's totally a complete eco-friendly village where we can't use AC, and in the morning the temperature is cool, and at night it's warm because of the way the heat is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
trapped in.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Behind.
Desculpa, vou falar em português. É só para adicionar que edifício é verde quando ele é ecoeficiente. E a ecoeficiência transmite-se em todas as fases do processo, não é? Desde o processo de construção do projeto, a fase de utilização. Portanto, um edifício eficiente é aquele edifício que usa o mínimo de recursos naturais possível. Portanto, na sua fase operacional, portanto, durante o dia não precisa de energia elétrica, portanto, aproveita-se sempre de energia solar. O próprio sistema de captação da água é eficiente porque ele por si só produz a sua própria água, ou seja, as águas são utilizadas durante o processo, tanto nas casas de banho, para lavar o equipamento, etc. Tanto sai do sistema e volta a entrar, nunca se perde e não precisa de usar ar-condicionado porque o próprio sistema de ventilação é natural. Tanto quando nós estamos a falar em ecoeficiência, estamos a falar de um edifício verde, estamos a falar de um edifício ecoeficiente e que usa o mínimo possível de recursos naturais. Portanto, isso é um projeto ecoeficiente. A captação da água é eficiente.
Merci beaucoup. That's right. Now, when you look around your home country and you see public and private buildings coming up now, do you see this new generation of buildings as green? Public buildings, private buildings being constructed in this period say that they are green. Are we still doing what we have been doing? And then, do you see an opportunity for you to embark on advocacy and synergizing and linking with the public institutions and getting people, those who approve buildings, to insist that the buildings should be green? Do you see that possibility and that opportunity? Thank you. Let's see the next one. Constructed in this period say that they are green. This is not a subject for discussion here. So let's go to the next one. For you to embark on advocacy and synergizing and linking with tree planting should be one of the requirements before enrolling any student in the school. That the buildings primary, secondary, or university. Mary and Salem. You want to talk about that? Where is Mary? Where is Salem? Come on. Let's hear you.
Good morning. I'm Mary, and this is Salem. So our idea is when you're enrolling in school, they ask a lot of things. They tell you, bring your birth certificate, your BRIM papers, and all that, medical reports and all that. But if we can have them telling you, you should come with evidence that you have planted a tree, or you just bring, if they have space in their institution, everyone should plant at least one tree before enrolling in school, and we will all go green. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, have an applause for that. Plant a tree as an entry requirement. Also, plant a tree as a graduation requirement. Right? Nice idea. Who wants to promote that when you get back home? Oh, very good. Thank you, Mary and Salem. You got the first clap. Let's see the next one. To make Africa green again by planting fruit trees in communities that can later be sustainable to earn money to locals, and also making renewable energy products access to all. Elvis Kadama, Uganda. Where is Elvis? Yes. Tell us about this then, briefly.
Thank you very much. When we plant fruit trees, it means that people will not be a threat to other species of trees because they will cut them down, maybe to burn charcoal to earn money or to make timber so that they can sell. So if they have only fruit trees, it means that By every season, they'll have what to sell on the market and they earn money into their pockets. When it comes to renewable energy, these are the very people who will be cutting down trees to provide firewood for lighting. Because in my community, we still have those families which use firewood for lighting at night.
Yeah.
Yes, so if we make renewable energy like solar lanterns and solar home systems or even biogas affordable, everyone can have access to them and we preserve the mother nature. Thank you.
Good. This sounds like something that's already happening. I mean that people are already engaged with this, right? People are promoting community tree planting and people are promoting solar, right? Okay, you go on with that. Let's have the next. Zero waste food, where everyone who didn't finish, they would share with others who need them. Who wrote this? Yeah, this way. Tell us about it.
Hello, everyone. So it's basically something that already does happen, but it would be more controlled where everyone would be conscious of what they were eating. And if, for instance, they had extra food or I said didn't finish, they would give it to who would need, or they would share it with other people without throwing it away. It would be more of a control of waste management.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to talk about this too?
There's an app that is doing that in France currently. They take waste food from hotels, restaurants, and bakeries, and they give it for free. So I think that would be a great solution as well for Africa.
They give it for free to people who need the food.
Yeah, who need the food, but everyone can download the app
Okay.
to find the points where they give it.
Good. Is this some kind of thing you want to see happen in Africa? I'm prepared to work on it and promote that. Thank you. The next one. Build a train all over Africa to ease the commercial activity and good exchange to end food scarcity. Miriam, Egypt. You want to talk about that?
Okay, so I see, especially after the visit, there's a lot of crops here in Kenya and other parts of Africa, where in Egypt and other parts of Africa as well, just exported. So what about creating a train to just ease the communication, not just the commercial activity, but I think like we need visa to access all the African countries, and sometimes it takes a lot of time. So why don't just we like increase the solidarity and the communication between all of us? Just like in Europe, you just have a train to like tour all over Europe. So why don't we have the same thing in Africa?
Yeah, so we can get in a train in Cairo and get off in Johannesburg. Great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one. We cooperate with plumbers. What does that mean? Who wrote that? Whose idea is that? Whose idea? Whose idea is that? Come on. What does this mean? Okay, that's another shy guy. Okay, let's see the next one. Florida Raymond. Okay, move and pick. Wherever you go, pick waste. Don't cut me down. I can bring climate justice. Come on. Raymond, what is, please, I really want to hear about this. Raymond, where is he? Oh, she. Move and pick. Don't cut me down.
Okay.
Wow.
The move and pick, we have this project in Tanzania, whereby whenever we are actually a group of youth, whenever we go, we pick waste, and we use the waste to create charcoal. So that's we use the waste to create charcoal, and we sell the charcoal. So we have a green job. And about the don't cut me down, we promote people. We promote the people to plant more trees and to stop cutting down trees. We normally go to schools and we go with them little trees to the students, and we tell them the importance of planting trees. We plant trees with them, and we leave the trees to them for them to make sure they grow in their schools. Thank you.
So you think it's an idea that can be upscaled, and people can adopt that and extend it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The next one? Yeah, this is in French. Come on. The Portuguese. Yeah, okay. Please translate that. Who can translate that? Okay, help us. Can you say it in English or French? Okay.
So I'm trying to look for the in Portuguese it's semear, but I don't know how to say it in English. But let's say it's like create nuvens de chuvas. Plant. No, you're not gonna say plant clouds. You're not gonna say plant clouds. Create clouds. No. No, it can't be plant clouds. But anyway, I'm gonna say plant clouds as much as I don't like. It does not sound right. Plant clouds to stop
create clouds.
Exactly, create clouds
Mm-hmm.
that will eventually create rain, so that it'll stop the droughts and desertifications in the north of Africa.
Very good.
Yeah.
What does science tell us about that? That
please.
we should artificially create clouds, so they can have rains, right? Okay. Okay.
I can.
Yeah. You want to talk about that? So what? Okay. Please explain it. Yes.
But in Portuguese. Bem, essa ideia por acaso já existe, portanto, não é que já sabia, portanto, estive a investigar e já percebi que é possível. Como sabe-se, existe um avanço bastante crescente a nível do norte da África relacionado com a seca e desertificação. Isso porque existe uma ausência de nuvens. Como sabem, para que haja chuvas, é preciso que haja nuvens. E quando não há nuvem, muito dificilmente vai haver chuva. Portanto, existem projetos em laboratório onde é possível, utilizando alguns processos químicos, é possível semear chuvas nessas zonas em que não tem nuvens. Portanto, ao semear chuva, aí sim faz-se com que... Como é que mais ou menos funciona o processo? É adicionado às nuvens, através de aviões, sais. Portanto, esses sais ajudam na condensação das partículas de água, ou seja, ajudam a juntar as partículas de água nessa zona, e ao se juntarem essas partículas de água, ganham um peso suficiente para precipitarem, para caírem em forma de chuva. Portanto, acho que seria uma ideia muito boa para travar o avanço da seca de desertificação no norte da África. Espero que tenham me entendido.
Well, thank you for that idea, but I think it's something that should be studied. Mass adaptation of such a technology of using chemicals artificially to create rain, I think it's something that the scientists will need to study better to be sure that it doesn't create some other unintended environmental problems. Thank you for that. The next one, make Africa a single country. It's not going to work. I can tell you that. It's not going to work. The Cameroonians wouldn't want to be one country with Nigeria. I'm sure about that. Eugene knows that. So let's have the next one. Set up a large green space in the arid areas of my country. Which country? Which country? Togo. Togolese. Yeah, isn't that possible? It's possible? The Israelis have done it. Some others have done it. Okay, good. Simple, straightforward. The next one. Bring grassroots youth at policy level for evidence-based advocacy. Okay. How do you do that? Lusan. Are you there? That's you. Mm-hmm. You mean like pack all the grassroots youths to the parliament, right?
What I meant was the way we advocate, like us, we are given space at national level to advocate for climate justice. So the same way we do, we can incorporate the young people from the communities so that it's evidence-based, because most of these things that we advocate, the people who suffer most are those that live in disaster-prone areas. So if those youths are to come and lobby the policymakers on climate justice, I think that can be an advocacy, evidence-based advocacy. Thank you.
Yeah. Isn't that something you can fill the gap between the policymakers and the youths?
Yes, we can.
Yes, that's something you should consider doing.
Yes.
But about moving the youths to policy, I'm not sure, but you can play that role and fill the gap.
Yeah, we can bridge the gap, but also our friends from other countries, they can replicate.
Okay. Opportunity for you.
Yes, it's a low-hanging fruit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one. Research on another planet that can accommodate human beings as we allow Earth to regenerate. I wish you good luck. You mean you want to pack all how many billion humans to some planets that has not been discovered, so that you can allow the Earth get back to its rhythm, right? You want to talk about it? No. Thank you. The next one. African lawyers forming a climate justice platform who will come together to sue the global north on companies of these countries in Africa for loss and damages for victims of climate change. Winnie from Nigeria. Where is she? Okay, African lawyers come together. You want to talk about that? Are you a lawyer? Okay, she's a lawyer, so she's going to kickstart that now.
Okay, so as a lawyer, since I came here, I got interested in the aspect of loss and damages.
Mm-hmm.
And back home in Nigeria, I know of a community that is already doing this, that is suing, I think it's Ashaka Cement or Lafarge Cement for the pollution they have done in that community. Mm-hmm. So what I'm seeing here is that why can't we make this a larger movement in Africa where lawyers are suing these companies for loss and damages for the pollution that they have committed in those communities?
Great.
Yes.
I know that some communities have sued Shell and have succeeded. So why are more communities not suing? Dr. Joe, why? What's the constraint? One community or two, one has sued and succeeded, gotten a lot of money. What's stopping the rest from suing? Access to justice. Okay, you got a job for yourself now. Huh? Thank you. The next one. This is in Portuguese again. Oh, French. Uh-huh. So, can you translate that?
Je vais expliquer en français. En fait, l'idée derrière, c'est de construire une grande muraille au bord du littoral ivoirien pour pouvoir freiner l'érosion côtière. Parce qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il y a des villages qui sont en train d'être détruits par l'érosion côtière. Donc, si on construit une grande muraille qui va s'étendre sur tout le long du littoral, qui est de 550 km, plus de 550 km, ça pourrait vraiment aider à freiner l'érosion côtière.
Merci. A great green wall along the Ivorian coast to stop coastal erosion, right? Good. Take up that when you get back home. Will you? Thank you. The next one. I need to put on my glasses for this one. Clapping. So please, what's this? Who wrote this? Huh? Who wrote that? Oh, we should pass this one. What does it mean? That's a great idea. This one is asking the youth to get better organized, right? Yeah, get better organized. You have a platform, you have a network, you have friends and people to collaborate with all over the African continent. Great job Pagja is doing. So please organize yourself. In the course of the independence struggles, people had relationships across countries and people work together. So that's a good one too. Thank you for that. The next one. Introducing man-made lakes in drought-affected areas. Wonderful idea. Who wrote that? Are they in there? Introducing man-made lakes. Examples exist in the world.
Good evening or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I think for the people who are doing agriculture, they are introducing man-made lakes in their farmyards. So why not take these ideas to drought-affected areas so that we can have man-made lakes and people can use the same water to do their daily activities? Thank you.
Good idea. Thank you for that. The next one. Oh. This will require some entertainment, music, and movies which are engaging youth in climate change. Sex from brainstorming, planning, decision making, and feedback checking. Umogwa from Congo, DRC. Oh, where? Are you here? He's not here. The next one. Product industrial clouds to have rains. Whenever. Oh, we've had this before. That's the same idea, right? The next one. Build a dump in the equatorial forest to protect the pygmies and the environment from extinction. You want to talk about that? Oh, that's done. That's clear, right? Who is that? Who wants to talk about that? Another shy guy. The next one. Drinking wastewater. That's like recycling water, right? Recycling wastewater. Good. That's done. That happens. The next one. For every birth, the parents will need to plant 10 trees at birth and a tree after every birthday, or else no birth. For those who will have twins and triplets, do the maths. I will make the follow-up. That's a mischievous one. The next one. I have an idea on water resource use. In order to conserve our water bodies, there should be a limit to water use per individual per day. Water considered as wastewater should be used for other purposes like agriculture. From Cameroon. Okay, why not? It's done. It happens elsewhere. Huh? Water from seaways and things like that somehow find a way into agriculture. Good. The next one. Find a substitute for oxygen. I'm not God. Can you do that? I'm not sure. The next one. I will change the constitution so that we have only women as ministers for environment, because all the other male ministers are underperforming. Najma from Somalia. Where is she? Aha.
And as we all know, the climate crisis and climate change that mostly affect for the women, because women are more vulnerable to effect for the climate crisis. So I suggest the Ministry of Environment and Wildlife to be have a woman that have to present what they need for the women and the effect that the women will face when we have a climate crisis in Somalia. So I want to say one thing: if you cut a tree, plant another tree. Save environment, then the environment will save you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So let's have women ministers of environment. The men have failed. But the men have also failed in health, in education, in sports, in infrastructure. Not just environment. But that's okay.
Sir, we all know the other ministries have male. We only have Ministry of Women. So we need at least 3 or 4 ministries that lead a woman.
And they do better, by the way. I can tell you that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the next one. Build a long and big underground water pipe to channel seawater from Botswana and create a hydro energy plant to power our country. Surround our country borderline with evergreen wall of plants and not using a mesh wire. Botswana. You? Yeah. That's nice.
Okay. Actually, this is an ongoing project between Lesotho and Botswana. Just that Lesotho is the one benefiting with the hydro energy plant. Okay. Yes, it is still at a feasibility study, but maybe on the long run they will do another hydro plant in Botswana. Okay. Yes, I think the second one is already explained.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So have a ring of green trees to demarcate the borders.
Yes, our country will be lined with the trees. Yes.
I like this one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The next one. Learn to capitalize on renewable energy and ensure we put extremely strict laws on fossil fuels. I believe going green is the way. Much investments in form of subsidiaries for electric machinery, example, electric vehicles that are solar charged. Okay, so you want us to promote solar powered vehicles, right? Huh? That's going to happen anyway. And it will be there in a few years' time. The next one. Dig a channel from Congo River to bring water back to the Lake Chad Basin for the survival of over 50 million people from Chad, Nigeria, Congo, Niger, and Central Africa. Professor Julius from Cameroon. Yeah, Prof, you're here. Yes, what's stopping this? We've been talking about it for some time. No idea. Everybody's been talking about recharging the Lake Chad from Congo River, and that discussion has been on there for years. Why have we not done that?
In my own view, I think Africans are generally lazy.
Africans are generally lazy?
Yes, because something like this, we want funding from outside to do it.
Yes.
I know how the Netherlands build their country. They always say that God created everywhere, but the Netherlands created Holland, because they lie below the sea level. They had to drive the sea out of Holland for so many kilometers using wheelbarrows, using spades, not even using modern technology. They reclaimed their land and they have been staying there all these years. We in Africa have so many catastrophes that we can go and face it, take the bull by the horns, and we have not done it. You talked about the tunnel from France to England. Maybe, maybe we were Africans, they would have been looking who will give us money to do this, who will do this. And so to explain this, we have that the Lake Chad, the shrinking of the Lake Chad, which is bordered by 4 African countries, is already an ecological catastrophe. But it is fast becoming a human disaster. 30 million people who live in the lake region are being forced into ever keener competition for this vital and disappearing resource. From 25,000 kilometers in 1963, we just have 1,500 now. So, and it is expected that it will disappear in the next 20 years. So 50 million people already, there are tribal wars, conflict on water management and so on. Why can we not take even our spades and holes and start digging?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you,
Thank
sir. You know, this is why it's important to be familiar with history. And what is just said, we'll laugh about it, but people operate at their own level of technology at each point in time. And people have done crazy things in history. But I want to shock you. I met a high-ranking government official from the Congo who told me, and that was last year in France, that the feasibility study for that project is not yet done. And she spoke factually. You know, women don't play politics. They say the way it is. So even while we all read about those things in the media, there's no serious work that has been done on that. Like you said, we're waiting for somebody to bring the money to do the feasibility study. Thank you. The next one. The deserts of the North Chad will be transformed into a tourist place by planting trees and building a system of a woman who is called the Queen of the Desert. From Chad. Who said that? Who wrote that? I like this one. Another shy person. Okay, from Chad. Go to him. The north of Chad. Who's your neighbor to the north? Libya? Who borders Chad to the north? Libya. Okay. Chad.
C'est le Libye, c'est la Libye.
Okay. You want to explain how this is going to work?
Ok. En fait, le nord du Tchad est vraiment désertique et je voulais proposer que cette lieu va transformer en une lieu vert. Et pour transformer en une lieu vert, il faut qu'on plante des arbres. Et cet arbre, si on plante, ça va servir beaucoup le Tchad.
Where do you get water from to do that? L'eau. Where do you get water to turn northern Chad into a green area?
Bon, on va proposer l'énergie solaire.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's also a good idea. Bold. The next one. What if we have one African president in Chad? No, that will not happen. The next one. Like in my country, Cameroon, there's a mountain called Blue Mountain. The mountain always erupts after some number of years. Can we please make a tunnel out of it? Wow. Yeah, why not? That's a crazy one. One of the crazy. Drill a mountain through the Blue Mountain so it doesn't erupt again, eh? You diffuse the volcano, then we can drive from Nigeria. Is that one of those mountains stopping us driving straight? Then I think I like this one. We need to drill it. Eh? Some crazy guy should do that. I like this one. Aha. From Nkurunziza, from Burundi. Oh, no, come on. Okay, let's hear this one in French. What's it saying? You planted 89 million trees? Wow. Wow. Okay. That's quite a lot. 89 million trees. Good work. Okay. The next one supports Wanjakaya's idea of legalizing. No, this is a Kenyan local politics. The next one.
Rajakoya the fifth.
Okay, skip this one. Okay. We pump water from the ocean in the southern and northern Africa that will be used to change the environment in the Sahara Desert in the next 3 decades. Wonderful idea. Who has this? Whose idea?
It's me.
You, where are you?
Sembero. I'm online.
Where is he? Online. Woo! Okay. CPO, thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
I'm completely in agreement. You want to say something about it?
Yeah. I want to explain something.
Yes.
You know, we need to get water from the ocean where it can take to the northern Africa from the Indian Ocean on the southern hemisphere, and also we can utilize the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean in the northern hemisphere, so that we pump a lot of water into the Sahara Desert. In that way, we are going to plant more trees, and actually it will also benefit in terms of irrigation. We are going to grow more crops and able to market into Europe and make more money at Africa. I think that is what you can do.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you very much. Well, you got the biggest cheer for your idea. The next one. Oh, that's it? That's the same one? Is that the last one? Use wastewater to generate energy, biogas, plastic waste line. That's already going on. That's happening. The next one. Refrain from accepting foreign aid. They have cost more harm than good. We pay with our land. Maybe responsible use of foreign aid, eh? Okay. The next one. What if pollution resulting to climate change be regarded as a preemptory norm under international customary law, where states would be forced to comply with climate action policies and be sanctioned for greenhouse gases emissions? The lawyers again. Yeah, an assignment for you. The next one. Provide fertilizer-based human urine to increase output and protect environment to reduce the use of chemical fertilizer in Burkina Faso and around the world. Yeah, fine, but I think this is going on in some part of the world, right? People take seaways for fertilizers. The next one. And that's the last one, right? Water to pump from Lake Baringa to enhance water availability in 30 sub-county to enhance food security region. This is Kenya, right? Okay, why not? So lots of entries with respect to moving water. Well, if not the last one, then thank you very much. I'd like to appreciate you all for your thoughts. But let me also now bring my own crazy ideas. I have some crazy ideas too. So can I go back to my presentation quickly and then I end?
Hello.
Okay, let me show you a few things that, like I said, the power of personal example, things that I've also been involved with. When I got appointed to university, the place was bare, completely bare. The idea before my coming was to use tractors and clear everything. So the whole place looked like some kind of arid area. All you see, including those grasses, were planted between 2016 and 2021. We turned the place green in something we call the Green Initiative. Like I said, the place was bare, and that's the truth. I mean, it doesn't look like it's not exactly the rainforest areas of Nigeria. It's we'll call that the rice savanna, just before Benue, in the middle of Nigeria. It was bare. You look, everywhere is looking young. No trees dating 10 years or old. And all this we did. And between 2016 and 2018, we planted 4,981 trees, 10,000 hedges plants, and over 4,000 shrubs. In 2019, we planted 20,000 trees, over 3,000 shrubs. In 2020, we planted 18,755 trees. Total trees planted in period 33,736. And all those trees were not paid for. People donated them. People brought trees to plant voluntarily. The next thing we did, a solar power plant, much more bigger than what you saw yesterday. This one has a capacity for 2.88 megawatts, and that made us the only public university in Nigeria that runs 24 hours on solar. No fossil fuel, zero fossil fuel. So that's what I call the power of personal example. So when you go home, or when you head anywhere, last year there's something I recommended to Badger that has not been done, Charles. We should not see this next year. Bring us cups and bring us water in, and let all queue and take water from that. This is not what we preach. Thank you. The power of personal example. So, we've had the ideas, and I hope they're available for people to work with, for people to deal with, and I hope you have learned something. So I had my own crazy ideas. Incidentally, that also came up. What's stopping us from pumping water into the Sahara, really? Creating lakes and refilling the old dried up lakes of the Atlantic. What's stopping us? Yeah, but people have also dealt with water that is saline. It's been done. What's really stopping us from doing crazy things like that? Like the Prof said, if the Netherlands centuries ago could carry buckets and throw water out, I will have all these young idle people. No, I'm sure you know the history of the Autobahn, the expressways. The Germans introduced that, double carriageways. And you know who did that? Some crazy guy after the Great Depression in 1939 came to power and decided that people should be employed. And those roads the commencement of those roads were done manually. Let's have dual carriageway from Hamburg to Munich. And people got young people to do that manually. Create an activity, keep people busy. Like he said, if we need to use shovels to dig from the Mediterranean or wherever into the Atlantic, let water flow. Some crazy idea. Let's think out of the box. Let's do things that are crazy. Huh? 2, a great green wall in northern Kenya. Through the Chabi Desert. Why can't we do that? Crazy idea? There's no water. Let's get the idle young people to dig with shovels. Like somebody said, put a tunnel through the Biome mountains. Eh? Why not? Some guys put a tunnel under the seas between England and France. You know how to do it? Get the unemployed young people to use diggers to dig through. Probably dig it for, how many years did it take the Chinese to do the Great Green Wall? Let's dig. Huh? Okay. Desalinization of water from the ocean in Kenya and Africa. Crazy things. It's time to do crazy things. Not the typical things, not the things that are being recommended. Things that are crazy. Crazy ideas. The Janik Omni processor by Bill and Melinda Gates. I hear this is already running in Senegal. It's on YouTube. You can watch it. You are talking about wastewater. Somebody said that here. Can be done. It's been done. Okay. Where is my brother from Lemu? Where is he? He's not here. When we had the arts competition for young people on climate, arts and climate, I selected also another interesting reading. I want someone with a good voice to come read this poem for us. In fact, two persons, a guy with a good voice, the kind of voice the girls like. Not my kind of voice. And a lady with a nice voice. Come on. A volunteer? No. Where is he? He's not there? I want somebody with a nice voice to step forward and read this poem. Somebody with the voice of a broadcaster. Okay, who has the best voice here? Precious. Who is Sandra? Aha. So Sandra and Precious, where are they?
Jesse.
Eh?
Jesse.
Jesse, where is he?
Jesse David.
Okay, please come, Jesse, come and help me. The kind of voice the guests like. If you don't have that, sit down. Sandra has one. Okay, please, Sandra, join us. Aha. I hear your voice is the best here. Okay. You did that with a nice voice.
Is it singing the poem or reading the poem?
Read the poem. You want to sing it?
Just let it.
He sings?
Okay.
So, can you think of any lyrics you used to sing this? Any tune?
So I'll try with a with a rhythm, but I'm not so sure about it. So
Okay, go ahead.
you can give me some snap. What's the biggest problem in the world? What of the made Mother Earth? Shed hot tears with much fears, and its glory storing under global warming. Such that is clear. Our planet is in a severe tear to disappear.
That's awesome. Okay, you want to do the next part?
Okay. Okay, the second part. What's the problem? Let's go. Let me try again. What the problem of cost? The loudest whispers in the time of nostalgia, making the universe maintain a memory of silence on the heart of a Mother Earth. Us with a glue, without any clue, such that the bright colors of the rainbow is replaced with mysteries of seven wonders of the earth. So what do we want? So what do we want?
Climate justice.
And when do we want it?
Now.
So what do we want?
Climate justice.
And when do we want it?
Now.
It's the turn of the lady. It's the turn of the lady to do the second part.
Can I use that?
Okay, okay.
Okay. I'm not a singer, so I'm just going to read it. what is the biggest problem? Oh, this one. Imagine a world where the things considers good would constitute to the downfall of the earth without expectedly including entry, placing a law of climate action that Mother Earth should be judged before its identity will be unrevealed and found. Climate action spreading its wings across borders of the nations, making them cities of the ghost, brushing off the dust of hope, sanity, and climate salute, and replacing them with pain, hurricane enough to make us go insane, such that the weight of the responsibility upon Mother Earth is beginning to affect and strengthen of its own health. And for so long, it has been like this, without any gain.
So you conclude. You conclude this one.
Wait, I sing it. So, the second one. We need to put a stop to the harm by the letting all our arms. Yeah. This might be a final verse because our universe isn't elastic to contain. Oh, before it's ruined all. Once the Black Death over deserves, nominate with this universe. Mother Earth pulled in of us.
Oh, yeah.
And people forever. And creeper forever. So save our planet with this pain. The best solution is perhaps a let it fall. Stop so we don't drop. Sing with me, say stop so we don't drop. Sing along. Stop so we don't drop. Again. Stop so we don't drop. So let me continue now. In one way or another. In one way or another, the people of the old already foretold the story of 1,000 folds. We all into this mess without being conscious of it, irrespective the not up to 50%. Are we aware of the damage so far? So, it's between you and I to share this responsibility. Take a deep breath and think, acknowledge the fact that though this is the most critical time to bring forth solutions, but it can be done. Perhaps we could start by balancing the level of CO2 to take the level of emission and remove our immediate environment. The human might need to advance alongside with the world. The human might need to advance alongside with the world as it evolves before the ocean space. As it evolves beyond the ocean space, yeah, will permanently show us off the face of humanity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. What great talent. Thank you. Great talent. I mean, something we hadn't seen before. And just please appreciate him for that. Okay. So I end here. I want to thank you. That's one of the flowers I planted, the blooming. Somebody took a photograph and sent to me. But I want to thank you. I want to thank Paji again for this opportunity. I want to ask you to use this opportunity very well. This summer school is a great idea. Last year in this summer school, we met a young lady, Judith Kawicha Musa. Excellent person. Excellent. All the Nigerians who came here last year adopted her. She's a Nigerian. In fact, we have even given her a Nigerian name. And in the period since last year, we've collaborated so much in a number of things. And I tell you, even in making this preparation, Judith was there. She truly qualifies to be regarded as a co-resource person. And I regard her as a co-resource person. And thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Judith. And that's Judith. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Oh, you are there, Kawicha. Where are you? Let me see your face. I can't see. Make it bigger. Let them see. Let's see your face. Ah! That's Kawicha. Thank you. Thank you. She was the last year. Excellent person. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, by the way, she moved on to Germany. She's doing a master's program on the University of Bonn, United Nations University. You want to say something, Kawicha?
I don't really have much to say. We are already loaded with the content of the presentation since the beginning. And I would urge all participants to network, know people, know what they do, and be of relevance with the networks that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Eugene, I've done my bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. So I don't think Prof is going to go away so quickly. We still have some time, yeah. We have enough time to take some questions. I know the session was very interactive, but we still have room. So let's make it a little orderly so that we can finish quickly. Let's start from that side. Let's see how many questions are there. If you're not side of the room and you have a question, raise your hand now. I'm not coming back to you. So that 2 hands. So let's take the 2 questions from that side. Go. We start with the gentleman at the back and then end with the lady up front.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I'm Makovan William Eoi from the Northern Kenya. Prof, currently the state of Northern Kenya is not that desirable. I'm afraid to go home. I was called to take my attachment at Northern Kenya, but I declined. The only issue, Professor, is that we have this wind. We have currently, the whole area is brown. You can't see your neighbor, people are indoors. So you said we can have the green wall in Northern Kenya. I was thinking if we have it in the form of strip. We have one in Isiolo, one in Marsabit, one in Samburu, as it goes way. So my question was this, Prof. How can you encourage the youth in that particular place? What are the measures or what can they take to ensure that we have this green wall? I'm representing the Northern Kenya Green Network. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm Ruth from Kenya. My concern is always in the kitchen. These are all green youths whom we are depending on, and I would have loved to hear somebody talking about kitchen. I would imagine where you'll be having a kitchen which will be remote controlled, which will use less electricity like these screens, and then at the same time, because in our waste there's a lot of water, and the sewer system, there's this, what do you call it, the sewer system, That, how can we generate energy? I'm building like this today, we have used so much water, and our health grades or whatever, we go to the toilet. How can that be used, electricity be or power removed from it, so that still it can be used in the kitchen and in the warming and water, and the same water recycled within the same building? Even instead of bringing water from that far, there's already water which is here. Can we use it to do everything in the kitchen? And a very innovative cooker, whereby you can use a remote, it can cook fast and gas, and at the same time, it is easier to clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's come to the middle. Let's take two from the middle. So I'm looking at the first two hands that went up. Let's start from the back and come to the front. Far back. So there are three hands. Let's do that quickly.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello once again. So thank you, Professor, for that wonderful presentation. We really love the presentation. So from your presentation, we've learned of the many things you've been able to achieve. What is that one thing that you've always wanted to achieve in this climate justice space, and you've not achieved it till date?
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. Just a comment. Can we all Africans, practice carpooling?
Carpooling.
Yeah.
Carpooling. Oh, ride sharing. That's awesome. There was one exceptional hand here, yes. The gentleman in a striped shirt.
Thank you very much. My name is Elvis. Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. My concern is on tree planting. I posed this question last week, but the facilitator did give me a convincing answer. So she told me governments are not in position to offer free trees to locals for planting. And now my question is, who is supposed to support this initiative? Yet you told us there is no, there are $100 billion pledged per year. And yet we need to plant trees so that we preserve the mother nature. Thank you.
So I'm going to take three. Oh, sorry. We're done with this. If we have time, I'll come back to you. Let me see the hands here. Here. Those two people. 1, 2. Let's start from the back and come to the front.
My name is Kefalo from Ethiopia. I am very happy for this opportunity and thank you for Professor for your presentation. My question is on the issue of energy generation. When we talk about energy, Africa has a huge potential to generate very climate-friendly energies. For example, we have Sahara Desert. Sahara Desert can generate solar energy for many African countries. So what factors are hindering African Union to generate a common solar energy system to benefit Africans and also to reduce the dependency on wood fuels?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but rather a comment because I wrote there, but you, sir, skipped my part. So what I want, as much as we, it's okay. As much as we need the innovative uses, I believe we also need to empower the youth to be a wicked politician because the world is not it's a gunfight. So we, I think, are approaching with a knife. So we have to empower, like China in Singapore. If we want to survive, if we want to independence, we will have to be a wicked in politics, in economics, socially, and everything.
Thank you. All right, I think, yes. So one last one, and Prof, you can handle out. Oh.
Thank you. Zina from Tunisia. So I have an issue with tree plants. So in my country, personally in Tunisia, we have a problem when the government support the people to plant trees. They give us always trees that are not the right trees to plant in these regions. So I think that this issue is always the same in around Africa. So what do you think about this? Thank you.
Okay. Indulge me a bit. Is there anyone here who first attended university in an African country and eventually got opportunity to go do postgraduate studies or study in a university in Western Europe? Anyone? You first studied in an African university, then you went to Europe to study. Anybody here? You schooled in Africa, then eventually you went to Europe to also attend university. You did? You were in Sciences Po for your master's, right? Your first degree was where? Where was your first degree? In Mali? Or France as well? No. I want somebody who studied first. No. Anyone? Yeah. You? Which country? Oh, she speaks French. Burundi. Then your master's was where? France. Okay. Give her the microphone. When you got into class for your master's, did you notice any difference in the way the teachers taught? Different from how your lecturers taught in Burundi? Did you notice any difference?
Non.
You didn't? Not really? Yeah.
J'ai pas vu une.
The lecturer's approach was exactly the same in Burundi and then for your masters.
Non, non, c'est pas comme ça que j'avais compris. L'approche n'était pas la même parce que l'approche était liée directement à la
Was not the
pratique.
same.
Elle était liée directement aux techniques, aux pratiques, alors qu'au Burundi, c'était beaucoup plus accentué sur la théorie.
On theory, while for your masters was more practical, right? Okay. I'll
Oui,
come back
c'est
to
ça.
you. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Well, when I studied a first degree, University of Benin, Nigeria, and then I went to University of East Anglia in Norwich. My friend is here, Eugene, who later attended the same school on a Chevney scholarship. What surprised me when we got to class, a class of 1 hour, the lecturer spent about 25 minutes or 30 minutes or so to introduce the course. And the rest was discussion.
Okay.
And it was about critiquing for or against what the lecturer has presented. And what he said was clear. He said, in Africa, this does not happen because the students deify their lecturers.
Thank you. Someone else wants to, yeah, behind there.
Alors que je vais parler en français. C'est Wafa, je suis docteur Wafa du Maroc. Et en fait, j'ai fait une partie de ma thèse en Italie. Donc, il y avait une grande différence, c'était au niveau du matériel, donc en fait, au niveau des analyses, au niveau des caractérisations, parce qu'en fait, à cette époque, je dirais, il y a 3 ans de là ou 4 ans de là, on n'avait pas assez de moyens au Maroc pour caractériser les matériaux que je préparais. Donc, il a fallu trouver un stage en Europe pour pouvoir, je dirais, faire des analyses et compléter ma thèse et après soutenir. Donc, ouais.
Okay, thank you. Any other person? Yeah, go behind.
Hi, I'm Zina. So I'm a PhD student in biological sciences. I'm an ecologist, and I did my master in Tunisia, and then I go to do some research with internship on 2 months, then 3 months, and 3 months. So the problem is that there is a lot of difference between both, like Wafa said. The problem is that there is there is no material in my country comparing with the other countries that are France and Italy. And the other thing is that people in Europe are more open So you can do you can be more creative. You can give your ideas by your own. But in Tunisia, you are very limited by the very typical ideas that we used to use in the past. That's it.
Thank you. One last hand behind. The lady behind. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you're taking questions, but I'd love to throw this in there. I am a member of the media, a journalist in Nairobi, and I wanted to ask to throw this in there to everyone and you as well. That we've had the debate about the global north and the global south, where now the global north are shaping narratives, but they're leaving out the global south. How can we as young people, or do we young people have the capabilities to place ourselves at the center of these discussions? If so, what are the tools that you feel and all of us here feel we can use? And also, how do you feel the media can step in and represent ourselves, the continent, Africa, represent every young person in these discussions? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a very popular joke in Nigeria about a certain student who had prepared for a particular question, expecting a particular question in the exam. And the question was to write a short note on St. Paul, and maybe a student of religion. The lecturer had repeated that question for some time, so he really prepared. But getting to the exam, that question wasn't asked. That I said, write a short note on Jesus Christ. So the lady, unprepared, she started by saying, who am I to write on my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I'd rather write on St. Paul's. So we'll come back to you for your question, but let's address the one we're dealing with. Yeah, my sister from Tunisia came very close, and Dr. Uju came very close. What I've been trying to do is to answer the first two questions. Those two questions want me to tell them how to do it. How can I do this? How can I do this? It's too typical of the products of our universities. Because the common way we are taught is students who sit down and copy the notes the lecturer has, or whatever the lecturer is saying. That's the common thing. People talk about rote learning. But as you know, in those other places, there's an assumption that you have something in you that you have to offer, and that you have to challenge yourself and bring that out from within you. That is the philosophical error, the poor philosophical foundation of our underdevelopment. We have not been trained to challenge ourselves. And that's what this lecture has tried to do. Think about all this whole exercise, all this whole talk and drama here today. It's about the fact that you should feel challenged and stop looking towards a certain Nze who say, like you said, who are deified like a certain God, who will tell us what to do, and then you take note and go and do that. What is the challenge in Northern Kenya? Imagine a doctor who has an assumption and opens up a patient for surgery, and it happens to doctors. I don't know if there's a medical person here, but when you open up the patient, you now find out that really What you've seen is not exactly what you assumed. What do? Stitch the patient up and say, don't worry, you come back next time. Let me think about what I've seen. You must have the capacity for dynamic thinking. That's what this is about. So I'm not going to tell you, how can I do this? How do I do that? No. You are capable. You can go to the moon. You are capable. That's what I've been saying. And if you challenge yourself with your youthful energy, this continent will change. I know we've all been victims of a poor process of socialization education, or one where we sit back to receive knowledge from the global north, receive money from the global north. That has to change. That has to change. Last year, like I said in the recap, I talked a lot about the age of the men who fought for independence. They didn't have a template on how to fight the colonials for independence. They created it. Nobody taught them that. They were not examples they had to learn for. Somewhere in their 30s, all the Julius Nyerere and people like, they were young people. Something happened this month. The Congolese. Somebody's golden tooth was returned. You know who I'm talking about? You follow that? Hey, young Africans. Something happened this July. Somebody's golden tooth was returned. Who was that? Yeah. How old was he when he was killed? Who knows? He was 34. 34. And that generation didn't have a template. They didn't have somebody telling them, this is how to go about it. So that's something I want you to get out of your mind. How do we do this? How do I do that? How can I do this? I don't have money. I just showed you the university where I was vice chancellor. We greened the place without anybody funding anything. We greened the place in the manner that our people did that in the past. The indigenous knowledge. Where I come from, you had a moral obligation to plant a tree. There was a culture to tree planting where I come from in Nigeria. On one occasion, I went to my maternal home and I wanted to climb a mango tree. And they said, no, you can't climb a tree in this village. I said, why? He said, because you have planted none. No, true. Personal example as a child. Were they harsh? No. Benefit with responsibility. But we have been trained to take benefits without responsibilities. That's part of the African disaster. Benefit with responsibility. That was the principle. You come into your mother's place, but you never planted a tree here. So what do? It wasn't a complicated thing to plant trees in our childhood. You needed to just look around and find where mangoes had fallen and germinated. You go take one and plant. You wouldn't even believe what we did in the university. We planted hundreds of mango trees, not purchased, but sourced from, the local women who sell mango fruits in Nigeria have a style. They put a price, you don't buy it, they would rather have it waste than reduce the price. So everywhere you're selling fruits in Nigeria, you usually have all kinds of mangoes. We were able to go around and we got 300 seedlings of mangoes from such sources. And we planted that. I would have brought pictures. Not everything is money. So there's a need for a cultural change, a reorientation in mentality. It is the mentality of underdevelopment that we have, that we live, believing that somebody is going to do it, that we need to break out of. Then what are the questions someone asks now? And we said earlier today, do not assume that people in government know it. Part of your responsibility is to educate. You know, there's also a cultural problem in Africa. We have a culture of hiding knowledge. You know, Africans hide knowledge. That's why our traditional medicine had never developed. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's so common all over Africa. Before the Western medicine came to us, people healed diseases. My grandmother knew what to do about malaria. There were herbs. I mean, it's all over Africa, I'm sure you know that, which you brought together, you boiled, you got a big blanket, you inhaled it, you sweated. And that's how we deal with malaria. Familiar? Who has ever documented that? And who has ever studied the science of that? In my family is lost. Nobody, my grandmother is late, so that knowledge is lost. But that's how people survived malaria for generations. You drink green tea. You know the green tea everybody's drinking now? Huh? Who's been to China? You see women on the street, right? Who process green teas. Did you see that? And they tell you the different leaves and what it does. And right there by the street, they process it as a drying procedure, right? I hope I'm right. And then there's a process of sealing it right there. And right there, tourists are buying all kinds of green teas from local women on the streets in Beijing. Is that correct? True. We didn't have teas. We didn't have our lemongrass. We had these things. We knew what to do for cough. We knew what to do for asthma cases. I can go on. So, indigenous knowledge, scientific investigation, and moving that into some kind of fabrication. It's there, but we sit back and we absorb what every other person is bringing in the world. And you turn around and complain about poverty and unemployment. It's not logical. We have so much. We have lost so much. Just because we have been socialized and trained to sit back and have things thrown at us. That's what we need to change. We need to decolonize the African mind. You know, last year I sang a song from one unlikely philosopher. Who remembers? Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can. Do you remember? Those who were here last year. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, for none but ourselves can free ourselves. So, for all those questions, please go back, because the answers were already provided. Think. There's a difference between think and imagining that you're thinking. Yeah, in my student days in Germany, University of Hohenheim, I realized there was something that was quite widespread in university. They always found a way to teach something called problem analysis. Problem analysis. You must develop capacity to analyze a problem. Because it's so obvious that sometimes, most times, the recommendations are not aligned to the problems. You must be able to think deep on what the issue, what is the problem. I mean, when people talk about poverty, the people who are eating other people's food and wearing other people's clothes and taking other people's drugs and medicines and transportation means is by other people, why will you not have unemployment? Where do you want the jobs to come from? That's the foundation of the poverty, the unemployment, the social crisis. So the questions, the answers are already been provided. I call on you to think deep, think and act, synergize, learn from each other. Don't hide knowledge. Exchange ideas. That's how it has been done by the others, and that is how to do it. And that's my answer to all the questions. Thank you.
So thank you, Prof. Prof has managed to take the time the loan time he gave us from our break time. So we are still in debt as far as time is concerned. But I think it's going to be a good debt. We'll find a way to recover it. Again, thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Prof is here and you can continue engaging with him. So let's take a quick break. There's a short announcement. The comms teams needs people from these countries. Eve is out here at the front desk. So if you come from any of these countries, meet her and she will tell you what to do. So there's Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, Guinea, Madagascar, Malawi, Togo, Zimbabwe, Angola, Mali, Mozambique, Rwanda. Is there a country called Rwanda? Rwanda, it's very poorly written R. That should be Rwanda. Senegal, Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, Swaziland, and Sierra Leone. So if you come from any of these countries, see Eve outside as before you go for lunch, and she's going to tell you what to do. Now, we still have a 350 assignment, so we'll move it to the start of the next session. Remember, we wanted to think about the number 350. So when we come back from lunch, we should start with that. Someone should tell us what it represents. So we're going to do 45 minutes as usual. I know it takes a while once we get to the restaurant, but please move as quickly as you can, and let's be back here at 2. All right, see you shortly.
Methane, conflict, and climate change. I'm going to be looking at some responses to climate change.
The other question I wanted to respond to is from Peter Aran from South Sudan.
Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is an initiative of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. This is an initiative that aims at training grassroots activists, young people. Last year, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice had over over 250 physical participants coming from all the parts of Africa, North Africa, West Africa, East Africa, and South Africa. And we have participants from the Caribbean, we have participants from Puerto Rico, Colombia, Costa Rica, Philippines, Malaysia, and also from Europe. It is a global training school.
Now I'm here and I'm Luminite to also share my experiences with the new cohort of climate justice activists, so that I can also encourage them that if they work hard and put on the effort, their work will be recognized and the many opportunities will also open up to them.
We cannot blame carbon dioxide blindly. We need it. That's very important. But the question comes when we have more and more carbon dioxide and other gases.
This morning, and they have already started with an introduction to human-induced climate change, where they are learning the causes of climate change. Later on, they are going to look at some of the responses.
I actually had no idea that we are at 300.
Will normally come from the farming system. It is in small amount in the atmosphere. So we must think about technologies that will actually be able to reduce the amount of methane, because the potential for greenhouse effect is even much higher than carbon dioxide. But the proportions are small. Where the farming is taking place, we need to think about, and that's quite challenging because it's part of our food system. Agriculture and land use, especially where there's intensive farming, becomes important, because that's where you have a lot of carbon, methane, and nitrous oxides. The industries, where do we have huge industries? That is where the methane is coming from. Whether you move them from Europe and put them in Asia, the problem still continues. And the fluorinated gases still continues to increase. And the more we manufacture, the more we produce, the more fluorinated gases.
The social, the economic, the political. We're looking at all the drivers and all the stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders, from community to local government, the regional organizations. At the end of the day, climate change discourse or climate security discourse should be able also to influence national, regional, and continental policies. Because at the end of the day, we're living in a globalized space, right? So we all need to take responsibility and be able to balance off how we share the resources that we have. But this has to happen now amongst warring parties, some who are not even best friends. We've kept these two sectors differently, but I think it's time that we are able to marry these two because there's such a strong correlation. And even from a policy and advocacy perspective, then we can even have more sound arguments, even when we sit around the table, when we negotiate within the different platforms, whether it's from a conflict perspective, whether it's from a climate perspective, but backed by data that we've collected within these particular spaces, and also being able to marry these two because they are so interrelated and they are mutually reinforcing.
There are people, particularly rich and developed countries, I'm emphasizing word rich and developed countries, who have polluted the atmosphere. And therefore they are culpable because they are the polluters. They are the ones who are messing the temperatures of the earth and the normal behavior of the earth. And therefore they owe us a duty to fix it. That is what is basically advancing in a very strong way. We've not really been able to enjoy the procedural justice element that are important in terms of our participation and ensuring that our voices are cardinal in this process. And therefore the Nairobi Summer School is part of the mobilizing and organizing so that we can advance for the procedural justice, ensuring that our participation and our voices are heard.
There is an inception of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and it hasn't been brought into force still. So what are we like, now that we are having this session on PACJA that is tackling climate justice, are we trying to incorporate that agenda in the free trade area that is being enacted now?
In Zimbabwe, I think a couple of months ago, we had to pass a wetlands bill, which strictly prohibited any kind of construction or development on wetlands, because we were dealing with what I would like to call politics of the stomach, where the politicians were just parceling out this land to anyone who's got money, and they would build on these particular places, and the houses would be flooded. You know, when it's raining, you know, you find your wardrobe is floating on water. You know, it was just a pure mess. So it's those kind of discussions where now we need to amplify them higher, but we build the capacities as CSOs, as those that are here in these particular rooms. We have to advocate and be able to capacitate and stand for those that may not have the ability to speak the language of power.
Once you know your purpose in life, you will be able to do something that will cause a change in your community. I keep telling people, for those of you who went to Makerere, the motto of Makerere is we build for the future. I've told myself I'm not building a future, I am now building a legacy. So that those who come and mourn when I die have reason to mourn. Not in the process of mourning, they say, at least we have rested, this one has died. So that is the challenge I leave with you as young people.
The effect of climate change on the continental free trade. This is becoming a challenge, and I want to really bring that, being that the climate change aspect is what we are having today as the talk of each and every country. The problem is becoming like, how are we revolutionizing the concepts of this climate change, and how are our nations or countries adapting or having mitigation measures? Equally, we are not looking at the political ideology that is going to bring us together as an Africa that we want. When someone brings an aspect that we need to talk about Africa as a business, then people start to change minds. And this is where now the problem is coming. And in real sense, the biggest issue that will never be solved is the issue of fossil fuels. By the time we get it right and the script gets to be very well put and innovations be put into that, look at whatever Ukraine is doing. Look at whatever Russia is doing. These developing countries that have developed through the use of these fossil fuels are coming up all through this process. When Africa, we get this concept right, then we're going to be at a safe place.
This summer school is very properly timed because it's taking place in a year when the International Climate Change Conference will be taking place in Africa. And it is at this conference that the major decisions that shape global responses to the climate crisis are taken. And as an organization, our aim is that the African voice would be heard and that the issues that affect Africa in a unique way will be at the center of the discussions.
PACJA has really been of assistance to us because they have built capacity for most of our volunteers and staff. I've seen the successes of the Nairobi Summer School through community sensitization back in the villages. Relooking at how the program has been made or the 2-week period of training is structured is a bit tech. It goes in depth into climate change issues, especially climate-induced conflicts that we are working in areas like Isiolo and borders of Laikipia and Isiolo.
Everybody should be part of the climate justice or the climate walks in general, because it's literally impacting everyone. It's impacting us as youth. It's going to be impacting the future generation, our kids, and it's literally affecting every aspect of our life. Like in Egypt, we have different challenges in different areas. Like, of course, we will suffer from sea level rise in Alexandria, but in different parts, we're suffering from corpse deterioration. As last year, the mango corp was a disastrous.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with variable contribution of the young people of this continent. We believe that investing in youthful generation is a sure bet in achieving low carbon, ecologically just, sustainable development in the continent.
I join my voice with the PACJA audience
كيف؟ لا انا لا افهم طريقه كيف. يعني انه بدل يكون انه تطور الاعمال انه تطور دي كلمه كويسه ممكن يا جماعه يكون توسيع الاعمال فبالتالي ما يكون في لود وبالتالي هي يعني توسع الاعمال هي مهام يكون وسع شغلك تمام يبقى في اعمال تحتاج اعمال كثيره اعمال كثيره دي ما نقدر نشيل طيب اذا يا مشاعر في حاجه حتصل في السلايد ده الزومين هيجيب السلايد ده احنا نوجد الزومين ده لا بالعكس دي حاجه كويسه ما احنا سيكتور لا الصوره دي معبره جدا يعني احنا حكيناها من الصوره الشاعر ممكن تكون الصوره دي بتعبر عن اللون الصوره الشاعر ده الصوره
ممكن نعملها مثلا على ادى الى كده ادى لانه ممكن اسمه الحاجه دي هيكون زي دوله expansion توسع امتداد of businesses توسع الأعمال البيزنس
طيب ماذا طيب انا سألت اذا دي او الكومباني هنا المفروض نحط الصوره بتاعت الدول الشاعر تشيل معاه يعني اذا بدي الشاعر
أو الحاجات دي كلها دي معادن تدينا كلها في النهاية أو تساوي مثلا إنه إحنا نشيل منها
أو الكومباني دي المفروض تبقى صورة للدول الشاعر أيوه كويس عندك ألف ريلي يكون فيها الوقت كويس بمعنى مش وصل
كلمة إذا
كلمة أوفرول الوقت كويس عامل كده بقى يصحى من الستيل كويس يجيبوا صورة محركة يدور شغال هنا وأشوي شغال هنا كويس يدور شغال
يعني كل حاجة والنتيجة بتاعتها تغيير.
يدك نصوص في شيء ثاني.
طيب أنا الحاجة دي أحسن الفيديو.
الفيديو. لا حاجة كانت ممكن تبقى رسمة معبرة. ممكن تكون رسمة لكن لو خشينا في الانيميشن هنا لا يعمل يفهم. الانيميشن ما بيشتغل. الانيميشن حركة بتاعت الدور قاعد ده ملايين كثير جدا. ده مشاعر غير مضايقة لكن مش أمثالي.
يلا هسه أنا كان عملت ده قريب للإعلان.
ما قبل عملتين كده حقت في
لا كان 85 لكن هسه ده
كم ثانية هو؟
دقيقة.
80 مليون ده بكم سنة؟
لسه قديش؟
80 مليون. لا يعني قبل بدون محدد.
طيب يعني بس تشوف دي كان فيديو لكن هو طبعا زي ما حسب يعني لو اشتغل الفيديو ما حيكون في كلام إلا بعد ينتهي الفرق.
هاي ما هو ما بالضرورة ما أنا مثلا
يعني ما حيكون معه شرح ما لم ينتهي بعد ذاك أنت ممكن تعمل تحقيق صح؟
لا لكن هو مثل الأفاز ده الحالي ولا على يعني انه في ورك مثلا حصل هنا وهي دي.
طيب نعمل مقارنة.
ايوه يعني انت ممكن نعمل شيء هنا مشروع تعمل صور للدول مثلا شغل هنا مشروع في صوره ثابته والله ايوه ايوه حاجات مشاهد كده نفس الزول بنفس الشكل شايفه دي شايفه دي شايفه دي الورك دلوقتي بتتحول فوق السلايد الاول بيقول تجي الصوره دي وعندك هيشيل كلامك تجي الصوره الثانيه.
طيب دقيقة ممكن مع الصورة دي نعمل تاني مثلا وزارة سورسنج الزول هذه.
ايوه قصدي لكن ما تظهر
او نعمل كده ومش كده.
دي تظهر تختفي تظهر بعد صور الاول تنزل
يكون
نفس الزول نفس الشعر يعني شنو حركه عاديه جدا ما مضحك. لا ظهر السلايد بتاعي ده زول مرهق من العمل. شويه هنا لما نعمل ظهر هو مرتاح مستقر ومتداخل فيه. يعني مثلا اضرب لك مثلا تغير.
طيب في النهايه في صوره بتاعت
ايوه انا اسف انا اجيب هذه الصوره ده بس انا اجيب صوره ممكن هنا ترجمه اللي هي صوره هذه. يعني مثلا شوف مثلا الصوره ده الصوره دي ممكن تكون شكل لا الذين يعني شنو؟ لكن يكون مش نفس الشكل ده. يعني مثلا دي شكليات فيها مع الزول العربي كده. ايوه بس عندك في صوره ثانيه عندهم صوره كده بيفهموا عليه صح؟ هذه الصوره في الحروب موضوع كويس؟ هنا التعريف بتاع الصوت. التعريف الصوت ده طبعا شكله يعني خليت الترمينولوجي الانجليزي اوضح. اللي هو شنو؟ الانجليزي يقول لك stimulation of the wall. stimulation of the bus. كويس؟ اللي هو شنو؟ الشير اوت اللود. كويس؟ يعني الحين يعني الترمينولوجي العربي انه يسموها الكورسون. يعني كلمه كلمه كونفيوزي والزول لو جيت من بره لو جيت من بره عن شو خلاص المطابق.
انا امبارح كنت بقول بسيط لكن حسيت اللي وصلت عندها معنى ثاني.
بسيط عندها معنى ثاني. يعني هو شيء distributed share out اللود. share the load from outsource. from outsource. هنا
طيب نتكلم عن الاوتسورسنج ازاي نعمله؟
طبعا نحن اخواننا هذه الحالات شغالين الشغل الاول بس مثلا اي بي اس طبعا شغالين في المرتبات الموظفين كويس والموظفين مشاكلهم تمام. يعني معظم الناس عندهم اداره قانونيه عندهم بيرو عندهم ماركتنج عندهم ادارات حدث كويس كلهم شغالين سنويا. الناس اللي في الاول استهدفوا شنو؟ استهدفوا وبدوا صح اللي هو شنو؟ الشركات اللي فيها استقلاليه.
ليه؟
الشركات اللي فيها استقلاليه يعني ما تكون دايره مشاكل. يعني دول الخواتم دي مثلا انت لو موظف شركه امريكيه قاعده في مصر وانت ما مش في سؤال شركه امريكيه قاعده في مصر عندهم مصريين مشاكل كثير يعملوا مدير الشركه ذاتها كويس. ما داير يتورط بالموظفين ويجيبوا تراخيص وركاب ويمشي احنا نتعامل مع موظف مصري مباشره خوارج. انا اتعامل مع ناس مبدا الاداره اتعامل مع حاجات كده. عشان كده هسه المساجد خارجيه جدا. حاول احكي بيها طريقه غريبه جدا في الاداره. انا كنت موظف في الشغل معاهم. انا اداري وراه واحد يسمع حديث والدول شغالين واحد كان معانا اسمه هذا ده في الامارات. حاليا لنا 3 يوم والله يا ايوه انا ماشي الشيخ الرئيس اسمع هاي دي احنا دايره احمد اشيره على المطار بيزور ليه ما شو اشهر كيف كانوا مش شو لا تلاقوا في نور ده بيكون سؤالي الواجب بعد بيصير سؤالي مش معارضه ليش؟ لأنه هم شغالين صوتي صح. فأنا كزوم مثلا بعدين الموضوع أنا ما أنا حتى أغير كومنتس طلع التليفون سمعنا وأنا بقوم ولد الناس كلهم شايفهم كلهم لا نمروا إذا ما تمروا شيء من هذا مثلا الحاجه دي يعني ممتازه جدا للشركات الاجنبيه والجايه والشغاله من الموجوده ما في مشكله. السودانيين اكثر عندهم مشاكل لوجستكس لكن لانه معظم البيزنس السودانيين ما عدا الا قليله جدا كويس للفاهمين البيزنس كويس. ما حكموا ما حكموا صدق واحد يهود عمل بيزنس على سعوداوي لكن عملوا مثل الخواجات كويس. حيز او الطول حيز سالري ستابيليتي كويس. المؤسسه الى المؤسسه السودانيين مثلا السالومي والبيطار والمؤسسه صلاح الدين والغير فاشله ليه؟ لانه هم بيديروها بطريقه ما عمليه ولا اجراء شيء كويس. طيب اقول ليه؟ الخطوط او الطريق الخطوط السفريه مو طريق تمشي منطقه تجدي كويس. الموظف بتاعها ما بيقدر يديك كيلو واحد زياده لانه عنده كويس. ما بيقدر يديك شنطه فيها من البلان لكن الموبايل الاير هاندلنج بتاعه ممتازين. طالبين في المطارات يمشون حاجاتهم يمشون شغلاتهم غيرهم نظيف موظف كويس. بس الكويس لازم صامد فيه غير صامد.
هم خارجين القوانين بتاعهم. والناس أكثر منهم بس.
لأنهم بيأدوا بيزنس. أسمع أنا البيزنس. واحد عنده مشاكل ممكن فيها 40 كيلو صفر 40 لما يجي يشيلها يكسر ما مشكلة المطعم ما مشكلة هذا الموظف السوداني والله أنا مرة راح سوداني بس كان الناس واحد من الناس بيقول كويس ماسك زمان عارفوا كنت مش على الكيرل يا أخذ سوداني رجع وعنده زول صار أول شيء بيطلع ما في متابعة ما في سيستم عشان كده سوداني سكت مش الأخوة بس لو كانت شركة كويسة شغالة كان نوع الوصول لها كان عمل كذا، كان عمل كذا، كان عمل وسكان مستمرة. يعني أنا داخل سوق السودان، حتى داخل سوق السودان في الحديث. مش هذا الذي يعني أول شيء الطيران كان فيها شغل. قبل المصري السودان، المصري السودان سنة 52 بالضبط. دراسة 52 لا المصريين الطيران كانوا سنة كم؟ سنة صغيرة وعادة. إنه حيسمع الجلالة وكذا دي شيء. السيجمنتيشن وdoing good business regulation والجوب ديسكريبشن هي الاساس لأي شيء. عشان كان بيتكلم عن الاوتسورسنج من ناحيه السيجمنتيشن للشغل، من ناحيه الافشنسي، من ناحيه اكسبيرينس، من ناحيه الضبط الاداري، من ناحيه الضبط القانوني، تفصيل القوانين. ترتيبات شركه شيء هذا هذا السلاح فيها بالغلط. نحن قلنا وقت الأخر أهم حاجة نحن قلنا أهم شيء الخدمة
اللي هي الأدوات اللوجستية والشغل بتاع الجوب ديسكريبشن والشغل بتاع الحاجة بتاع الجوب.
طيب هنا مع الوقت الأخرى دي ونخليه مثل نزيد الفهم بتاعك إنه إحنا نزيد العمل دي عندك. طيب الموضوع يحصل شنو بعد ذلك؟ أنا تكلمنا في وقت الأخرى. قلنا فكرتنا الأساسية حاجة في مصر أيضا كانوا كثير أحسن هي في السودان عشان كده هم مستقبلين شغالين بس في الشعب الرصاصة دي والرصاصة لكن احنا في السوق السوداني عندنا نوعين من الشيء كل فاهمين هذا دي مهمة جدا عندنا نوعين من الشيء عندنا شركات مالتي ناشونال كان بالنسبة لها مفهوم الأوسوسي بتاع الشعب بالنسبة لها مفهوم كنت تفهم ودائما الأوسوسي لكن ما في زول كتبنا أوسوسي أساسا دي شركات الموظفة كويس طيب النوع الثاني من الشركات شركات سودانية ما عارفة على هذا كيف دور البيزنس هو شكلين من الشركة شركة كويس يعني ربحانة وماشية لكن هي ما عارفة إن هي ممكن تربح أكثر من خلال الخدمة اللي بيقدمها لازمة اللوجستكس اللي هي الوصف الوظيفي والتدبير والضبط والجودة والكيوسي والكلام ده كله في كونسلتنسي اللي بيقدمها لها يعني الكيانات الموجودة مع موظف كويس طيب والجزء الثاني عنده مشاكل حقيقيه داير حلول بدا ينتبه ليه ده عشان مشكله في السودان السودان ما عنده مشكله فيه تمام عنده مشكله في انه عنده مشكله في سيكتور محدد لكن يخش في السيكتور ده كيف ما عارف جو مدراء البلاد من محلات وشبكات الاوساط في انه يعني اولاد البيت الدار من البلاد اسمها زي business أو business يعني ناس عندهم كل اللي في حيث الأساسي بيحلوا المشكله. كان مشكلته أدى لدول التهيئ واللي هي في اطار السيجمنتيشن تاع الشغل. في سيجمنت الحالي محتاج لحاجتين، ما بس هيومن ريسورسز، لكن محتاج كمان لشنو؟ هيومن ريسورسز ومفصل لوجيستكس.
اللوجيستكس ومحتاج لإشارة اللي هم برودكتس.
يلا انا عشان اقدر مؤسسه وظيفي. في الدراج حاجه دي الكونسلتنسي عملوا له اوتسورسنج الفي بيست اوف ذا بيست كويس، هحل له مشاكله كلها كويس من خلال خبرة الدولة في ذات الاشياء في ذات المواد كلها كويس، مش هتبقى بس لكن حتى الفاينانشال بروجرامز حقك احلها من خلال الوصف الوظيفي، من خلال التعيين المضبوط، من خلال بيست اوف ذا اوفيشالز، يعني افضل الموظفين في ظاهرته، هتعمل بري فالويشن لكل الموظفين والاداء بتاعه والبيهيفير بتاعته والاتيتيود بتاعه. دي من خلال هيكل كامل للسيكتور كويس. الشغال قاعد معانا، ما شغال مشى، الشغال انا شركه انا او فوق شنو انا بقول الاسوسي بتاعي كويس، لكن انا ما داير يعني اشيل الحاجه عشان الطريقه اداريه. انا لو شلت مثلا خلاص لو شلت سنتين كلهم اشيل، ما شلت هم سيئين ما ملتزمين ولا شيء لما يجوني انا ذاتي حشل، انا بقدر ناحيه الخدمه وما لازم وهذا يعمل خصوصا اذا هو محتاج مثلا تغيير مثلا تغيير يجيب بطريقه مشتركه ممكن تغيير لي اول 100%. انا اغير السر، انا اغير 100% اي تغيير اي شغل من الاشغال حسن اي مفيد واي شيء كويس. حتى نحن في الخطوات كان يقول لك شيء طويل كويس، تريكي جدا الشيء تريكي كويس، يقول لك هل الطالب ده يستحق انه يترك دوره؟ وليه؟ هل الطالب ده يستحق انه يترك في دوره؟ وليه؟ هل الطالب ده يستحق انه يترك بعد دوره ولا لا؟ بعدها يقول لك الطالب ده هل اداؤه يشبه اداء احسن الطلاب ولا كثير من الطلاب ولا الا من الطلاب؟ كويس. وليه؟ وانت بتدي في المعدل كم؟ كويس؟ هتديك 3 ولا 5 ولا 6. لو تيجي مع المعدلات والشرائع عاملين لا دي حقيقيه. اذا تغيير الاغراض والفكر دي ما تبقى اتباعه. انا بعيد الشيء لا انا بالنسبه لي بقى فور اساس كويس وشغال كويس شغال. انا بتكلم عن اللوجيستكس، ما في تغيير لو انا شغال اتش ار هيومن ريسورسز او شغال لوجيستكس. لو شغال لوجيستكس مع هيومن ريسورسز مع هيومن ريسورسز كويس بيتغير. لكن لو شغال هيومن ريسورسز بس والله التغيير يقدر في واحد يقول يستخدم الحكومه الزول بتاع الوصف حاجه الدكتور ده بصريحه كبيره الزول ده يا معلم يلا التغيير بتاعه مهم. التغيير بتاعه هو تغيير شنو شيء كله بالإدارة شنو شيء شهير كويس من الشركات هي الزول كده كويس. إذا هو بيتكلم كويس دي هتبقى تغيير بيجيبه. لو جاب عليك ده ولا شنو داخل ولا شنو التوكيل نعم تغيير من الأفعال ده جواب المطلوب منه بالضبط تمام والجواب الأوسط ده الشغل بتاع الجسد. الشغل بتاع هي ريسورس ده انا ما عندي الزول ولا حبايبي ولا هذا شيء بس مشاكل طبعا شيء مشاكل الديمقراطية والكوميونتي هذا اللي يقول اوجه اليك واعمل لك حتى سوليوشن هذا شغل عادي كويس. في برضه تستفيد معايا بشكل بتكمل على الموظفين علينا يعني صار الدول زمان الناس زي صار مثلا الشركه مشهور البنك جابوا شركه او توصل طويل الموظف يجي يسافر في النص الموظف معه التكشن موظف في نهايه ولا في حدود كويس ده يوصل المشكله كلها الشباب سواء إذا نحن نوضح حاجة هنا إذا ما في الأمريكية ما شرط بالتقليد هذا الموضوع أنت عندك 100 موظف أنت لك 1000 طوبة في اليوم مثلا 1000 طوبة في اليوم تتكلم عن الهيومن ريسورس وأنا عن اللوجيستكس يعني أنا مثلا عندك 1000 أنت لك 1000 طوبة في اليوم لكن أنا ممكن أخليه لك 1000 أنت 10,000 في اليوم أنا أدري إنتاجيات عدد كأنه أشيل الشخص الكسول الشخص ما شغال عمل تقييم بيقول الموظفين الشخص البنتي طوبه منه بنتي 10 منه بس عم يسكر الشغل يعني هذا الشغل توصل بإضافة المال كله زول قدامك إذا جبنا زيادة أخلي الزول قاعد أحسن كويس أو أتكلم عن المشروع البرايفت سيكتور أنا سويت الموظفين المشتركة
Climate change is everywhere. I'm still not used to that. Carbon warm the atmosphere. I cannot breathe it all. It's secure. Nature that we got. The green line us for in every
نفس العام ده في ثانوي يدوهم 400 بيشتغل 4 ساعات زياده لكن من غير ما تكون حاسس ان شغال والله
People get together, we can make the world green.
الحمد لله ما بعاين هذا الاكسبيرينس ممكن يشتغل عمره لحد 65 سنه يشتغل 50 سنه فوق كلام كويس وطبعا انا ولا بقول شيء
Pray for ourselves is the best resolution. And if we get our heads together, no matter how they
بدل المواصلات بدل الترحيب بدل الجهاز بتاعه بدل المشاكل العامة.
diversity. We conserve the energy. Togetherness is family. Tell me how you want it. Fresh lands, fresh light, cool time, green side. This is what we do. Solar energy, green energy, geothermal energy, ecosystem services, etc. I know, you know. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. All green, all green. If we get together, we can make the world green. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can change the world. Just you and I, just you and I. Together we can make the world a better place. Exchange, I'm sure Boston.
The cyclone's movement or track follows a pathway away from its source, driven by global wind circulation.
If you look at methane,
conflict, and climate change.
I'm going to be looking at challenges, impacts, and responses to climate change.
The other question I wanted to respond to is from Peter Arang from South Sudan.
Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is an initiative of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. This is an initiative that aims at training grassroots activists, young people. Last year, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice had over 250 physical participants coming from all the parts of Africa, North Africa, West Africa, East Africa, and South Africa. And we have participants from the Caribbean, we have participants from Puerto Rico, Colombia, Costa Rica, Philippines, Malaysia, and also from Europe. It is a global training school.
Now I'm here and I'm illuminate also share my experiences with the new cohort of climate justice activists so that I can also encourage them that if they work hard and put on the effort, their work will be recognized and the many opportunities will also open up to them.
We cannot blame carbon dioxide blindly. We need it. That's very important. But the question comes when we have more and more carbon dioxide and other gases.
This morning, and they have already started with an introduction to human-induced climate change, where they are learning the causes of climate change. Later on, they are going to look at some of the
African Continental Free Trade Area, and it hasn't been brought into force still. So what are we like now that we are having this session on PACJA that is tackling climate justice? Are we trying to incorporate that agenda in the free trade area that is being enacted now?
In Zimbabwe, I think a couple of months ago, we had to pass a wetlands bill, which strictly prohibited any kind of construction or development on wetlands, because we were dealing with what I would like to call politics of the stomach, where the politicians were just parceling out this land to anyone who's got money, and they would build on these particular places, and the houses would be flooded. You know, when it's raining, you know, you find your wardrobe is floating on water. You know, it was just a pure mess. So it's those kind of discussions where now we need to amplify them higher, but we build the capacities as CSOs, as those that are here in these particular rooms. We have to advocate and be able to capacitate and stand for those that may not have the ability to speak the language of power.
Once you know your purpose in life, you will be able to do something that will cause a change in your community. I keep telling people, for those of you who went to Makerere, the motto of Makerere is we build for the future. I've told myself I'm not building a future, I am now building a legacy. So that those who come and mourn when I die have reason to mourn. Not in the process of mourning, they say, at least we have rested, this one has died. So that is the challenge I leave with you as young people.
The effect of climate change on the continental free trade. This is becoming a challenge, and I want to really bring that, the climate change aspect is what we are having today as the talk of each and every country. The problem is becoming like, how are we revolutionizing the concepts of this climate change, and how are our nations or countries adapting or having mitigation measures? Equally, we are not looking at the political ideology that is going to bring us together as an Africa that we want. When someone brings an aspect that we need to talk about Africa as a business, then people start to change minds. And this is where now the problem is coming. And in real sense, the biggest issue that will never be solved is the issue of fossil fuels. By the time we get it right and the script gets to be very well put and innovations be put into that, look at whatever Ukraine is doing. Look at whatever Russia is doing. These developing countries that have developed through the use of these fossil fuels are coming up all through this process. When Africa, we get this concept right, then we're going to be at a safe place.
This summer school is very properly timed because it's taking place in a year when the International Climate Change Conference will be taking place in Africa. And it is at this conference that the major decisions that shape global responses to the climate crisis are taken. And as an organization, our aim is that the African voice would be heard, and that the issues that affect Africa in a unique way will be at the center of the discussions.
PACJA has really been of assistance to us because they have built capacity for most of our volunteers and staff. I've seen the successes of the Nairobi Summer School through community sensitization back in the villages. Relooking at how the program has been made, or the 2-week period of training is structured, is a bit tech. It goes in depth into climate change issues, especially climate-induced conflicts that we are working in areas like Isiolo and borders of Laikipia and Isiolo.
Everybody should be part of the climate justice or the climate walks in general, because it's literally impacting everyone. It's impacting us as youth. It's gonna be impacting the future generation, our kids, and it's literally affecting every aspect of our life. Like in Egypt, we have different challenges in different areas. Like of course we will suffer from sea level rise in Alexandria, but in different parts we're suffering from corpse deterioration. As last year, the mango corp was a disastrous.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with variable contribution of the young people of this continent. We believe that investing in youthful generation is a sure bet in achieving low carbon, ecologically just, sustainable development in the continent.
All right, this is what we're going to do to kick things off. What's happening? Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Also, a good way of getting the food moving. So let's get started. I think we're going to need some more of the chicken downs during this afternoon. But for now, let's prepare to engage. So can we please settle in? If you're still outside, to join us. So 350, who found it? First hand that went up. Microphone. Where is our microphone manager? Senior microphone manager. Yeah. So,
Hello everyone, I'm Lusungu from Malawi. So what I'm understanding on the magic number 360, it's these are 350 parts per a million of carbon dioxide, which is safe to be in the atmosphere so that we can survive on. But also, it's a global movement where it advocates for an active grassroots movement as climate change solutions.
all right.
Thank you.
Who wants to repeat what she just said from this side? Anyone wants to repeat? You don't need to think your own thoughts. Just repeat what she said. Anyone from this side?
The initiative is for like preventing fossil fuels and like encouraging more renewable energy. So what I got is 350 parts of carbon dioxide per million, something like that.
So you added a few things and taking away some. That's all right. Who else wants to repeat what she said? Who else? So usually when we talk of targets, we use the temperature targets of 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees as where we need to be to guarantee life on Earth. But 350 is also an important target, all right? The science tells us that's how much concentration of carbon dioxide or carbon equivalent emissions we need in the atmosphere for the Earth's climate system to remain stable. It was thrown into one of the discussions in the morning without explanation. I'm sure this has clarified the issue for all of us. So this afternoon, we're going to have a very slight change in the program, very, very slight change in the program, by bringing a session that we should have tomorrow. So we are taking a loan from tomorrow. Remember, we're still in debt. I think we're in an hour of time debt already. So we're taking more loans today. So we take out of tomorrow, and we're going to have one of those presentations now, and then we will go back to today's program. So let me invite Charles to introduce our next speaker, because he would be able to do a better job than I, and then we can pick up from there.
That is Eugene for you. Don't take that statement very seriously. Trust me, I know him for many years. Anyway, thank you so much, Eugene. So good afternoon. Good afternoon. You see, we said climate change really has so many facets. And we have one constituency that we really must bring very, very close. And that is the faith constituency. And there is immense potential within the faith communities in terms of supporting us in calling for climate justice. Because the church, the mosques, and even the Hindu communities really support the call for justice and human rights. And because climate justice is a human rights issue, it's important then to bring in the faith constituency. Now today we are privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to have Dr. Ezekiel Lesmore, and who is the Director of Programs at the All African Conference of Churches. I don't know how many have ever interacted with someone from AACC. At least how many have ever heard of AACC? You've heard that, right? So Dr. Ezekiel was able to talk to us, during the launch of this summer school, but was addressing us all the way from South Korea. But he had to fly from South Korea to make sure that he's actually here today. to make a presentation, a substantive presentation, and I think that deserves a clap, really. Can we clap for Dr. Ari before I invite him? Thank you so much. But I want to also mention something that as members of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we thrive in establishment of partnership, and we foster partnerships. And we have an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with AACC, which we signed, I think about 2 years ago now. And we have been implementing joint programs. In fact, just a few weeks ago, we had a very important conference here where we had church leaders from across Africa who had come for a high level, kind of dialogue, on matters climate change, and the nexus between climate change and religion. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me and support me in welcoming Dr. Ezekiel Esmo to come and really unpack this for us, the nexus between, faith issues and climate change. Thank you, Dr. Ari. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is usually a challenge if you are required to make a presentation when the stomach infrastructure has been taken good care of. I hope that you will not be dozing off, but that we'll be able to interact, to look at the nexus between what we call faith, whether a religious faith or an irreligious faith, in relation to climate change or climate justice. I am more comfortable when I talk about climate justice. It's about justice issue. It's about moral issue. And so I am delighted, so happy to be invited, as always, by this great team of PAGJA. We have journeyed and we will continue to journey together until we are able to say, indeed, we have contributed. Usually I offer challenge to religious leader and says that it is not about preparing people for paradise. Because sometimes we can easily just say, this world is not my home, I'm just passing through. So I don't care what happens here. All I am targeting is, how can I get to paradise? How can I get to paradise? So what we are saying, before you get there, you have a responsibility here on earth. So I am delighted. Thank you very much, my dear brother, Charles, and of course, Eugene, who would have equally introduced me without necessarily asking Charles to do that. And my dear brother, Augustine, we have been journeying together, even in preparation for COP26, where we introduced this notion of transitional justice, which is more familiar in the context of post-conflict reconstruction. And so how do we then transform or metamorphose transitional justice into the whole discourse around climate justice? Because it is a concept that is well grounded in post-conflict reconstruction engagement. But of course, when we talk about loss and damage, when we talk about the injustices, whether historical injustices that have happened over time, we have to bring in the notion of justice, because our desire is to be able to have a just world. So I am very happy, and I bring you greetings from the All Africa Conference of Churches, where recently, like Charles have mentioned, we had a high-level consultation of religious leaders, Christians and Muslims, drawn from different parts of Africa, that led to the formation of the Africa Faith Actors Network for climate justice. Not for climate change, but climate what? Justice. So I am delighted, and I'm joined by my colleague, Reverend Wendy. She is seated there. So please, I hope that I will be able to manage the time before I invite my friend Augustine to take us through the last bit. I had a communication, I thought I would be here today so that I can make a presentation and keep up with other obligations for tomorrow. So my task basically is to take us through faith, climate justice, and moral question on action and responsibility in tackling climate crisis. And so we are happy to be a part of this. But just to start off, there's a quote that caught my attention and very essential, and possibly will offer a motivation and inspiration to each one of us, that when we talk about the issue of climate change and the disaster that it has brought to us, we have to locate it to the existential realities of the people, the lived realities and experiences of the people. When Prof was making a presentation earlier when I came in, and I was listening, and the crazy ideas that were coming up, it's like, okay, we are going to be transported from this planet to another planet, where we will create a new cloud for ourselves, we will create a new oxygen for ourselves. And I say, yes, this is resonating with people of faith like me, who would say, God, can you transform this earth overnight? Okay, so those crazy ideas, again, help us to think critically, to say, what is it that we can do differently? So climate change is a global threat with severe cross-sectoral, long-term, and in some cases, irreversible impacts. Africa is witnessing increased weather and climate variability, which leads to disasters and disruption of economy, ecology, and social system. This was said by Her Excellency, Josepha, the Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture. I remember there was one crazy idea that was proposed about, can we dissolve the African Union? And Prof diplomatically said, oh, this is not for here. Okay? And I was recently interviewed about African Union and what African Union can do. And of course, I say first, the charter establishing African Union needs to be revisited. It needs to be repealed. Okay? Otherwise, it will continue to be like a big boys club, where heads of state will gather at their summit, and after that, like we will say in the Christian faith, go in peace and serve the Lord. To your tents, O ye Israel. Okay, so the African Union has a role. When we talk about Agenda 2063, let me know how many have heard about Agenda 2063? Interesting. The Africa we want, Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, of course, is a development blueprint for 50 years. By then, you will not be, if by 2063, I'm sure most of you would have graduated from being youth. And for sure, I don't know, except if I have lived like my father, who died at the age of 114, I am not sure by 2063 I would be here too. But my father died at the age of 114. So I don't know whether I will live that long. I'm scared because most of my friends would have been dead. So I will have no friend. So anyway, Agenda 2063 offers us a blueprint, and we talk about Africa that is peaceful, prosperous, and integrated. And I heard one of the crazy ideas that came, which of course is not, it has been a dream, of connecting Africa through train. That we can travel without a need for a visa. Is it not crazy? Is it not crazy? My passport is laced with all kinds of African visas. Why? That I keep changing my passport. Why? But when I am in Europe, all I need is just the card, the resident card. But this is not working in Africa. So truly, the African Union needs to be revisited. And I hope Some of you, if eventually you are elected as members of parliament or presidents of your countries or prime ministers or cabinet ministers, you would be able to inject new, fresh idea in the African Union. So it is a reality that we are confronted with economic, ecological disasters and disruption as a result of climate change. So therefore, we cannot keep quiet. We cannot sit back. We cannot fold our hands and sit back and say, God, come and rescue us. Yes, we would invoke divine intervention, but it requires our human action. Another one. By 2030, it is estimated that up to 18 million extremely poor people living on less than $2 per day, will be exposed to what? To drought, floods, extreme heat in Africa, if adequate response measures are not put in place. Are we not already experiencing it? That's why the young man, he said, I cannot even go home from northern Kenya, right? Because of what is happening there, the drought, the flood. So we are confronted already with this reality. So let this offer motivation and inspiration for us as we engage during this time of the summer school, so that when you are gone back, you are going back with renewed energy, with renewed vision for how we can engage and reverse the reversible. The effects, of course, of climate variability, desertification, pest outbreaks, protracted violent conflict, political instability, and economic crisis worsened by the impact of the coronavirus pandemic are key drivers of significant increase in food insecurity. And food is critical for human what? Survival. Yes, I heard another idea, someone saying, okay, how can we manage waste, food? So if you are unable to finish, and so even this afternoon when we were eating our lunch with Charles and my colleague, we were sitting, and I realized what I got, I will not be able to finish it. I start thinking, I say, oh my goodness, I need to confess my sins. Okay? But again, there are so many who are on the street, even here in Nairobi. They do not know whether they would have something to eat later today. And there are some who are living in affluent. For example, if you have been to South Africa, or who are those from South Africa here? Who have been to South Africa, particularly Johannesburg or Pretoria? Now there is a township called Alex. Who has visited Alex? Now, Alex and Sandton City, or Sandton, you will clearly see poverty in Alex, and it is just a stone throw from Alex to Sandton. You will see affluence in Sandton and poverty in what? In Alex. This is the society we have found ourselves in. And it is globally designed. And it is you and I that can confront such forces that have divided us and cluster us into these boxes. Because if you're definitely hungry, I'm not sure you're going to take any action. Because you're only thinking of survival. How do I survive? Someone is telling me about climate justice when I don't have my stomach infrastructure is it is starving, and you're telling me about climate justice? These realities present daunting challenges for climate adaptation and resilience because the conditions of the poor in particular are worsening by the day. As people of faith, we are obligated to care for the vulnerable. Okay? Read through all sacred texts. You would hear the messages of love permeating through. But how do we care when we ourselves need care? So as we think through adaptation, as we think through resilience building, we must take into cognizance the existential realities of the people. We talk about conflict. Look at what is happening between DRC and Rwanda. A needless war, diplomatic feud for nothing. These are brothers. These are sisters. So the easiest way when you click about Africa is about disease, it's about violence, it's about all sorts of horrible things. That is what you hear about Africa. Why? We should change the narrative. And this is possible. With the crop of participants I see here, change begins with you. There's a popular slogan in Nigeria. To change the narrative, they say change begins with you. Is that not so, Doc? Change begins with you. Is it working? So those are it. But again, you have a responsibility to say, I am a change agent. And it begins with me. Now, what is faith? I need a response. Who is not a person of faith here? If you don't have any faith, just raise your hand, let me see. If you don't have anything called faith in your identity. Okay, so how do you understand faith? Let me have a response. Yes, the microphone, please. Can you pass it to the lady? Here, okay, we hear you, then we come to you. Second, okay, yes, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Brida Nyambura from Kenya, and I believe that faith is a strong belief in the unseen, knowing that it's going to manifest one way or the other.
Is a strong belief on the unseen, but the main thing is strong belief. So if the belief is not strong, it's not faith. Interesting. I want us to pick up this. These are very important things. Yes, please.
Okay, I'm Ruth.
Yes.
I'm a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And in Christian biblical aspect, we say faith is hope for things which are not yet seen.
Wow. This is direct biblical. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Kabisa, sawa. Yes, faith.
According to my understanding, faith is belief of existence of supernatural powers. Thank you.
Yes, so the underlying thing there is what? A belief. Yes, let me hear from this end. Faith, yes, microphone. You want to have this?
According to my understanding, faith, it's a feeling of things to come, and also the currency that we as Christians use to get what we need.
Okay, so faith is about feeling. Huh? Okay, sawa. Okay, is there any other who has a strange understanding of faith? Oh, yours is not strange, I know. That's why you are. Please give her a microphone. Let her tell us. I'm not asking for strange, because there is what we also call irreligious faith. So faith is not only about religion, okay?
Bonjour, je vais parler en français.
Oh, français. Français un peu.
La foi, c'est une forte conviction de quelque chose qui n'existe pas encore et le vivre comme si c'est déjà là.
Very good. So she brought in the dimension of conviction. And faith is about conviction of the things to even come, the things that you have not seen, you have not grasped. Okay. There's something here. I said faith. The basis of any religion is faith. Faith is not merely conviction of the truth of a given principle, but it is essentially the acceptance of a principle and a basis for what? For action. So without faith, a human person is like a car without a what? A steering wheel, drifting aimlessly upon a sea of doubt and confusion. This is religious what? Faith. Is that clear? Is that the kind of faith you have? Do you have a faith that is like a steering wheel? So it offers something for you as you journey. And so I'm sure that is why Park just said, no, we cannot engage in summer school without bringing in the dimension of faith in our conversation around climate justice, ecological crisis. So faith, therefore, is a belief system that offers conviction and motivation for actions adjudged morally right. And I mentioned in person, there are faiths that are irreligious faiths. That's why you'll find some people who said, I am an atheist. An atheist is someone who does not believe in the existence of any supreme being, no God. But yet, in the mind, you think about God. So, for example, you go to the hospital and you're diagnosed of an infection and you are given medicine. How many people pray before taking the medicine? No. Some don't even remember to pray, but they take it. There's a faith that engineers you to say, oh, this prescription that has been given by this physician would offer me a what? A solution, a relief. So not necessarily because it is anchored in a religious understanding of a divine intervention. So therefore, faith offers us a conviction, motivation for actions that are considered morally right. Now, we are worried also as religious people about the ecological crisis. This is the reality. And we cannot be comfortable and say, no, I don't care. I don't care as long as my space is safe. That's all. But when you hear about reports from different parts of the country, or from different parts of the continent, or different parts of the world, we must be in active solidarity with each other and say, what is it that we can do together, collectively, to change the narrative? So, ecological crisis is an existential reality. This reality must be handled as a matter of life and what? And death. Now, as you engage on issues of climate change, You must be guided by this notion that you are dealing with an issue of climate, of life and death. And if you don't treat it that way, that push that is required will not be there. You will sensationalize and romanticize the issue of climate change. But if you consider it that it is a matter of life and death, your engagement, your action will change. Because it is about life and death. Therefore, responding to the eco-crisis is a moral imperative. So, of course, as people of faith, we look at what are our motives. One, we say matters of climate change or ecological crisis are pivotal to be left in the hands of scientists and others to determine alone. So it is not, we're not just talking about those who are specialized, whether climatologists or how meteorologists, all kinds of disciplines, scientific disciplines. No, we have an obligation. Everyone, just like the slogan on SDGs, that no one should be left what? Behind. So here, whatever discipline you are, whether as an artisan, you have a role to play. So it is not about scientific conversation. And that was why I was happy when I heard one of the participants saying, lawyers have a role to play. Because some of these matters needed to be adjudicated in a court of competent jurisdiction to determine the injustices that have been done. So no one should be left behind. And that's why as people of faith, we are saying, no, our life is not just hang on what scientists will tell us. No, we have a role to play. The sacred texts are flooded with beautiful imageries of the beautiful earth, well-structured ecosystem designed by Creator God. Beautiful. So we recognize that fact about the imageries of this beautiful earth created by God. Of course, the Oriental religions have this pantheistic worldview. God is nature and nature is God. God is seen in nature and the created order. Whether Buddhism or Hinduism, Shintoism, Taoism, Confucianism, all of those religions recognize that in nature you see God. So the ecosystem is safeguarded. And every component part of the ecosystem has a role to play. So this is very important. And these are some of the motifs, the foundations that we have in our engagement. So the African traditional religion talks about the harmonious way of coexisting with nature. So no one is left out. So whether you are a Muslim or a Christian or a Buddhist or Hindu, or you believe in the African traditional religions, you have a part to play. Now, there are contentious issues around climate change that we have to deal with. Very ideological, and they have constituted a part of what we call a global conspiracy against our commitment to climate justice. Now, when we talk about anthropocentrism, where we focus on humanity as the crown of creation, and therefore whatever that is created is to serve humanity. And that is why it can be plundered, it can be raped, it can be murdered. Like what patriarchy does in many of our communities. It is about the man. The woman is second class, second to man. So the man does whatever he wants to do with a woman. And that is why when a man divorces a woman, some people will clap for him. You have done well by divorcing. If she divorces the man, they say, oh, she's a prostitute. So that is how we have turned creation. That's why the Amazon, the rainforest is being destroyed, brutalized, murdered. When I was in Nigeria during the PAGJA meeting, and Doc made a presentation about Niger Delta, you can imagine how the land has been murdered, raped. People cannot fetch clean water. And yet they are languishing in poverty. Yet the oil, the wealth of the country is drawn from there. They don't care. Has the federal government started the cleaning up? You can imagine. Terrible. So it is about man, humanity, and therefore we don't care if it is destroying the trees in order to serve humanity. I am comfortable if I'm driving from Westlands to the airport now. I just pay 300 Kenyan shillings. In 15 minutes or 12 minutes, I am at the airport. Because of the what? Because of the what? But as an activist, a religious activist, I am not comfortable. Because sometimes when I'm driving through, it's empty, and I see the park down. It's like we have created another cluster. These are the privileged and these are the poor. Yes, those of us in Nairobi were excited. Nairobi is urbanization, modernization, but at whose expense? These are some of the life-giving actions that we need to take as young people. Let us not be excited about all of this modernization, urbanization that is happening at our detriment. The second one is what? Denialism. Some people are saying, what? Climate change does not exist. There's no climate crisis. That's why President Donald Trump can pull out of the Paris Agreement, saying, no, US is out. That it was going to benefit China and many other nations. Denialism. And the third one, it is apocalyptic, meaning whether you like it or not, God is going to change the climate. All right? Do whatever, plant all kinds of trees, 80 billion trees. God is going to change what? The climate. There are people who hold firmly to this religious, ideological mindset. This is the reality, and you're going to encounter these people when you get into the community. You're going to meet them. And that is why even when we discuss the issues of religious extremism or religious radicalization, young people are being radicalized to think that, look, there is nothing good here. Just serve God, die for God, and you will have an express multiple entry into paradise. So those are it. And these realities, you would experience them when you get out there to encounter some religious leaders. They will tell you, look, young man, young lady, what are you doing? Whether you like it or not, God is going to change the climate. So we have to deal with all of these forces. And that is where I said, these evil forces must be what? Must be confronted. They are evil forces. Now, quickly on having seen the ideological concerns, the challenges that we're experiencing, we have a responsibility around the stewardship of the earth. God created all things with assigned functions within the ecosystem for the well-being of all. Everything, living and non-living, do matter a lot in our symbiotic interrelationality for creation's good. So no aspect of the ecosystem that has no role to play. Because God designated every aspect for a purpose and to contribute to our well-being. Now, one key word, road. God creates the universe with the structure it has for a purpose, because that structure will have the best chance of achieving the particular set of unique goods God has in mind. God has completed the task of creating land. True or false? The last part. God has completed the task of creating land. True or false? Those for true. Can I see your hands up? Those in favor of truths, can you raise your hand up? Okay. Hands down. Those that are saying false, God is still creating the land. And the undecided that will go with Wajokoya. Why do you think that God is still creating the land? Yes, please. Can you give him the mic, please?
In the creation story, I believe it states that we are co-creators from God. And I believe God is using us to continue developing and beautifying our planet.
No. Now it's not about, I'm talking about land mass. Land. This land that you see. Is God still creating more land for us?
No. No.
Exactly. Even though recently we had a high-level meeting in Lagos, and I'm told about a city called Eco-Atlantic City. I say, Eco-Atlantic City? City around the Atlantic Ocean? They say, yes. I say, please take me there. We went there. They have sandfilled a massive part of the Atlantic Ocean and building that city. I will not be able to give you a vivid description of that city. But it is directly entering into the Atlantic Ocean, creating land against the law of what? That is where, as people of faith, we always remind people, do not attempt to go against the what? Law of nature. Be careful, because when nature starts to react, and I decided to pay for a room there to sleep, just to see whether I will be able to sleep differently. So my last night, I spent it in that Atlantic City, and it is the same with when I was in Ikeja. Now, at the intersection between creation and care is the centrality of what we call stewardship of the earth. For instance, the Christian creation narrative of Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, that brought to the fore the presupposed divine mandate of be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth, subdue it, and have dominion. We are confronted with the misapplication of the notion of what? Dominion. You know, when you look at the semantic root of when you say subdue, dominion. So you deal with. That's why Vladimir Putin can say, I am going into Ukraine. Why? Dominion. He wants to subdue the nation. So such erroneous thinking and application of religious texts have done us a lot of damage. And that is why when you have conversation, even around family planning, some will tell you, get behind me, you devil. Because the scriptures say, let us multiply and fill the earth. Who told you that filling the earth is only the responsibility of humanity? What about the animals that are giving birth? Otherwise, why are people flooding into Kenya, Tanzania for tourism? To see animals. So you have this understanding that no, multiplication is on the part of man, humanity. What about the trees that are growing, producing more of their kind through the seeds? Is that not also multiplication? Similarly, the Islamic sacred text says, he raised the heaven and established the balance so that you would not transgress. You will not what? Transgress. The balance, the ecosystem. Give just weight. Do not scheme in the balance. He laid out the earth for all living creatures. What else do you want to know? Either as a Christian or as a Muslim. What other motivation do you know? Do you need? In order to maintain the ecosystem to function the way the God Creator has ordered it. Let it be known that no religious text is immune against misinterpretation and misapplication to suit human what? Greed. Whatever that we are doing is wriggled around human greed. The multinationals, the transnationals, the developing nations or the developed nations who want to even go beyond being classified as developed economies. That is why we look at the neoliberal economic system that is driven by capitalist ideology. We talk about the champagne economy system. Who has seen a champagne glass? Champagne glass. You know, some don't want to feel that. They will say, oh, are you an alcoholic? No, don't worry. Who has ever seen a champagne glass? Very good. Can you give me a brief description of it? Yes? You want to? Yes, can you give me a description of how champagne glass is? Or to describe it, is there anyone who can give me just a simple description? Yes, okay, there's a hand there.
So it's long
in the middle,
and fluty, or it's extremely wide and very shallow.
Very good. I mean, when you look at it, you would see that the top, is so wide, big like a bow, and the strand or the holder in the middle, the trunk, to the base is also wide, but the trunk is so tiny. Now the economy, the capitalist economy, is that The wealth of the earth is concentrated in the hands of just less than 2% of the world's population. So the entire global economy, the wealth is in the hands of just 2% of the world's population. And so they determine the kind of things that trickles down to the base. 98% are waiting for what this 10% and 2% will determine. That is the economic system that we are living in. And that is why some people will continue to languish in poverty until the final parousia. Otherwise, is there a need to declare someone as the most richest person in the world? Is there a need? Is it not insane? For me, it's insane. Now people are struggling. Late Chris Kirubi was one time declared the most richest man in Kenya. Is that not so? Okay? And I'm sure now there are people who are struggling to go to that space so that they are declared Charles Mwangi is the richest man in Kenya. Hallelujah. But at whose expense? At our expense. Because they are the ones that control the world. That's why Elon Musk will say, Twitter, I want to determine. And he bought up what? Twitter. They are there. They have excessive wealth. They do not even know what to do with it. So Creator God has revealed to us in all sacred texts of how the ecosystem should exist. The interconnectivity, the interrelationality, the interdependence, like we gladly and proudly will say, the African Ubuntu. Ubuntu. I am because you are. My very existence is contingent on your existence. I am nobody without you. I am somebody with you. That is the notion of Ubuntu. And we need to bring this into our conversation as Africans when Julius Nyerere will talk about the Ujamaa notion. That oftentimes Africans, we have been turned into consumers. That is why the theory of consumerism is eating us. I ask you one question, friends. One question. The phone that you are having in your hand, the phone, Can you lift your phone for me, please? Let me see your phones. No, I'm not going to ask you how much you bought it. Okay, put it down. Thank you. Is there any one of us that is seated here that have been using the phone you are using for the last 5 years? Let me see your hand. For the last 5 years. Someone is saying mine is 4 years. Yeah, bring it down. That is the challenge of consumerism. Now, if you are using whatever kind of phone, the next they will say, oh, a new series has been what? Has been released. You say, no, I can't be seen to be using Samsung X what? X what? Oh, I'm not going to use this iPhone and all of this. That is the notion of consumerism. You would rather save to change your phone rather than invest in something for yourself. Consumerism. That is why the environment is destroyed, because to satisfy your consumerist mindset. Now you can't go around and they say, oh, do you have an Android phone? You say, no, I'm not, I don't have Android. You say, where are you coming from? Which planet have you fallen from? So no religious text is immune against misinterpretation. So it is the interpretation of every text is subject to the teacher or to the preacher. And that's why it can be instrumentalized for different purposes. That's why you hear a preacher preach about the same text, you see another preacher, but different interpretation. But oftentimes, to suit human greed, self-centeredness. Yeah, this act of misapplication has led to the misuse, abuse, and destruction of the Mother Earth. The earth bleeds and it is becoming rootless. The Nobel Peace Prize and cerebral environmental activist, late Professor Wangari, said, nature is so unforgiving. If we destroy it, it will what? To destroy us. So nature would always find a way to hit us back. That is why I am afraid of the Eco-Atlantic city. Daktari, go and preach the good news. So we have a task. So what is involved in stewardship? It is a moral imperative to be involved in creation care. You take it as a moral imperative. Very critical. 2, understanding and living out the notion of kinship to the other creation. So that even when you see an ant, but I don't know how we are, Eugene, how are we going to deal with mosquitoes? So we repel them. Eh? So all of these things we have to take into consideration. Okay, yes, vaccine is out, we're here. So, but this is to say, treat every component part of the ecosystem as your kin. Like Lucky Dube was saying, he said, when I see a Chinese, I see the image of God. When I see an Indian, I see the image of God. When I see an African, I see the image of God. When I see a colored person, I see the image of God. When I see a Japanese, I see the image of God. The image of God should guide our thinking that in the nature, we see God. And that is how we can interrelate and keep safe the ecosystem. Now, confronting forces of distractions that undermine experiencing fullness of life for all, quality of life. So we must confront all these forces, including the ideological concerns that we have raised, the misinterpretation and misapplication of sacred texts and messages. And also we have to confront the issues of the debt crisis, the ballooning deaths in Africa. Countries of Africa have penchant for debts, and that's why some countries, developed nations, are taking over our countries. Those are forces that needed to be, because they are denying us fullness of life and quality of life. So let us nurture the principles of interdependence rooted in the cosmological notion of the preeminence of community over individual interests. So whatever that we are going to do, let us look at it from the point of what is the greater good that this is offering to all of us, not to me, not to you, not to an exclusive community, but the wider community. How is it going to benefit? That is where we talk about the preeminence of community over individual interest. Let us foster a culture of respect for the created order. It's more emphasis. We're offering emphasis on that. I'm almost there. So faith-oriented eco-justice engagement. We start with prophetic advocacy. We're talking about speaking truth to those in power. We don't politicize our message. Don't politicize your message. Say the truth as it is, and it comes with a cost. Your life will be on the line, but you should stand for the truth, and the truth indeed will prevail. Religious diplomacy and ecumenical lobby, this is what we do in all our engagement, also at AACC, traveling from one country to another, engaging with high-profile government officials, and talking sense and doing what we call religious diplomacy or silence diplomacy. Active participation in negotiations at all levels. For example, how many of you have been involved in the NDCs, designing of the NDCs in your country? But do you know the NDCs? Are you sure? You have a role. You have a part to play. Probably, if I may ask, how many of us even know the NDCs from our countries? Maybe very few will raise their hands, or some will just say, no, they will just pretend to raise their hands. But if I go further into details, what are those things? They say, yes, what are those? And you keep scratching your head. But you cannot be involved in result-oriented advocacy without knowledge. You can't go to the table of negotiation ignorantly. No. You must go with knowledge. Networking and strengthening linkages with allies. That's why, as AACC, we are always embracing each other with PACJA. Always. So that's why I can abandon anything, anytime if PACJA calls. I will say I will be there. I will try as much as possible to be there because we believe in what PACJA is doing. It is God's own work. So you must synergize with the right organizations, with the right movements. Don't join citizens' movement that have the interest only of the leader. And once the leader is captured and given an appointment in government, he abandons you. Because they say, no, he is the one that talks too much. So let's give him an appointment. Oh, he's a special envoy to ECOWAS, special envoy to SADC. And he said, okay, you see now, I cannot be talking against the government. Don't associate with such kind of persons. Mobilization for just causes, eco-diaconia and all of that, this is very important. That's why Dr. Augustine, myself, and many of us are committed to this issue of transitional justice. We want to bring it. We want to shift it only from post-conflict reconstruction engagement into conversation around climate justice. Campaigns, rallies for radical actions. So it comes with huge responsibility, and you should be able to do that. Local initiatives for adaptation and resilience. I hear someone saying they have planted millions of trees, thousands of trees. Let's keep on doing our own part. Let us not just be pointing, accusing fingers, because we say, no, Africa is only emitting less than 4%. So the bulk of the emission, the pollutants are over there. So therefore, I don't care. No, let's do our own part as we engage with them at the table of negotiation. And hold them morally and say, look, we are not emitting up to this. You are doing that, but we're making a commitment. What sacrifices are you going to do financially and otherwise to mitigate the impact of climate change in our continent? And that is where I'm challenging PACJA also on these issues of special needs and circumstances. Where are we as a continent in this whole discourse? Where are we? And of course, like my brother Charles mentioned, 2 weeks ago, we were able to have a high level, and this platform has been formed, African Faith Actors Network for Climate Justice. It has been formed, and these are top religious leaders, Christians and Muslims from different parts of Africa. And so they are excited. Some of them got born again because some, Eugene, some of them confessed. In fact, one bishop confessed that for 30 years of his ministry, there was never a day he preached on stewardship of creation. There was never a day he spoke about climate change and ecological crisis. So he said, I repent. And many of them. The sheikh from Senegal, he said he can't remember. There was no time I give a khutbah on creation care. So all of them that we have got, there are about 50 religious leaders who have been formed into this Faith Actors Network. And we are driving with them. Charles, we are taking them through. Even at the African Climate Week, we want them to be in Gabon, some of them, and also to be part of COP27 and other initiatives at the country levels so that they are able to be grounded in their engagement there. Almost there? Now we have a theme. I'm almost there now. Can we read that together? One more time. How do you understand that? You take care of the earth will what? So we went on. Further, we say ecological violence leading to crisis we are witnessing today makes it clear that climate change remains a serious existential threat facing humanity. This is not what Creator God intended for creation. We must recognize that if we take care of the earth will take care of us. If we suffocate the earth will suffocate us. We are morally and ethically obligated by our life-affirming faith to demand from state and non-state actors to stand shoulder to shoulder with a high sense of urgency to respond to the ecological crisis. This is it. Thank you, asante sana, merci a tous, obrigados a todos. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't remember any time when, after a sermon, you open the floor to questions. But we're going to make an exception. Just one or two, since we're actually running on borrowed time. One or two quick questions to Doc before he leaves. One hand, I'm taking the first two hands I've seen, and these are the first two hands I've seen. The two ladies. Sorry.
Okay, I will just direct my question to him.
All right. Okay. So we'll take two, which he will respond to right away, but we'll note the others. All right. So we'll put them on the waiting list. I have very bad experience with waiting lists. Nothing ever comes out of them, but we'll try. We'll try to make them work this time. So, yes, go ahead.
Okay, my question is, I've been privileged to work with religion sectors. Especially last year, I worked with the Intelligence Council of Kenya, whereby we were doing the World Environmental Day. And in fact, even Pacha supported us. Also, I've been able to work with the Aquilino organization at the national and the locally, whereby they were celebrating the anniversary. But Professor, there's one thing I've realized with the Christians. When I work with them, they don't have money. They only believe in being given. Even when you support them, they expect you come with the trees, we come with the whatever, you support them. For them, they just want to be given. When you go to churches, you tell them, we want this program and this program. They tell you, what are we getting? Then 6K also, they have the same problem. The only church I have worked with and I found that they are supporting the work of environment and activities is only PCA and Methodist. What are you going to make sure that the churches which are down there, the mosques, we have this environmental gospel or all of the climate justice, and noting, especially the African churches, they are the most poor. Even their families, they don't have even toilets.
Thank you very much. So let's not make the questions another presentation. If you can go straight to your question.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to know, when you go deep into the conversation, how do you reconcile the religious views of creation with the scientific concept of Anthropocene that we've seen? Anthropocene, sorry, I was saying it in French. Anthropocene that we've seen earlier this morning, in the sense that it places all of responsibility on human beings. And it says that we've been able, by only our actions, to completely change Earth. So how do you reconcile the two and respond to people on the field who tell you that, humans are not responsible for climate change?
Perfect. Prof, I would like to answer those, and then we'll see if there's any question, and then we can freeze those.
Let me attempt to be very snappy in responding to the two questions. Yes, my dear sister, we are confronted with the challenge. But like I said, we are making every effort to heighten awareness that it is not about preparing people for paradise, but we have a responsibility here on earth. And for example, since you were talking about the church, my entry conversation always when I meet with church leaders in different countries is one of the articles of the Lord's Prayer that says, let your will be done on earth as it is where? In heaven. So the question is, what is the will of God that is in heaven that needs to be made manifest here on earth? And issues relating to economic justice, ecological justice, gender justice, all of this combined, put together, that is the will of God. Because it is about the fullness of life, enjoying life. So we challenge the churches, but it is up to them to take decisions and actions appropriately. So especially now, for example, the 50 religious leaders that have been engaged at the high-level consultation, we consider that these religious leaders are going back to their different countries as renewed advocates of ecological care. For example, the Anglican movement, I would have asked my colleague, Reverend Wendy, to say something about Green Anglican. Now, this is a huge movement among the Anglican communion. And they say green. All actions that are required for the stewardship is very critical. So we are making effort, and we will continue in the midst of poverty. We will still say with the little that you have, you should be also to contribute in preserving, protecting the environment so that the earth will also take care of us. Now, regarding reconciliation, faith, first, we are not in complete conflict with science. That is why recently we had a consultation, we tagged it Faith and Science in Conversation on issues of COVID-19, including vaccine. Actually, next week, I'm expected to be in Rwanda to talk about how can faith engage with this notion of vaccine, especially with the global conspiracy around the vaccine that no, there's a chip. Of course, this is the sign of the end time and all of those things. So we are not in conflict in terms of that. But what we are saying, science should not mislead people to have this notion that everything about the earth, the solution of the earth is in the hands of humanity alone. No. Faith is saying every component part of creation has a role to play. But of course, humanity, because is a higher being, a higher created being, has a higher responsibility, but not to the destruction of the other created order. So science and faith are not in complete conflict, but they are mutually benefiting, where we expect a balance in whatever we are saying. If faith is talking about drugs, medicine, science should be able to be seen as a gift. For example, we prayed. We say when COVID-19 was declared a global pandemic, we were praying for God's intervention. Please, God, provide intervention. Provide intervention. And science responded and provided vaccine for us. Then some religious people say, no, it is so quick. How can the vaccine be discovered so quick? So it is like the God we serve is a slow motion God. That no, you can't respond so fast. Respond slowly. Because some people are saying that, HIV, why are we not having vaccine for HIV and all of that? Why is it COVID that now we have got? So we try to say science, technology are gifts from God. So let us not always demonize science and technology. We should treat them as gifts from God. I stop here. Thank you.
All right. So what we're going to do is, in the interest of time, those other questions, just hold them, write them somewhere. Once we go through the next set of presentations, we should allow ourselves another 30 minutes at the end for discussions. And since Doc is going to be here, we can also throw more questions in his direction. So let me invite two people. They'll come in succession to lead us in a build-up. Remember what we have been doing since morning. So just to put everything in perspective, we started with, remember, describing the problem and understanding the underlying science and understanding what we need to do to resolve them. And then we started trying to resolve some tensions, some of the issues that we must overcome to be able to address these problems. And today what we are doing is that we are mobilizing for action. All right? Today we are mobilizing for action so that as we leave from here, we are able to go to the field and make some change happen. And so we've used the expression movement building repeatedly since yesterday and most of today. But what if we take it up a notch and instead talk about nurturing, not just building, but nurturing which entails sustaining, making grow, and helping movements to be stronger and to be able to address the issues that we have been discussing throughout. And when the examples of environmentalism and climate justice movements were given, I remember I had a fight with the brother over there over why her sister was not named as an icon of environmental justice movement. We deliberately left out the work of Pakja. The assumption was that this is the evidence, but let's go back to it and see how Pakja is nurturing movements, all right? And we're going to get that Pakja perspective, which is kind of a regional perspective, and then we are going to close with a more global perspective to seal. All right. I see Chris already smiling because he understands that the order I'm giving is terrible. So this is what we're going to do. Let's start from up and down. So let's have a global perspective of nurturing movement, and then let's end up with what we're doing at our level as PACJA. So I'm going to invite Christophe, and please, when you come, do us the pleasure of fully introducing yourself. Start by saying a bit about your work and take us through this next presentation.
Thank you very much. I have a technical question first. Your audience is not allowed to break for coffee, is that right? I will energize you. Okay, I can't compete with coffee, but I try my very best. And I'm a lawyer. I will talk about my work in the environmental justice context. I will mention, in particular, litigation, the international dimension, the COP that is coming up. But I also thought that because we're sharing experience and I'm supposed to contribute an international experience here, I say a bit about my own way of growing up and my involvement in the climate justice movement. I live in the UK, but I grew up in Germany, and in my days, we spent a lot of time on marches. And it was initially against nuclear power stations that are now perceived as almost carbon neutral, but still leave a terrible legacy for generations and generations, harmful. And I read about what's happening in Uhuru Park at the moment, and I thought maybe my friends and I would be down there now. I don't know, things change, and as I said, I really can only talk about my own personal experience. There is no right and wrong, and if at some point, Eugene, I have to stop, you just let me know, because lawyers can really get carried away. And I understand that, there is a lot of information, and there's a lot of experience and anger still in me, because I've been involved in so many environmental campaigns all over the world, mainly on environmental protection when I was young. And we always criticized the US, but one thing that I've learned from the US context is that environmental protection has a strong, very strong human element, and that it is often the poorest people in society that suffer. And if there is a landfill site, it's most likely to be in the poorer part of town. And I think we see the same in the climate context, and we think about historic responsibilities, and it's exactly the same. Now, my first slide. No, that is wrong. I wish my children would be here now to help me, but thank you. Thank you very much. So, my personal experience in building movements, nurturing movements, is you don't know if it becomes a movement. So I would initially focus on building a campaign. And there, I think it's important to be very focused. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Other people have been doing work for a long, long time. So maybe you can tack on to one of their campaigns. Maybe you can join them, add your time, your experience, and your energies. And I think that's an important second element. Think about your partners. You won't achieve much alone. And sometimes you find friends, partners, supporters in areas that you didn't really expect at all. And equally, think about your audience. Who are your friends in this? And start with your family, quite frankly. If I told my mother about our campaigns when I was young, and she would say, nah, son, really? Then I knew there was some feedback, and maybe, we didn't quite have it right. So I think that is important. seek feedback and appreciate any feedback you give, but also make sure that you have the right knowledge. Try to understand the subject from different angles. You know, your opponents, is that the right word? I'm not sure, but maybe the people you criticize in public, they will have their own arguments. So understand the whole bandwidth and try to negotiate. I think that's always incredibly important. Don't give up on people, talk. And then have the time and don't expect easy results. I remember that one of our campaigns was to convince farmers, traditional farming communities, to go organic. And they laughed at us. They thought it was hilarious, just the idea. We explained that the chemicals were poisoning the drinking water, but to go organic or to rear livestock in a sustainable and ecological manner, unthinkable at the time. These days, you drive through the area and you'll see they're all certified as organic farms because it makes them a lot more money, it's better for the animals, and the consumers are, in most cases, asking for, you know, ethical or at least food that comes with a certain certificate or label. Think about the personal consequences at all. Environmental rights defenders get killed every day, and we only hear about the top of the iceberg. That's when it makes it into the mainstream media. But it's dangerous to campaign on behalf of Mother Earth. And believe it or not, I'm saying this as somebody from a northern society, you feel generally safe. But once you challenge vested, powerful interests, they come and check your tax reports for the last 5 years. You know, they make sure everything is in order. And if it's not, and I have friends in law firms that really learned this the hard way. But then, of course, be creative. Use social media. I'm obviously not an expert on technology and social media anymore, but I think all that is important. Think of your timing when you run a campaign, before the elections, after the elections, and at some point, the question of money also comes into the picture. How do you raise funds? Do you need to raise funds? Do you set up a crowdfunding website? So this is, I think, all stuff you need to think about a little bit at some point, but now I'm going more into my current experience as a lawyer who's been involved in climate legal issues for a long, long time. And I wanted to share this with you. It's an article in the New York Times that came out 12 years ago when we published a study on the possibility that developing countries that suffer most from climate change could actually take some of the big polluters to court. I was at an organization called FIELD at the time. Augustine probably remembers it fondly. It's another one that bit the dust. That's no longer around, unfortunately. But in the aftermath, I was contacted by various other lawyers who were working on similar issues and had similar ideas. So we kind of created this community of practice, exchanged ideas, and without wanting to take credit for any of the movements that have developed around law and litigation, you know, I think we all contributed a little bit. And now there's actually a growing body of climate law cases where communities, individuals take predominantly governments to court for climate change issues. Now, how you exactly define litigation, how you define climate change issues is slightly contentious. Sometimes it's maybe more about environmental protection, air pollution, but climate change can play a role. And these cases potentially occur between states, between one large polluter and one country that predominantly suffers the consequences. Has there been such a case yet? Do you know of any? Well, there has not been a case like this. There have been campaigns to take a request for a legal advisory opinion to the International Court of Justice. But an advisory opinion is different from an actual case. It renders not a binding decision, but an advice. And in many cases, countries respond to this advice. In many other cases, they completely ignore it. So I often talk to law and climate policymakers in the context of these international negotiations. And in the evenings, they're all, yes, we need to do something. We need to go down this route and think about contentious legal cases, challenging some of the big polluters. But then they go back to capital, and I think that's when they are told that the realities are far more complex. And that's when their ideas usually slowly and gradually disappear. But this is an issue that will not go away. And I think the harder climate change hits societies in the South, the more likely it is that at some point a government will stand up as a means of last resort. Some of the Pacific island states are very likely to disappear. Low-lying island states like Tuvalu, Vanuatu, they have no future. So we see at the moment most of the cases are against governments, and they're directed against governments in the North, brought by, in particularly, young people, by climate-affected communities, and they are criticizing their governments for insufficient commitments on mitigation. And you might have heard about the case in the Netherlands, where the court actually decided the government's commitment was insufficient and they had to up their game in line with the Paris Agreement. There are other claims more around adaptation. So if the coastal protection authorities, for instance, fail to take necessary steps to protect the coastline, that is an approach, but it's usually happening in Europe. Cases against the big polluters, against fossil fuel companies. We have fairly concrete data now on what organization or corporation contributed what percentage of climate greenhouse gas emissions to the overall mess we're in. And on that basis, there was a case in Germany, for instance, against a big utility company, RWE, and it looks good. They've so far won the case, and I think to a large extent this is due to very progressive judges who see the need to make some very fundamental statements about justice and what is right and wrong. And when we initially published our report 12 years ago, I was asked by journalists, so how long do you think it'll take until something happens on that front? And I said, it'll be a while. We gradually need to build up the precedent before a bench of judges somewhere can then be convinced. But actually, deep respect to the judges out there, they've been very progressive and have used all the opportunities in the law to render progressive decisions. But ultimately, that's not enough, and governments and parliaments need to follow up with better, stronger legislation and climate action. And finally, there's also increasingly action taken by shareholders, pension funds, for instance, or large insurance companies, if they feel that the corporations are not operating in line with their own climate commitments, for instance, to become net zero. So shareholders, investors, credit export agencies, there's a lot happening in this space. But whether you win a case or not is not necessarily the dominant question. It's also about awareness raising, about making issues visible, and then, of course, gradually encouraging change. So we have these international conferences, but these litigation approaches put a lot of pressure on governments from outside, so that over time, they will hopefully make the commitments needed. And there is, of course, a limit to what judges can decide. That's why we need better laws. If you're interested in the whole issue, go to the climate case chart, a database run by an organization in the US, the Sabine Climate Law Center. It's an incredible resource. You can look up what's happening. It's really interesting to see how many cases around climate change there are already in the US and then elsewhere in the world. And this is also demonstrated by this world map. Can you see? Lots of cases. Here. Any questions so far on legal? Yes, of course. It's not over yet.
So I want to ask you, and we all know we are the one who affect the environment. So is there any law that when a person wants to affect the environment, is there a law, we make a law for the person who wants to affect the environment? Does we have a law? The first question is that. You say you are a lawyer. So, sorry. And the question is there any law for the person who wants to affect the environment? Is there any law for that issues? Law. He don't hear.
Yeah, okay. Maybe, okay, sorry. Any other questions at this stage?
The next question is, we all know when we affect the environment, there will be air pollution, noise pollution, and water pollution. And if we make for that issues to affect the environment, the consequences will become to us. As we all know, then the question is, how can we prevent for that issues? Thank you.
What lawyers often have to say at this stage is it really depends. And it depends on where you want to bring a case, for instance, where you're running your environmental campaign. Yes, there are laws in a lot of countries that you can use for these purposes. Some countries have laws on the book that are totally irrelevant in practice. That's another challenge. But there are also gaps in the law. It's really difficult for me to say, but maybe I can show you my next slide here, because I think litigation and taking a case or a campaign to the court is only really one approach. And it's quite costly at times, it's risky, and it doesn't it sometimes takes a long time to yield results. So as campaigners, I think there's a whole package of other potential tools. And just to mention a few, a lot of countries now in their legislation have something on freedom of information or requesting environmental information. That's a useful tool to start to find out what the situation is. How polluted is the river? What are the emissions like? And I think as members of society, you can influence parties, and you can write to your MP, you can draft petitions. Something that nobody told me because my parents didn't go to university, is that even as a young person, even when you start studying, you can publish papers. You know, you pay your fees at the university, so get your professor to help you publish papers. There are so many academic journals, and really that's a good way of focusing in on a subject, but also putting out brand new ideas. So one thing that I think is really lacking, in particular in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in other parts of the world like Bangladesh, is data. So some of these litigation approaches really only work if you have a sound set of data. You can show sea level rise over a certain period. That data doesn't always exist, unfortunately. But I think here there are other ways, and my suggestion would be just document it yourself over time. Also collect stories. People can tell you lots of stories about what life was like 20 years ago, 50 years ago, where the coastline was, or what the water tasted like, because all this is changing as a result of climate change. And countries are actually encouraged to report some of these changes back to the international level under the Climate Convention, so that it's all gathered in place, we learn from each other, but then there's also a possibility of more significant funding to tackle some of these problems. So all that, I think, is useful and can help. Use rights and laws in your campaigns. If you can mention certain rights and obligations, I think it only strengthens your case. Whether you win before a court or not might be the second question. And then increasingly, especially in northern countries, but also in Latin America, rivers, forests, and Mother Earth actually has a right. It's not a thing anymore. And people campaign around that and advocate on behalf of dolphins and whales. And I think that's only the beginning. But for the time being, all these cases around climate litigation and climate change have been won or brought on the basis of human rights. So the legal system is still very anthropogenic and focused on humans. And I think to some extent that's also how we understand climate justice. And in that context, human rights, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? That if the environment changes and if you lose your farm or your traditional village, all these human rights are affected. The right to life, integrity, privacy, family, home, adequate standard of living, adequate food, and so on and so forth. It's really for the experts to figure out in each individual case then which human rights are affected and to what extent these human rights are already enshrined in your domestic legal order. Because that's what the courts look at first, human rights under your constitution or your laws. And if they are not in the constitution or not in the domestic law yet, then there are a number of international treaties that may be able to help. And these are, for instance, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, on economic, social, and cultural rights. There's always a bit of a discourse if these are already rights in the strong sense, like an obligation that you can actually take to the government and demand, or whether it's more of a program, an idea to gradually get there. Again, it depends where you raise these questions. Different countries have very different approaches, different judges have different approaches. And then there are regional conventions, of course, the African Charter of Human Rights is an important one. You have the ILO conventions, you have indigenous rights, and unfortunately, most of these rights are guaranteed between states. So they've agreed that these rights shall be protected. So you as an individual or as a community might not necessarily be able to rely on them instantly. And these, in my view, are some of the very critical human rights issues, in particular in the climate change context. Of course, if you have human rights, you want to make sure there is enforcement, compliance, people are aware of all of them. That applies in any case. But in the climate change context, I think we as lawyers struggle with one particular problem, and that's rights are usually guaranteed by a government to people under its jurisdiction. So if the government of Germany, the UK, or the US is effectively responsible for human rights violations in Malawi, Bangladesh, or Chile, it's unfortunately a matter of non-extraterritorial application. And I remember that in the lead up to the Paris Agreement, this human rights issue came up on a number of occasions. But I also remember that, for instance, the delegate from Uganda very, in my view, elaborately and convincingly made the point that how can we be held responsible for something that we really haven't caused? We're trying our best to deal with the impacts and effects, but take us to a human rights court about it seems a bit unfair. So that is a big issue, but there are campaigns around that, and I'm very hopeful that at some point we gradually change the predominant or the prevailing opinion on all this. Climate change response measures. All over the world, governments are trying to implement renewable energy projects or protecting the forest, because forest now represents a value. It has human rights implications as well. People are chased off their land, it's large infrastructure projects. So they are not actually affected by climate change itself, but by the response measures and their adverse effects. And last but not least, I think some governments, in order to meet climate obligations or to address climate change, might increase their powers. And that's the same everywhere in the world. So there, again, they might decide to curtail rights and political freedoms just because climate change will be such a priority. Any questions on human rights so far? Again, like I said, it really depends on the context. Godwin.
We now live in a global world, so to speak, and that applies also to litigation. Cases are now being filed from the South, in Europe and in America. One of the such is the case of 4 fishermen who took share to court in the Netherlands. And then that case was successful. Of course, all your legal gymnastics to avoid was done. The actions committed in Nigeria should not be tried in the Netherlands. So they made all those kind of cases, but at the end, the case was tried in the Netherlands, but using Nigerian law. The Nigerian law applied in the Netherlands. And so that is why the 4 fishermen have been able to gain victory. Of course, you know of the Lede case against Shell, also in London, where Shell have to plead and withdraw the case, and after the payment of about $80 million. So I think there are so many examples going on. And of course, the Kyobel, the Ogoni women, and you've been following that as well. So I think there's room for all of us to seek justice in Europe against companies who are destroying our land. Why is this being done? Because the legal systems in the South may not be strong enough to confront the all-powerful oil companies and other extractive sectors that operate in the South. I just wanted you to pass that across as well. Thank you.
My name is Kaflu from Ethiopia. My question on the issue of human rights. When we talk the human rights perspective, the Western world defined human rights from individual perspective. But here in Africa, we defined human rights from collective perspective, that from group perspective. When we link with climate change affects the group rights of Africa. Collectively, it affects Africa's people's livelihoods. So when we are talking the litigation aspects of access to justice, it is difficult to bring all the collective rights violated from African peoples. So how can we realize the litigation perspective of mechanism proposed for climate change impacts? This is my question. Thank you.
Okay, I start here with Godwin's comment. I also work with governments in developing countries, and it's usually members of the Ministry of the Environment or the National Environment Agency that go to these international conferences, and then we meet in their home countries, we do a bit of training, and they have very, very limited resources. It's fair to say that, and even with the best of intent, a large investor comes along, puts the money on the table, and the environmental impact assessment becomes secondary. So I personally, I would have a bit of a problem to take climate litigation cases up against governments in the South who are really struggling. But that's a different matter for Pacha, and that's a different matter for you guys altogether. And there I would really encourage the lawyers or the future lawyers amongst you to be creative and to think about new strategies. And there I think looking at collective rights, for instance, could well be one. And it could be a strong case if you really holistically look at what's happening in Africa and then take a case to an international court or tribunal, or to a court somewhere in the north. There's now a case before the European Human Rights Court by various old, young people. They've consolidated a number of different cases, and I think there really lawyers can be creative and innovative. And because Godwin mentioned the case against Shell in Nigeria, another approach now is to criticize some of these big companies for whitewashing, because they're all changing their image. They've used up the limited resources of Mother Earth for a long time, and now they're whitewashing, and they become renewable energy companies with still incredible profits. But there, for instance, organizations have challenged us and taken them to court about it. So I think there's a lot happening here. There are lots of potential levers. I find it difficult to really identify the avenue, but sometimes lawyers can be quite creative and find new ways of tackling the problem.
Yeah, I'm Louis Peter Reng from South Sudan. I want to talk a little bit about how difficult it is to petition the government. In my country, South Sudan, the government incomes is generated from crude oil exploration. Last year, in April, there is an organization there are companies which are contracted by the government to do the oil drilling in the oil-rich areas in South Sudan. Those companies, they have not built a good facilities there in those places. You know what is happening there? The crude oil waste end up in the rivers, and the people of those communities are not having boreholes drilled by the government, so they end up now taking the water from the rivers. When you go to those areas, and I visited last year, there are kids who are born with abnormalities. Their lands are infertile, and very many thoughts of things which are happening due to crude oil pollutions. You know what happened? There were some of the capable youth, the lawyers, who petitioned the companies, the Sud Petroleum Company and the Dar Petroleum Companies. These are the companies which are contracted by the government to drill the oil. So when the petition, the companies, the government came in and silenced the lawyers. Are you seeing? They were insecure, those who petitioned the government, and some of them even lost their lives. Are you seeing? So I'm trying to know from you, petitioning the government is a matter of death. It is not something easy. And those who were even writing articles, publishing, articles about the crude oil pollution happening in those areas were even silenced by the government. Because this is where the government is generating the incomes. Because about 90% of the income is generated from oil exploration. Only 10%, which is now got from the other custom taxes, the road taxes by the government of South Sudan. So I'm trying to say that is not a simple task to petition the government.
And I couldn't agree more. But that's why I think there is another dimension to all this, to the legal tools, and that's of course gradually improving and enhancing the legislation, because governments, at least officially, need to abide by the existing law. So in the climate context, I think it's very important that these laws, for instance, take into account the rights of the most vulnerable and potentially climate-affected communities, whether that's fuel poor in Glasgow or communities that are affected by large dam projects. But yes, I think legislation here and gradually changing the governance structure is probably the first step. And then you hope that these laws don't just remain on the books, but that they are also meaningful, and that the government makes an effort to, at some point, abide by them. And yeah.
And, okay, sorry, I'm Jacob Olonde. From when he speaks, I think I've been to the oil fields in South Sudan, and my experience, I'm not allowed to speak because I was a consultant. But let me just share that my experience is that there are no laws in South Sudan. So most of the things are governed by trade agreements. So when the company agrees with the government, then the government, those trade agreements, I saw one. They overemphasize the need for government to offer security. That's all they sing. The rest of it is for them to deal with the communities. So for me, what I usually mention to my friends from South Sudan is influence lawmaking. Know what's going on. They're already now, I think you had a new minister of energy, a very good man. And he has been pushing for enactment of laws around oil and gas and energy. And there are already ongoing processes. But from my experiences for the around 4 years I've been doing some work around there, policy gaps, there are no policies. It is just a decree. The vice president has said, the president has said, who has said, and that's what happens. So, but in Kenya, I think we have all the policies, but what we are lacking most of the times is the goodwill. So even if you have all the laws and policy frameworks, without the goodwill, just like in Kenya and many parts of Africa, we still be able to have gaps in our natural resource management.
Yesterday, I had the privilege to meet with top religious leaders from South Sudan. And there is this report about making the process, the ongoing process in the constitutional making. So in a way, you can say there is no clearly, even a constitution that is for the people of South Sudan. So we are discussing about now citizens movement. Okay, there was a mention about rallies or campaigns. Okay, what is that good cause that you want to put up to mobilize the people of South Sudan around to take advantage of these openings? Now that there is a constitutional making process, how can your voices come into it? Before we go further, even into the legislation where we have the parliament of over 500 people who are there. They are, I mean, in the midst of poverty, you see people driving V8, driving parliamentarians appointed by the state, not necessarily through elections. So the situation in South Sudan is unique. But what you need to do when you go back from here is to organize a campaign around a cause. And if it is the people's movement, probably President Salva Kiir and the 5 vice presidents. It's only in South Sudan that you have 5 vice presidents. Okay, so it's a peculiar case, but we are also following up, accompanying the religious communities in South Sudan. So it's a situation that all of us are committed to. Thank you.
And I think that's maybe also more of a question to Augustine, really, that he can take up. So let me just very quickly say something about climate legislation, because in the aftermath of the Paris Agreement, a lot of countries have now put in place new legislation. And Kenya was actually one of the first countries that adopted a Climate Change Act, established a commission. A lot of the rules in that act haven't actually been implemented yet. It's a gradual process. And that's, of course, also a question for lots of governments initially. Shall we adopt some new law, or shall we rather look at the existing laws? What makes more sense? Or can we deal with some of the major questions on the basis of policies only? As a lawyer, you won't be surprised, I'm a great advocate of legislation and laws because they make it clear what the rule of the land is. And if another government comes in, they cannot immediately change all the existing policies. So I think it provides a degree of legal certainty that is also really important to attract investors, for markets, for people who want to trade and do business. But there is, of course, good and bad climate legislation. So I think it's important that climate legislation to some extent reflect national circumstances, and it is very often focused on creating new bodies. That's not enough. I think good climate legislation also need to accept and realize that there are very conflicting interests within society, and it's for that legislation or the constitution then to maybe balance some of these conflicts or to decide what is actually more important. And the law is only as good as its implementation, and for that reason you need finance, you need resource allocation, otherwise there always is a big risk the law remains on the books. And there's fantastic climate legislation around now, but Nigeria has just adopted a new act that provides for RED and for nature-based solution. Now, how this will be implemented, when the constitution and the council are eventually put together, it's another question. And then there really often is the question of operationalizing the act, making it operational. Because for that, you need cars, you need computers, you need manpower, women power, you need staff, and it just doesn't happen without relevant resources. If you want to know more about the climate laws around the world, there is an ever-increasing body. Check out this website, Climate Law, and this is really your first stop if you are interested in rights and obligations in your local environment, in your country. What does the law on climate change and around climate change actually say? That's the database I strongly recommend. So why are we then going to all these international meetings? Why do Augustine and I meet in the international context once or twice a year and talk about what is effectively international law and policy making? Because a lot of what is decided at this international level between states then trickles down. It becomes really relevant for domestic legislation. Sometimes even the courts look into international law, but I think it's also a really good campaigning tool. If you can say, look, the Paris Agreement actually says this and that, or the Human Rights Convention says this and that, then you might already convince 2 out of 5 journalists. And it is a slow process. In any case, a lot of donors now use these international agreements as a reference for good governance and performance. So I think these are all good reasons to get involved at the international level. And it also is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for organizations like Pacha to influence the outcomes. And again, look at my slingshot. I think it really symbolizes what we do. We're working against much bigger, powerful interests. But if we keep going, and if we stand together, then we actually might have a bit of a chance. And this is what these conventions look like. Anyone's planning to go to Egypt? Yeah? Okay, good. Good, let me just show you what to expect if you haven't been to one of these conferences yet. Lots of people. That's probably a plenary somewhere where they all get together. Now from the big plenary, they then go into contact groups. So it gets smaller, you know. Unfortunately, we as civil society are then often not allowed in anymore. But, you know, there are enough governments that might give you a badge if you're really keen to follow a specific topic. And this is how it's often finished at the very last minute in small groups, in so-called huddles, when they fine-tune the text, where one country says it should say shall, and the other said, nah, we rather have may, then they agree on should. But the real decisions that affect our lives and the climate and the future of the planet, they are of course made by the VIPs, and they are made behind closed doors. And they are, this is a meeting in Copenhagen. I could pretend I took the photograph, but I didn't. I don't know if, Augustine, you were any near. Malis Senawi was in there, but anyway. But these climate conferences are also much more now than intergovernmental negotiations. When I started going to them, they were still reasonably small. It was governments meeting other governments. Now it's a big, big fair. It's an exhibition. The industry is there. The NGOs are there. There is there are meeting areas. The media are there. There are thousands of journalists. We're all desperate for stories. So if you've got a good story to tell around your climate campaign, about your situation in South Sudan and the oil, take that story to the climate conference. You find a journalist who bite off your hand. Whether it'll eventually make you a big change or get you into more trouble, I don't know, but I think there are an opportunity. So there's a lot, of course, happening around it. There are marches, protests, inside and outside the conference center. And you also, all the industries there, they show their latest innovations. You can pedal your bike and, listen to music. This is what the conference center in Egypt will look like. They're still building parts of it. I haven't been there. Augustine might know more. And we always talk about the COP in Egypt. Actually, if you go there, or if you prepare for it, something I would recommend, then you'll see it's not just the COP of the climate convention. It's a couple of different meetings. It's the COP of the climate convention. It's the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol. No one talks about the Kyoto Protocol anymore. Binding commitments for Annex 1 countries, but it still exists. And then, of course, the Paris Agreement, the most important component of it all these days. And then there are subsidiary bodies on technology and implementation that meet. And then there is a hell of a lot of other initiatives. And in Glasgow, there were about 16 or 17 declaration, policy documents, agreements made at the beginning of the session. And the media reported that it's a great atmosphere. The world has come together once again on methane and climate change. The reality is that when it goes into the official negotiations, it's a different matter. And countries really can't agree on the most basic things or make promises like they did on finance that they simply do not meet. So it's a kind of very diverse picture. It's a bit overwhelming if you go, but do a bit of research beforehand and also make sure you know what you want to get out of it. And there's also a conference of the youth in the lead up to each big climate conference. That's quite a good place to meet other campaigners and younger people. The big issues in Egypt are likely to be how ambition mitigation commitments can be enhanced in the nationally determined contributions. I think you mentioned the nationally determined contributions. That's the main vehicle for the climate negotiations. Now all countries promise to do something bottom up, and we keep our fingers crossed that they meet these commitments. There is a negotiation now on a new quantified goal for climate finance. The developed countries, so-called developed countries, the industrialized countries, they promised $100 billion per annum from 2020. They failed to meet that promise. They're still hoping to get there at some point, but it doesn't stop the international convention process to just start negotiations on a new goal. Again, we hope we get there. Global goal on adaptation. Now that's really an important new issue because the Paris Agreement was supposed to address mitigation and adaptation, but it's very much focused on mitigation, on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Adaptation has always been the priority for a lot of developing countries. But what does it mean, having a global goal on adaptation? That is now under negotiation, and how can that be made meaningful? And interestingly, it's done in a very inclusive, transparent process at this stage. They're having meetings and civil society can speak. So Pacha, use that opportunity to really roar like a lion and make your voice heard, because this is an opportunity. And the same, of course, applies to other NGOs, the churches, all parts of civil society. And the same they are doing for finance, for loss and damage, of course, harm that comes to this world, and how do we somehow compensate people for the harm they have to endure. Lots of issues and lots of opportunities to input. Now, don't expect to be heard immediately or change everything. It is, like I said, a very slow and gradual process, but it's the only process, unfortunately, that we have. So, the only game in town, we engage. And this is the Paris Agreement. I could go on for about 2 more hours now explaining it. If you're interested and in preparation for the COP, just use our app. You can scan it in now, and then you have the whole Paris Agreement on your mobile, and it comes with explanations. So you can look up loss and damage, and then it says what countries are expected to do or have refused to do. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. David and Tim, can you just keep the codes on the screen for those who want to take a screenshot? I'm wondering if we should just fire on or take a short break. What do you think? Let's put it to a vote. A short break of about 15 minutes? Huh? All right. Okay, all right. Charles, do you want to conduct this vote? You know how to do it better than I. Okay, so yes, you can do as I did. If you badly need a cup of coffee, just walk out without disrupting. Don't go out in a group. Just individually walk out and grab a cup of coffee and come back. I think it's preferable that we take it to the end and we can have the rest of the evening to ourselves. So let me invite Dr. Njamshi to give us some insight into Pakja's work and how this nurturing of movements happen within our own sphere.
Somebody left their glasses here. Yeah. Sure. Hello. Are we together? Yes. What do we want? I can't see. You can't be wanting climate justice as your yes, climate justice, as if you don't believe that it can happen. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. Yes. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, we believe that mankind, every human being, sometimes, or most of the time, deserve the leaders they have. Why? It is because the power of the people is more powerful than the power of the powerful. We've seen those who thought that they have the power of life and death over their people being sent away by their people like little rats. So we always believe it is important for people to come together if we really want to have change. I'm here to talk about the power of keeping one another's back and sticking together in something you believe in. My brother Ezekiel talked about faith. Faith is transversal. And that's the second definition he gave to faith, not necessarily being religious, but having faith in what you are doing, knowing that you can have change. There's a story of a community that was praying for rain because the community had gone from years without rain, and it is a community that does agriculture, and it's basically rain-fed agriculture. And so you know what it means when you don't have the rains at the appointed time. And so they were praying. The Christians were praying, the Muslims were praying, and the other African religions, people were doing libations. So it happens that they are going to this mountain to pray. The Christians are going to the mountain to pray. There was this little girl that was, coming from behind, and she had an umbrella. And then the elders turned and said, "What is this little girl doing with an umbrella? We've not had rains for the past 2 years. And what is she using the umbrella for?" She said, "Well, I believe that when we pray, rain will come. And if it comes and I don't have an umbrella, I will be wet." So who had faith? This young child or the elders of the community? So that is why the youth are important, because you are those who have faith. First of all, it is about your own future, your present and your future. Africa can only be delivered by your determination to see change. Can you play the video? The technical thing. Is there a sound? This video is all the way from Africa to this very cool place. Not because we love being here, but because Africa is too hot for us. Yes. Africa is too hot for us, and we are saying there should be nothing more than 1 degree. Because 1 degree, 2 degrees spells suicide for Africa. We are suffering enough. Africa should not be divided again. People should not take advantage of our poverty that has been caused by exorbitant lifestyle here, and we are not recognizing it and dividing our people again. We will not die in silence. Africa has been silent for too long, and you must listen to us. We're not asking for any aid. We're not begging. You have to pay for what has been damaged, because we are continue to die in silence. Africa is being owed trillions of dollars. We cannot allow this airspace to be grabbed again. The land was grabbed, but this time is the airspace, and it's a matter of life and death. Yes. We will not die in silence. 10 billion cannot buy coffin for Africans who will die. To the last moment. So, this was in 2009 in Copenhagen. And I would like to tell you that minutes after this, I was arrested and was released due to pressure from international media and African negotiators who came around us and said, if this guy is arrested, we are all ready to move away from here. So this is the power of unity. Okay? It works. It works. This is why a movement has to be built based on trust and a common goal. This was the first time we have had a demonstration in what is now called the blue zone. That is the inner cycle of negotiations. We went ahead, we breached the laws, because as we said, it's a matter of life and death. After all, what has a fallen tree got to do as far as fear for falling is concerned? You know, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance was created in 2008, in July 2008, during a meeting of the African Ministerial Conference on the environment that took place in Johannesburg, South Africa. We had been working, each working in their own direction or in their own country, but we realized that each time we went for these COPs, this conference of the parties, somebody will come and tell me, because I'm black, and they saw Ezekiel somewhere in the one hall, they say, oh, Augustine, you're from Cameroon, you're from Africa. Okay, come and meet your brother Ezekiel. He's also from Africa. And you know who is making us to meet? It's somebody from the global north. Okay? In good faith, of course. I'm not against that. But I will come and greet Ezekiel and say, okay, I'm Augustine from Cameroon. He says, I'm Ezekiel from Nigeria. And then that is it. Because we have nothing. I don't know what he stands for. He doesn't know what I stand for. And in all of those photos, you will see black faces sitting on the table, maybe press conferences, making speeches that have been written for them. And it is not reflecting the realities of Africa. So we said this cannot continue. We need to come together and tell the African story and contribute to these negotiations from an African perspective. We also realize that most of the time we were standing with those groups and our governments are this way, we start criticizing them, and they are struggling. When my negotiators don't have enough money to be there, more than 2 of them, and a country like United States brings 300 people, do you think that 2 people against 300, can there be a fair game? And the poor guy is there, and you were criticizing, you are not in loss and damage, you are not here. And they're struggling. So we thought, rather than cast the darkness, we should light the candle and join hands with our people. That includes even the government, to fight, to put the African story on the table. And this is when the first try. We went to Copenhagen in 2009, and people were very surprised of the unity of Africa in Copenhagen. So building a movement starts from a conviction that what you want to change or what you want to achieve is doable. Building a movement is based on trust and confidence. I can't tell you the attempts at bringing down Pakja that we have suffered from the beginning and even up till now. Africa has been divided. Africa was divided in Berlin in 1880, 84 or something? The Berlin Conference. What makes me think that my concerns are different from those of Godwin across the river in Nigeria? I'm from Cameroon. But you are made to understand that, well, this is Nigeria's position, this is Cameroon's position, this is South Sudan's position, and it doesn't work. That division doesn't help the continent. So we set out in Pan-African climate justice to bridge this. First of all, climate change discourse had been so elitist, so scientific. Sometimes it is put at that level so that you don't understand. I live climate change. I don't care whether you describe it as carbon dioxide, whatever, carbon monoxide or whatsoever. All I know is that my mother cannot plant her crops in March again as she used to do in the 70s because the rain doesn't come at that time. Sometimes the rain comes earlier. When they plant, the rains go and don't come back again. The germination process stops at that time. They have to till the soil to replant. Where is she bringing the money from or the seed from? That is the impact of climate change. I don't care whether you call it carbon dioxide or whatsoever. If there was an old man in northern Cameroon who was asked, they live in that very dry area, they say, Papa, what do you think has been the change for the last 20 years? He says, it seems it is so hot as if the sun has left heaven and has come closer to the earth. They say, Papa, really? Say, yes. Say, so what do you think can be done? He said, let those who brought that sun from heaven to the earth to burn us take it back to where it belongs. This is climate justice. We did not cause this problem. Those who brought that sun to that papa is the developed countries. Because they are the ones who, with industrial revolution and their exorbitant lifestyles up till now, have caused this problem. Now, for this papa, he's like it is burning. If you, who has brought the sun down or who has burnt, is asked to pay him, are we asking for too much? Are we really asking for too much? Did he cause the problem? So when they keep challenging you, don't talk about climate debt. You are talking so much about finance. We can't give you our money. I said, who? It's not your money. You are paying for something you damaged. Unless and until you are ready to say what they consider stupid, you will never be an advocate of climate justice, especially coming from Africa. Say it the way you want. Don't give them peace. You know, we have been tagged as a very radical militantist movement from the beginning. But today, those who were fighting us in this climate against our drive for climate justice for Africa have now become champions. Those organizations have now become champions of climate justice. I said, when did you apologize to us? When did you apologize to us? Do you think that you are against us? And today you come and you bypass us. You are champions of preaching what we preached 15 years ago. This is the frustration that African advocates or activists on climate justice usually face. But our drive is when we look back and see those communities, we are not reading these things from books. It is what we live through. Who is here that has not been affected in one way or the other by climate change? Just raise your hand. Who is here that has not been affected in one way or the other by climate change? So, what do we have to do? PACJA, we decided that it is important to first of all unite the African voices. Because when we are divided, we cannot stand the wind that is coming. Now, we say a people united can never be defeated. A people united, say after me, a people united can never be defeated. 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 United can never be defeated.
A people united.
So, the nurturing of the movement depends on our unity. We know at times they bring us, you say, this is a francophone, this is an anglophone, this is a lusophone. And each time we go for COPs or these meetings, you see a group of people are gathered in one hall. It is for francophones. And then they take one young French student to lecture them on what is happening on Africa. It's a shame. Or Anglophones are taken for a so-called Anglophone meeting. I don't know. I've not seen that before anyway. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And it's being lectured by somebody who's using their iPad. Meanwhile, we are living the things on the ground. And you can't trust me, and I can't trust you. It can't work. So the happiness we have today is that this network of young Africans have broken those barriers. And I see you are making your networks across the board. This is a success that we must celebrate. Let's clap for ourselves. We have purposely decided not to have PACJA Francophone, PACJA Anglophone, PACJA Lusophone, and because we are first of all Africans before we speak one funny language. Okay? We are using it as a medium of communication, and that is all. It ends there. We are Africans. We need to stick together, comrades. We need to continue to stick together. Now, Ezekiel asked about African special needs and circumstances. What have we done with it? Where are we with it? We are still determined to go right to the end. And let me explain here. The African special needs and circumstances is based on scientific facts. The IPCC, I think that was fourth assessment report, says Africa has the potential of warming more than 1.5 times the global mean temperature, which means if the temperature is pegged at 2 degrees, in Africa is above 3 or 3.5. And can you bear that kind of temperature? That is why right in Copenhagen, we are saying we don't want anything more than 1 degree. You see that, okay? And many organizations didn't see. They say we are being very unrealistic. Because we said this 2 degrees thing is not going to work for us. Did they criticize us as being mad people, as being radical, irrational? But today, imagine that we had that support in Copenhagen. Paris would not have been 2 degrees with the vision of getting to 1.5. Did it stop us? We have continued. When we're talking of Mother Earth, Ezekiel talked about it. The concept of Mother Earth was a taboo at some point. The only government that could even talk about it in those years was Bolivia. The rest looked at Bolivia like they are radical civil society, not even a government. But they continue to rape Mother Earth and tear it into pieces as if there is no tomorrow. And they think that we should sit down and clap. We can't. We can't. This is our future. When somebody from South Sudan says the oil companies are leaking, causing environmental harm, and the poor people who don't even have access to drinking pipe-borne water cannot drink from the rivers, and they can't even sink boreholes for them. When in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta, there's pollution everywhere, and fishermen cannot even harvest catch fish, or people cannot grow their crops. We say the reason we are asking for drive for renewable energy is not only for mitigation, it's not only to stop greenhouse gas emissions from that sector. It is more for us because we live the impacts of that exploitation or exploration on a daily basis. So sometimes we go into these debates not just singing the chorus, but we know why we're going there. And it is us that will bring the African narrative. Sometimes our position may not be understood by our other partners because they don't live the reality. You know, if you went to a particular village that has never seen any electric bulb, right? You ask them, do you want energy from renewable sources or you want energy from dirty sources? The question cannot come. You understand? It's like asking somebody that has been starving for 1 week whether they like mutton or fish. Okay? All they want is food for that moment. So the debate at that time is different. You are talking of the same thing, but the perspective is different. Let us be careful how we engage in some of these conversations, because what you see on the top might not be what is below. So, coming back to the African special needs and circumstances, Africa is the only continent that has been cited in the UNFCCC. I think that is Article 4E, which means Africa was recognized right from 1992 when the convention was being signed in Rio, that it is most vulnerable continent. It is where special attention has to be paid. We're not demanding for the recognition. We're demanding for the operationalization of this principle. Because if Africa has special needs and circumstances, it should be reflected, it should be treated specially in finance, in adaptation, in loss and damage, in all of those things. That is what we want. We're not going to Egypt to ask for Africa to be recognized as a continent with special needs and circumstances, because it is already recognized. But we say, let's walk the talk. Legislation is important because climate legislation more than any other legislation, has got to be a legislation that comes from the people. Those who are suffering from the impacts of climate change are those in the communities. They don't even have cars. They don't even, pollute. But they are having the problems. So if there is any legislation that is not done in consultation with those people, and it is done in the conference rooms of Nairobi and Yaoundé and Johannesburg, it may not work. PACJA is keeping this high on the agenda. And that is why we have what we call Africa Climate Legislation Initiative, which we have hosted at the Pan-African Parliament and regional parliaments. This is on the premise that a legislation that is done in a consultative manner will certainly meet the needs of the people. Did you say something? Okay. Is that okay? All right. Est-ce que vous pouvez attendre jusqu'à ce que je termine pour que les questions viennent après? C'est possible? Oui. Merci beaucoup. Merci pour la compréhension. So, we think this issue of legislation is important. It should come from the people, with the participation of the people. We talked about the atmospheric space, and this is where the injustice is. The Earth's atmosphere only has a certain quantity of carbon dioxide that it can take and deal with naturally. But because of man activities, like the Industrial Revolution, like all of those things, the ejection of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere comes at a rate that it cannot naturally deal with. So that is what we call the carbon space, okay? So this carbon space has been taken by 20% of the world's population, and those are rich nations. It is like inviting 10 people for birthday, and then the cake, you cut the cake in 10 pieces for the 10 people. 2 people who are stronger rush for the birthday party and eat 8 pieces of the cake. And then when 8 people come, they say, we already took the 8 pieces because we were hungry. We never knew that when we take like that, you will lack what to eat. So let us share the remaining 2 pieces equitably amongst the 10 of us. That is what is happening. That is what is happening. Now we are forced to go the green way. We are forced to not exploit our natural resources, the gas and the whatsoever, because of the fear of emissions into that space that we don't more have. And then we're asking the question, yes, it is true. We know when we exploit these resources, it impacts us on the ground. That is true. But how do we do to develop? Give us the money, because you ate the 8 pieces. You have more money. Help us accommodate you in this other 22 pieces of cake in a way that will not inhibit our own development. We cannot stop having these hard conversations. In as much as we are working and talking about these issues, we cannot help, we cannot avoid these conversations. That is what the uniqueness of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance comes from. We don't fear to dare. We dare approach the other hard questions. And sometimes we are misunderstood. But experience has shown that when you are misunderstood from the beginning, keep on. At the end of the day, you will be understood. So we are going to these things with the African perspective. And that comes to the point of the young comrade from South Sudan. Environmental or climate activism is dangerous. Let's not pretend it is dangerous. It is dangerous, especially with us in Africa, where these companies can even use some of our state machinery to deal with us. It is possible. It is happening. At the end of the day, you ask yourself, has a fallen tree had any reason to fear falling? Because you're already down there. And so, what will unite us? What can make us fight is when we are keeping each other's back, or we are each other's keeper. We have this great network of youths now since last year. You are a force. If you hear he has been arrested in South Sudan and you're on Twitter, I don't know how you do the tweeting. I'm sorry, I'm of old school, but I know the power of the social media. You hear that he's been arrested. 600 or 700 of you are tweeting the same thing. For 1 week, he will not be killed. Trust me, he will not be killed. That is why we have hope in you. As young Africans who will stand for this continent and dare do some things that elders have not been able to do. Now, we have a right to participate in climate decision making. As I said about the legislation, don't get us wrong. Make no mistakes. When we are seen fighting alongside our governments internationally, it doesn't mean that we've become strange bedfellows. We come back home, my friends, and say, no, my friend, the little money you had for adaptation, did it go for adaptation? Tell us where it has gone to. Because it's no use asking for justice at the international level and being denied the very justice at the national level. We come back to the countries, we have to hold our governments accountable for whatever. After all, those who are ruling us have been given the power and the resources to use for us. So if a madman sets fire on your house, will you not put off the fire before pursuing that person? Or you will leave the fire, burn your house to ashes, because you say, it's this guy that has burned my house, I must hold him to pay. While we're asking for justice, the governments have a responsibility to take care of us on the ground. And that is where we come in. And that doesn't exonerate the international community from giving us the resources to face climate change, to do adaptation, to deal with loss and damage and all those things. But our governments have to do that as they wait or as they negotiate. Now, coming to COP27, we have had so far 26 conference of the parties, 4 of which have taken place in Africa. What do they call it? Nairobi, Marrakesh, Marrakesh again. Each time they say it's African COP. My friends, that is just a name. That is just a name. Think of all of these 4 conferences of the parties that have taken place in Africa and that have been called African COP, whether African real problems have been solved because it is happening in Africa. Think. the question of special needs and circumstances, adaptation finance, loss and damage, and all those things which are dear to Africa. Article 9.4 of the Paris Agreement says climate finance should target mitigation and adaptation equally, but should take care of the strategies, plans, and priorities of most vulnerable countries. Africa's needs and priorities are adaptation. We cannot be shy in saying that. But what do you see in adaptation finance? It is nothing. So are they meeting the needs of the continent? Now, having said this, we think in the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance that COP27 will not be called African COP. It should be called African People's COP. Because when you say African COP, it can just mean it took place in Africa. But if it was a COP that met the needs of African people, that is me and you, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, farmers, all those people, that will be when we'll call it African People's COP. We are doing everything to make it to become African People's COP. Friends, this continent has been through a lot. We need to heal. We need to heal. Because at the end of the day, when we say, oh, Glasgow was a success because the debate on 1.5 was kept alive, the question we ask, was it supposed to die? Why is climate change emergency not taken at that level? Ezekiel asked that question. When we've been talking about climate change for this 30 years. Nothing is happening. When COVID came, it took a few months. Trillions of dollars were mobilized. And here, the problem is being solved. We are happy for that. That is science. So where is the money for climate change? Is it because the impacts are more with us? Those are hard questions we have to be asking. We can't be led to sleep while the train is moving. Let us keep working together. Africa needs to heal. And that is why we are bringing the concept of transitional justice. Transitional justice deals with the past. And, you know, we can't forget the past. There's these historical injustices that even continue to today. The climate talks, we don't have confidence, there's no trust, there's no confidence, and that's why we are where we are. We are proposing that if we can approach the climate discussions from a transitional justice perspective, we have to deal with the past, this injustice, and take a commitment that will not repeat itself. That's the way to go. Colleagues, comrades, we are in, and the battle will continue with our unity of purpose. Thank you very much.
What happens? What do you do after this? Just go home and soak it up in, or we ask a few more questions? All right, one or two questions and we can wrap it. There was a question at the back, yes. And there's a second question here. At the back, let's start from there, and there's a third one here. Come on, you have the mic. Just get up and go straight to the point.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à la question. Moi, c'est Jadon Kourouziza. Je viens du Burundi. Moi, c'est Jadon Kourouziza. Je viens du Burundi. Vous avez tout dit.
Est-ce que c'est possible de parler un peu plus fort? Plus fort.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Jadon Kourouziza. Je viens du Burundi. Vous avez bien dit tout. Mais nous sommes des jeunes. Nous venons de plus de 47 pays. Nous sommes plus de 100 jeunes ici présents. On nous a enseigné, on nous a tout dit. Mais la question est que nous sommes des jeunes. Nous avons la force, nous avons l'intelligence. Après cette formation, qu'est-ce que nous allons faire dans notre pays? Qu'est-ce que vous nous conseillez à faire dans notre pays?
Merci beaucoup.
Laisse-moi quelques secondes.
Non, parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps.
Laisse-moi quelques secondes, parce que ça reste une seule journée, la journée de demain seulement. Qu'est-ce que vous nous conseillez à aller faire dans notre pays en
Vous
tant que
avez
jeune?
pris
Merci
30
beaucoup.
secondes pour poser la même question. Ça va.
Merci,
Asseyez-vous. Merci beaucoup.
Merci
Je prends
beaucoup.
une autre personne, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup.
Est-ce que je peux... Next person, please. Oui. There was a hand somewhere just by you. Yes, the lady in white.
I'm Marim, I'm from Egypt. And you talked so much about the unity and how all of us should be united and everything. However, as North African, we feel that there is some sort of exclusion to North African. So I want to know your insights and maybe some recommendation on how to unite all of us again and everything.
Perfect. This way. Where is our senior microphone manager? You need an assistant, I think.
Great. Mine will be quite simple. And it goes to Steve in terms of how do you assess the effectiveness of the special rapporteur mechanisms in terms of advancing some of the rights that we are pursuing under climate conversations? Thanks.
You mean Christoph, right?
Yeah.
Not Steve.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. One more, this way. Is 4 enough for today? Yeah, I think so too.
Boa tarde, vou falar em português. E então?
Headphones, please.
I say they will speak in Portuguese. Just take your headphones, please. I was one of the first young people participating in COPs. My first COP was... Ok.
Oh, he
dizia,
to us.
A minha primeira conferência... A minha primeira conferência foi em Durban, em 2011. Acho que tinha por aí 22 anos, alguma coisa parecida. E aquilo foi, de facto, uma experiência nova, na qual mais de 10 mil pessoas estão numa mesma conferência e, em algum momento, como jovem, como africano, eu preciso, de facto, dar aquilo que é a nossa contribuição. E eu estou aqui mais para levantar mesmo, para dar este testemunho daquilo que são as ações do Pacta, não só, mas também para trazer aqui a necessidade de nós refletirmos como jovens africanos. Nós temos aquela plataforma que o Dr. Agostinho se referiu, que existe uma cimeira da juventude também que decorre de forma paralela, que é mesmo para poder auscultar, que é mesmo para poder dar voz, efetivamente, à juventude. Mas são poucos os jovens africanos que acompanham, que entendem e que participam realmente desses fóruns. Há sempre sessões preparatórias, neste momento que estão a decorrer, algumas discussões que estão a ocorrer. Então, seria importante podermos ver como é que o Pacta pode fazer, o que é que se pode fazer para poder assegurar este maior envolvimento, de facto, dos jovens a nível do continente, de modo que a sua contribuição seja, de facto, levada a cabo.
Get to your question quickly. Thank you. All right. One more? No. 1, 2. Any other hand? Because I won't give room for any other question after these two people. All right.
Good evening. I'm Jeanette Kawela from Rwanda, a journalist and communication specialist. What I would like to say, it's not a question, but it's kind of a supplement to what Steve has said about the campaign. There is a lot he talked about in regards to what you need to know like before starting a campaign, and it was quite interesting, and I would like to add some few supplements. He said that some people run the hard way, and yes, I've learned the hard way, and I'm now speaking from the experience in regards to preparing some campaign. And if you want to do a nice campaign, start from what he said, and please add some seeking for some advice from some experts, and you are not really like ordered to just follow all those advice. You can choose, and you can have the concept note of your campaign so that someone else can't come and steal your campaign, and as well document everything, and if need be you can register your campaign so that it better be yours, and involve the authority if need be, since if they are like arrested, they can't intervene and maybe interpret or interrupt your campaign. And also please correct some feedback after the campaign so that you can learn from the past experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Last one, very last one.
And I don't have a question, but I want to talk to you. It's my small history. When I was a young...
It's a short story, right?
Yeah, short history.
Like 30
Only
seconds?
1 minute, please.
All right.
And when I was a young, my father told me there was a rat that lived in a village. Every night the cat come and catch one rat. So they come to a meeting. They say, we don't want to die anymore. So what can we do? And one rat, he said, we need and to make a sign that we can put a card of their neck. Then when she come for us, we know that for that sign. Then the other rats said, who will do that? Who will take for that risk? Then they all disagree, we don't want to die. Right now they are all dying, we all know. So we don't want to take anymore for the risk. We are almost and have climate crisis. We are almost have climate change. So we don't want more. When we will be parents. So we don't want to have our children to have climate crisis, climate change. Let's do it an action to overcome for that issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We need someone to bail the cat. All right.
Thank you so much, my comrade, young comrade from Egypt. Yes, somebody must bail the cat. Otherwise, every other Somalia. Oh, okay. I was told that you are from Egypt. Maybe there was a mistake. Yeah, somebody must bail the cat to save the lives of the other rats, right? Yes. And who is that one? There must be somebody. The questions are many. What do we do in our countries when we go back? Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire dans nos pays quand on va rentrer? Je pense que nous avons fait notre part. L'action ne dépend plus sur nous. Votre action dans votre pays ne dépend plus sur nous, mais ça dépend sur votre engagement personnel. Si vous avez été influencé par les discours, par les leçons ici, et vous êtes injecté, comme on aime dire ça au Pakja, allez réagir. On ne peut qu'être là maintenant pour vous applaudir. Et là, on peut vous donner une bouteille d'eau pour continuer, on peut le faire. Mais c'est souvent difficile. Mais ça dépend de votre engagement personnel. On a fait que la formation réagir, ça dépend maintenant sur vous. Donc la question, ça devait être posée même par nous. Après avoir eu cette formation, qu'est-ce que vous allez faire? Mais c'est bon, comme vous avez bien posé cette question. Merci. Yes. Marima from Egypt. Now, I got it right? Mariam from Egypt. North Africa. North Africa feels most of the time excluded. You know, The story is told of this. The story is told of this woman in a village. She was so beautiful and so intelligent. When women of that village are gathering, she sits and wants to be invited in a women's gathering. And she feels isolated because nobody invites her for the village dance, right? The villagers, the other women, were saying, that one is so proud. She doesn't want to identify with us. Okay? She doesn't want to identify with us. But in the two, the two ideas, concepts, none of them is wrong. Because it depends from the perspective from which you take yourself. If North Africa truly feels African, they have their seat. They have to take their seat in the conference of Africans. And if Africans, other Africans, feel that sisters or brothers of North Africa are not joining them, it is their own duty also to say, brother, what is happening? Come join us. This is where you belong. So the work is in two places, right? Those who are coming together should do everything to bring you in as their brothers and sisters. While you also have to make efforts to say, this is where I belong, my seat is here, and nobody will push you out. However, North Africa is highly represented now in all of our activities. And in all our projects in PACJA, we have a regional approach. We always take Central Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa, North Africa, Eastern Africa, and special constituencies like the Horn of Africa. We always take that into consideration in everything that we do. You are welcome. This is where you belong. You are first of all Africans before you believe in another religion. You are first of all Africans, and we are all Africans. Okay? This movement is going to be dealt with by you people, these youths. If our forefathers failed somehow because they were divided, we cannot afford to be divided again. And hold each other's hand, and let's be in this together. This is a highly political statement, and as I said, PACJA never fears to talk about sensitive issues. This is where you belong. You are Africans first. The issue of special rapporteur, I think you will answer that. Or you want to answer, or should you just say something about it? Okay, you take it offline. The preparatory sessions, it's very important, my brother from Mozambique. For over the years now, for over 10 years, we have what we call the African Climate, the Week of Action, PACJA Week of Action, where every country member of PACJA does something to prepare for Conference of the Parties. It could be a march, it could be talks, television or radio interviews and things like that. But most of all, we always call on our government to have meetings with us and let us know what they're taking to the Conference of the Parties. So preparatory meetings are very important. And I think it's something that if you want to have a preparatory meeting, maybe you approach the Secretariat. They might not have the resources, but they might guide you on how to go about it. It's very, very important. Then for Rwanda, it was comments. And I think we are still here. Dr. Ezekiel will be here, if not tomorrow, maybe by Saturday. So we're always open. Please, please ask us the hard questions. We don't know everything. We can't pretend that we know. But at least when we come together and think together, we can always have solutions. Thank you.
Is there, Christophe, was there a question left for you? Okay, all right, thank you. Whew, it's been a long day, right? Thank you very much for being so resilient. I can see on the faces that you would want nothing more than retiring for the day. So let's bring it to a close at this point. Tomorrow, hopefully we should be able to start on time. At least we make every effort to start on time, and we'll see how we close on time. Philip, Sylvia, are there any urgent announcements before I let these people go? Any announcements? COVID? No? All right. Perfect. I've been given the green lights to bring the day to a close. So the buses should be ready.